Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 118th running of the National Western Stock Show and today's event, the 2024 Market Steer Show. I'd like to introduce the judges of today. The Steer Show, if you haven't been with us, is done a little different. We have 3 judges, and the scores will be put up on the screen. And there's an algorithm that is in work, and that determines who the winner of each class is. So if you would, allow me to introduce our judges for the day. Mr. Glenn Martin grew up in Mason, Texas, where his family roots run back to the 1860s. He attended Texas A&M University and was an accomplished collegiate meats and livestock evaluator. Glenn is married to Ray Ann, and they've raised 4 daughters through the ranching lifestyle. The Martin family raises competitive show goats, cattle, and Dorper sheep, and his girls have won grand or reserve grand at more than 60 major livestock shows nationwide. Glenn has evaluated both breeding and market shows in states including in 25 states, including numerous state fairs and various shows at Fort Worth, Houston, Denver, Louisville, and the American Royal. He spends countless hours helping youth excel in the livestock world through clinics, seminars, and his Bracing for Success camps. Glenn is always into promoting agriculture and educating others about the animal industry. Ladies and gentlemen, give a warm National Western welcome to Mr. Glenn Martin, right down here. Raise your hand, Glenn. Thank you. One of our other judges is Mr. Dustin Frank. Dustin grew up in a row crop operation near Johnstown, Colorado. He attended Coffeyville Community College and Colorado State University as a member of the livestock judging team. He now lives in Chapel, Nebraska, where he owns and operates Frank Cattle and Genetics, along with his wife Kendra, son Jesse, and the rest of his family. They focus on raising seed stock, Angus and Red Angus cattle that are bred to serve the needs of the local cattlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, again, give a National Western welcome to Mr. Dustin Frank, right down here in the black hat and the blue coat. We have one more judge, if I can, there we go. Mr. Kirk Steerwalt and his family own and operate Steerwalt Cattle. They do clinics and cattle and clinics established in 1987. They have exhibited and sold numerous champions across the U.S. and Canada. Their cow herd concentrates on club calf steers and breeding heifers of various breeds. Kirk has been conducting nationwide and international show cattle clinics for 36 years. Kirk's advice is dream big, work hard, be consistent, and show up when you're supposed to. Kirk and his family reside in Lede, Oklahoma. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Kirk Steerwalt and his beautiful wife right down there next to him. Thanks for being here. Lede? Sorry about that. Lede, Oklahoma. I also want to introduce Joe Epperly. He's the seed stock manager for Wagon Hammer Cattle Company, and he will be our ringman and also coordinates getting all the cards and everything done.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Show Barn Flicks and the National Western Stock Show. My name is Kent Jakey, and I am up here on the announcer stand with my dear friend Christy Collins.
Good morning.
And we are so excited to be back here again this year and to be able to bring you some play-by-play again for this year's stock show. And I'm tickled to be here again.
I know it was a lot of fun last year. We look forward to it.
And it's finally going to get warm here today.
I know. It's amazing how it can go from -10 to 35.
Well, I mean, also, so for those of you at home that are watching and we've had some pretty cold temperatures here in Denver this year, as most of you probably have through your wherever you guys might be residing. But we're actually supposed to get close to 50 today, so it's actually going to be pretty comfortable.
Yes.
So, folks, hey, once we get going through here, of course, the judges this year, as it is, it's a rotational committee every year. And one guy falls off and a new guy comes on. And so this year, our new member of our panel this year is Mr. Glenn Martin from Mason, Texas. Of course, Glenn is no stranger to the livestock business, mostly in the goat business. But
yes, but just a good study of market livestock.
Yeah, great evaluator of livestock, all livestock. So I've had the pleasure of knowing Glenn for a long, long time, and him and his family, great stewards of livestock. And, of course, he's from Mason, Texas. And then, of course,
Texas, Colorado, and Oklahoma.
Yeah, Texas, Colorado, Oklahoma.
Yep.
Well, and actually, Dustin, him and his family, Dustin Frank, they live in Chapel, Nebraska. But they farm and ranch, or they ranch up in northern Colorado also. But Big Red Angus and Angus operations. Dustin's brother Taylor is the livestock judging coach at Butler Community College. And, of course, Dustin and his family, I announced the Red Angus show this week, and they had a really good pen that was third overall in the Red Angus pen show. So great producers of livestock, too. And then, of course, Kirk Steerwalt.
Who doesn't know Kirk?
Who doesn't know Kirk? So, of course, from Leedy, Oklahoma, and he's the senior member of this panel.
Showed a lot of champions here as well.
All right, folks, please pause for the national anthem.
Well, we have the national anthem sung. Thank you.
So proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Thank you.
Okay.
Here we go.
Proves to be a pretty big day. Looks like we've got
Already the stands are filling up.
stands are pretty full here already.
Yep. Crowd was good in the yards. There was a lot. Speaking of the pen show, it was, I think, the Herd Bull Alley, wasn't it?
Yeah, Herd Bull Alley was good. We had a display there for Griswold this year and had 4 bulls on display, but every spot was taken this year. So starting to feel more and more like the old Denver back again. So that new facility is so enjoyable, and it's a level surface, and you can sure see the cattle. So
here they're starting to come in. This class 1, are you going to announce the class?
You want to, or
Oh,
you
are
can?
you going to say that?
I'll announce the first class.
Okay.
Okay, guys. So as we start the first class here, it looks like our weights go from 1183 to 1229. And this yellow calf, that's our lead calf in here as you're watching these calves come in here, is Tatum DePorter from Briggsdale, Colorado. Of course, she's the sister of Alyssa DePorter, who's actually in charge of the getting us to do this. So it's a big family deal, so that's kind of special for Alyssa. Have her sister coming in here.
Neat steer.
And then Sadie Wampler from Canyon, Texas. Got a steer here, 1193. And then Lola Mitchell from Hotchkiss, Colorado, on a 1,202-pound calf. That'd be the calf that's the black and white calf.
Okay,
I got screwed up.
Mixed up.
Yeah, DePorter's got the black calf. The yellow calf is Sadie Wampler. Yeah. And then Aubrey Sturgeon from Rocky, Oklahoma. It's got a kind of a Charlet smoky calf, real big stout calf there. It's 1,209. Taylor Seeley from Brighton, Colorado. She'd have that kind of that gold-colored calf. And then coming in next is Clayton Bremer from Redfield, Iowa. Of course, the Bremer family, synonymous with great show steers over the years.
That calf looks
really good.
Neat.
Yep. And then Cayman Cody from Toller, Texas, on a black calf. And then kind of a muckled up dark gray calf there. Next is Rayleigh Easel from Buffalo, Texas. And then we end up down there with some black calves at the end. That's Kansas Lang from Garfield, Kansas, on a 1,222-pound calf.
I'm not sure what the biggest class is, but that would be, I think, one of them.
Yeah, because last year the screen was that way and I could see it.
Sarah Vicklin,
Yep.
I guess Sarah just came up here and just said good morning to us. Looks like we got Sarah Tabor now. Yeah, we got 12 classes today. The lightest calf is 1183, and we go up to
I believe this
1630.
is the biggest class.
This is the biggest class.
Yep.
Yep. This is the biggest class.
Head. Class 1 through, what do we have, 13?
12.
12.
Yeah. So for those of you that maybe have either watched the three-man panel before or not watched it before, the way this works basically, they'll have a judge, a B judge, and a referee, and they'll take turns rotating through each class. And then they basically score they'll place the calves in this class 1 through 11, and then they'll tabulate the scores and come up with a consensus of who wins the class. But one of the catches for those of you watching today, a calf has to receive at least one place vote in order to win the class. So
I didn't know that.
That's what throws it off sometimes. So. So as you guys are watching at home right now, they're coming back up. That's Dustin Frank putting his hands there on that black calf. He's our judge from Chapel, Nebraska.
Then I might mention they pick grand steer tonight at 6 or 6:30.
6 o'clock.
6 o'clock Mountain Time.
Yep, 6 o'clock tonight.
Be back here. It's quite a production. Last year
yeah.
they had the Make-A-Wish
Yeah.
girl. And
Make-A-Wish got to slap the steer last year. That was
Yeah.
quite a thing. Of course, they'll all receive tonight, that champion steer will receive the Nick Ryman Memorial Trophy. Of course, Christy and I had a great friendship with Nick Ryman, and miss him every day.
His mom and dad were here last year.
Yeah, they're here. They're both here today.
Okay, to
Yep,
present
they're here.
the trophy.
And actually, Nick's got a son showing today. So, Croy Ryman will be showing a steer today.
What a deal.
Yeah. Also, you'll be seeing another guy walking in and out of the picture today. You'll see a guy in a black hat with a black tie on today. Of course, that's Joe Epperly. And Joe, we established today, Chris, this is his 10th year as the surrogate ring. He's the ring steward today. And, of course, Joe's the manager at Wagon Hammer Ranches in Albion, Nebraska. Great cattleman. And
always happy to see you.
Always happy to see you. And, of course, wanted to do a big shout-out to his brother, Will, if Will's listening today. Of course, Will was the world champion auctioneer last year. So
okay, I did not know that.
Yeah. So Will sells there at the Dunlap Sale Barn, and he won the world championship last year. So,
Very
Will,
good.
if you're listening.
Now, was that one, or maybe not last year, but that was at Lambright's Shipshawana
Mhm,
market. Was
mhm.
it last
It was.
year?
Yeah, it was. So
Yeah.
Christy and I are good friends with Keith Lambright, and we
Yeah.
appreciate him
and
supplying
And
it.
they hosted the national
Mhm.
or the world
World
champion
Championship.
auctioneer
Yep.
contest. Yep.
Yep.
That moves around, I think, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
it does. Yeah, it moves around every year. It goes to a different facility.
Yep. Well, this is a big class.
Yeah,
They
and
are,
good set of calves.
Yep.
Really good set of calves.
I know we were looking through some of the classes, and my goodness, all the way.
Yeah.
You know, haven't seen them yet, but there's a lot of
Oh.
across the country and a lot of familiar faces, and it's just one of the toughest steer shows, no doubt, there is, and continues to be.
Yep. It's always fun to come to Denver to be in this facility. I know we talked about that last year, but the history that goes with this building, and with the new building being built, for those of you that haven't been to Denver in the last few years, of course, the new facility is under construction, and I was blown away.
Me too. It finally, you know, it'll make a believer out of you. It is huge.
Looks like the Astrodome down there.
The square footage is.
I don't either.
As they said, somebody said, but
1,600 head under roof. The
mhm.
capacity to put 1,600 head under the new facility, and the show ring and the new show ring and the sale facility is just, it's humongous. I mean, it's just huge.
Yeah.
So for those of you that have been to Denver, basically from the old exchange
The
building,
yard bar.
the yard bar,
Yep.
from the yard bar, north about 500 yards. Wouldn't you say call it 500, 600 yards?
It's almost the length of the old yards.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's where that new building
because they
sits.
push the new yards is further even
Right.
east or north, whichever
North.
direction
North.
that is.
Be north. Yeah.
Yep. But they were continuing to work on it while the stock show was going on, and they say they're ahead of schedule. So I don't know what that means, but
Yeah. Well, with the weather last year, they didn't get a really good start, but they said they really got underway though at the middle of May. Well, good
Mhm.
Lord, they've already got the roof on it.
yeah.
So
the structure is up.
the structure's up. Yeah. So
They've done a great job designing the new facility. It's I don't know who's responsible for that, but they've taken the wood from the old pins and incorporated that in a lot of the features, and just a beautifully designed structure, whatever you want to call it.
Well, the
but
building,
it's not. Yeah, it's
the
just
architecture of
the
it's very
architect,
unique,
yeah.
very unique, and of course,
It's nice to see a new building that has some character. And
yeah. Of course,
not
this
just-
building will stay standing.
yes, this is protected.
Yep, this is protected. This has been designated as a historical
And the
site.
exchange building.
And the exchange building, yes.
Yep.
So, which is great because I mean this place holds a lot of memories for me, and just
And it still has a good feel in here. The old
Yes.
seats and.
yeah.
I was up on the second floor in the office the other day, and there's some neat artwork on the old posters, the National Western Post. Oh my goodness, I would just die to have one of those. But boy, they had some. It had they showcased this Coliseum and this arena, and it hasn't changed a bit since early.
Oh yeah. Yeah, nothing's changed in here. I mean,
The old dome
the old-
ceiling
yeah.
with the wood and.
yeah. And it's it's maybe the lighting in here isn't the greatest, but that's all part of the ambiance of it too.
Kind of like the green shavings in Louisville.
Exactly.
Yep.
The green benches in Denver are just like the
Yep.
green shavings in Louisville.
Those things stick with you for a long time. We've
Well,
pulled one.
I don't know if they've.
Not sure what.
I don't know what they're doing here.
Yeah.
I think they have pulled some. So as you guys are watching this, there, Joe Epperly, once he receives the, I think maybe what they're doing is they pull a certain group here. And so Joe will pull these calves and they'll line them up head to tail. So as you watch on your screen, those kids are pulling these calves around.
Is he just pulling them randomly? Is that how that
think-
works?
I think
can't
that's-
remember from last
Yeah,
year.
I can't either.
Because that's not the order they came in.
No, that's not the order they came in. So what they do normally during the National Western, for those of you that have not been here, the ring is split into 2 rings, which I would consider the. So really where the Stadium Arena sits here, we sit basically on I-70. Interstate 70 runs just to the south side of this building. So they always have a south ring and a north ring. Well, they take this out for the steer show. So these young people have the entire ring, and then when we pick the grand steer, they come in here right through the center of the ring. They roll green carpet out, and then those calves come out and are displayed. All 12 class winners will be put. They bring the reserves out and introduce the reserves, and then they bring the champions and line them up later on this evening here at 6 o'clock. So you folks can come. After we're done today, you can come back and watch the champion drive tonight. They picked the champion hog last night. I think they've got the goat and the lamb already picked too. So we're just waiting on the champion steer selection tonight. But
very, very prestigious thing. A lot of dignitaries and the Make-A-Wish Foundation and
yep,
all the carpet and the white fence. It's a neat production.
it's a cool deal.
It's been very traditional over the years. It's stayed the same.
Yep. We were talking yesterday in the barn about, I was asking several of these guys, if they had one steer show to win, if you didn't live in Texas.
Yeah.
If you didn't live in Texas. Of course, all the Texans want to live in Fort Worth or Houston, but if you didn't live in Texas, what was the steer show you'd want to win? And most of them said Denver Stock Show.
It'd be probably pretty easy to pick. What you did some research and
I did a lot of research.
I know he's way ahead of me, guys.
Yeah, so as these guys are going through here, we'll kind of throw out a few tidbits for you. As you go through here,
I thought it was neat that
Ty, is that better?
Found all that.
So I had somebody text me. Ty, is that better? Text me.
Oh yeah, I forgot about our phone number. I need to pull that up.
Yeah.
So what were we doing on? If you guys know, we opened up our text line today at CCI. It's 405-400-9505, and I think it's on the pulse. But if you know something about the kids in this class or the steers that you would like us to acknowledge, you feel free to text that to that number. It's 405-400-9505. And we've got that chat here in front of us, and we'd be glad to look that over for you.
So
try to enlighten some of the people at home on some of the details that we might not know. We don't want to leave anybody out.
So anyway, I went back through a lot of this history, and I want to thank Brian Reed at Showtimes Magazine, and of course Craig Mittag.
Oh yeah, I thought that was neat.
Yeah.
That took some work to get all that.
So
published.
if you haven't seen the Showtimes Magazine, they've got every steer listed in there that has won the Denver Stock Show since 1906, and so if that is, I found that very interesting.
So I know like 1874 was the first National Western, but do you know when the first steer show was?
1906.
That was the first one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
1906, and it was won by the Colorado Ag College. The calf weighed 1,150 pounds, and he brought 33 cents. So as we went through this, there was some interesting things I found. That there's been 4 young people since since it's a junior show. We've had 4 people win it twice. Nobody's ever won this steer show 3 times since it's become a junior show. And so,
let me guess.
Okay.
You think I can?
I think you can probably guess at least 3 of them.
You go ahead.
Okay. Well, back in 1978 or
76
yeah, it's 1976 and 7.
Yep.
Greg Hilbert from Iowa won it back to back.
And that would be, there's people that could
tell
more than us, but that would be the birthplace of a family that was very instrumental in.
Yes. Back in the day, you wanted to buy one, you had a shot.
Even when I was young, I knew who Hilberts were.
Me too. Yeah, me too.
Yep.
But back in the day, Greg Hilbert won it in 1970.
So who would Greg be family-wise?
Well, Greg would be the oldest son, isn't he?
I'm not sure, but
I don't
bet
either.
somebody
Somebody's going to
listening
have to
know.
text us in here. I'm sure they're all listening. And then
That was kind of when
but then nobody else won it again twice until 2012 when Baylor Bonham won it in 2012, and then Shiloh Shockey won it the next year. Of course, Shiloh, his dad and I were college roommates. Scott Shockey, that's Scott Shockey's youngest son. And then Baylor won it in 14 again, and then Shiloh won it in 15.
Yep.
So they went back to back to back to back. And so those two young men have won it twice. And then 2 years later, Lily Skiles won it in 17 and 18.
from Texas.
From Texas. The only two people that ever win it back to back is Greg Hilbert
Yep.
and Lily Skiles.
Yep. So 4 people have won it twice,
Yep.
and that's Oklahoma, Kansas, Iowa, and Texas.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah.
Shows you the scope of the people that participate.
Right. But some of the history back here, so like
So that's over 120 years.
Right.
Only 4 people.
and what I thought was really cool was like the other day,
No, we have one thing we have to mention though.
What's
I think.
that?
So the Schnorr family
Oh,
won
yeah.
it back to back, even though it wasn't the same sister.
Right.
So
Right.
there's California in the
Right.
mix.
Amanda won it. Amanda won this steer show in 2005. So Amanda Schnorr, of course, a world famous steer judge now in the country, and then her little sister Sydney won it in 10.
Yep.
So that was kind of a cool little family tidbit. Of course, I was down announcing the Main on Jew Penn show the other day, and Craig Talkington was the judge, of course, a friend of ours. And he reminded me that he won the Denver Steer Show, in 1978.
78.
Yeah. Guess who won it the next year? Troy Thomas.
Really?
Yep.
Now I knew Troy had
Yep.
won it, but I didn't know Craig had
Yeah.
won.
Craig won it in
Craig-
1978. Yep.
Craig was also a national
Yep,
collegiate
yep.
livestock champion and won Louisville.
Yep. Won Louisville, won Denver and Louisville that year.
Yep.
Yep. So, boys, see how it takes a little long time to just especially this first class, to kind of get their flow going here.
I feel like, have they kind of placed them or not?
Well, I think they pull.
Yeah,
I think they each pull 5, and
you can't each pull 5.
no,
There's
they each give 5 numbers to
only,
Joe, and
I
then
see.
they pull.
That's what they're doing.
And then if they're the same, which most of them are,
Yeah.
that's
right.
they start pulling them. Yeah.
So you could still have your class winner down in 5th
Yes.
hole. Yeah.
Yes.
Well, it's been a long 2 weeks, 3 weeks. We had Oklahoma City and then Denver, and then I know the junior heifers are moving into Fort Worth tomorrow. So people are getting in line, so there's a lot of activity in this business going on now.
So this is what I love about everybody having our phone numbers. So Shane Meyer, my good friend Shane Meyer, who was a judge on this panel just a year ago or 2 years ago, texted me and he said he was asking about the Wise family from Texas. Well, my friend, Sheffield Wise won the steer show in 1991, and he had reserve in 89 and 90. So 3 years in a row they had reserve, and then champion.
Yep.
And then Hilton had reserve in 92 and 94.
Yeah.
So the Wise family and
that ought to count for something.
6 years either had grand or reserve in 6 years, 5 of the 6 years. So thank you for bringing that up, Shane.
Yeah.
But I hope I impressed you by having all that information when you needed it. Oh.
Yeah, if any.
And then Kirby Schnorr had reserve in 2008. So we were talking about the Schnorr sisters. So Amanda had reserve steer in 2000,
Yep.
won it in 2005. Kirby had the reserve steer in 8, and then Sydney, the little sister, won it in 10. So they were pretty dominant in the
that
early
era,
2000s too. Yeah. And then another family little tidbit was Brock and Lauren May.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
So Brock won it in 2011, and Lauren never had a chance to win it. She was reserve in 14. So, anyways, a lot of family tradition
A lot
here.
of history, and a lot of those families are still here today.
Yep. Still here. Yeah.
Shows you how ingrained this is in people and how important it is. I have something neat to tell you. So I just got a text from my friend Katie Day.
Oh, Katie Day.
She said, just give me a shout out. She didn't tell me what. Hi, Katie.
Katie, hope the wind's not blowing too hard.
I got a shout out for Katie. So Katie Days provided all the Ketchikevs
Oh,
for
yeah.
the National Western, and that was, I think it was it was last week, so almost 2 weeks ago.
Yep.
And they were all Hereford steers, and they were telling me that, I'm going to butcher this name, but just a great person that was involved with the Ketchikef and Colorado, and some Leon Vick could tell the importance of this person. But how do you say that? Matsushima. Yeah, he was very important in Colorado agriculture and started a Ketchikef, and they said when he heard that all the Ketchikevs were Hereford, that he had tears in his eyes because he hadn't seen that in a long time.
Oh, my.
And,
all I know is Jim Boca had to load them all.
Yeah.
And she said they were so damn tame she couldn't even get them on the truck. So they had to haul.
From Katie.
So Katie, just so you know, they were so tame they had to halter every one of them and lead them onto the truck.
Yeah. But I thought that was a neat story, and they were showing me pictures of the cattle. It was neat to see all Hereford steers and that.
Yeah, exactly right.
Well, the guys they're starting to pulling these calves and walking some of their top 3 here, or 5. I guess they thought their top 5 pulled out. So this yellow calf here, that is Sadie Wampler from Canyon, Texas. And then the next one is that 52? Boy, my eyesight's not very good. I know that's the Clayton Bremer that they've got there in third with that kind of yellow fronted calf, kind of a silver calf, white calf, then that silver calf in second. Looks like that's 52.80. Is that right? Yep, that's 52.
I got a neat text message here. So Cayman Cody of Tolar, Texas, was a champion junior showman, and I'm not sure which one he is, but Texas boy wins the junior showmanship, and he's out here in this class.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Do you know
I didn't know that.
which one?
Cayman Cody from Tolar, Texas. Oh, I'm getting all kinds of stuff here now. So, Greg Hilbert
Oh,
is the son of Don Hilbert, nephew of Dwayne.
Yep. There you go.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
He's out here?
Yeah. No, that would be
and
Greg
nephew.
Hilbert
Okay,
that won
I thought
it.
you meant
Yeah.
like a grand.
So that was his dad's
Okay.
his dad's
I was
name.
wanting to say that, but I was
Yeah.
like, sure as I say that, I'm going to be
Yeah,
wrong.
that's Don Hilbert, so that'd have been Dwayne's.
Yep. Somebody's bragging on us. Cass Pfeiffer said we're not old and we're acting like we know all this history. Thanks, Cass. I appreciate that more than anything.
Thanks, Cass.
Yeah. Back in the day.
Back in the day.
We might not be back in the day status yet.
Okay.
You might be, but I got a little bit left. Don't get mad. Come on.
You want to tell birth dates?
No.
Okay, then shut up.
Okay.
God.
Oh.
The little kid with the cowboy hat on is the one that won the showmanship. So he's standing there with the black calf there right now in fourth. That's Cayman Cody from Tolar, Texas. He was your champion showman yesterday. Oh, I'm getting all kinds
Oh,
of
I know. It's
Hilbert
starting to
history
come
now.
out. Yeah, I've got
Yep. Dave Edwards sends in Greg Hilbert's the son of Don Hilbert.
yeah.
So thank you, Dave. I appreciate that.
Dwayne and Dr. Wise were good friends.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then I just found out today, somebody just sent me this, that Greg had the Grand in 76 and Grand and Reserve in 77.
Now, see, we're messing up our – who was that?
Greg Hilbert had Grand Steer in 76 and 77 and Reserve in 77.
Yeah, well, we had that. That was one of the back-to-backs.
Oh,
yeah.
I got, yeah.
So he also had Reserve
in 77, yeah.
Well, that'd probably be one of the few that have won Champion and Reserve.
Probably.
Probably the only one.
Yeah.
Okay, I've got a good one here. This is going to be great. Matsushima, Dr. John Matsushima, who we were talking about earlier, turned 103 this past Christmas Eve, and he's still living. And that's when he knew about all the Hereford steers. And
oh my!
I'm not sure if that's Leon texting me, but if you could tell me his title or how he was significant to the National Western.
Yeah, that'd help.
That's great. We forget those people and
oh yeah,
and how vital they were, and they're still here and seeing the things and the progression that's gone on for all these years.
Okay, so our judges looks like they have finished tabulating. They have turned their cards in. Of course, our judges again are Dustin Frank and Kirk Steerwalt, and of course Glenn Martin.
Yeah, we've got the cards are turned in. We can't see the board this year.
No, I know it.
Oh, shoot.
That's not good.
No.
Why don't you jump down there and go get it?
I can. I'll walk down there and take a picture of it.
Okay.
I get away from you for just a second.
That's good.
Can you handle this
I can
without
handle
me?
it. I can handle it.
Okay.
Okay, so Christy's going to run down there. And they're going to, they have a board over here to the right of the announcer stand. And unfortunately, they've got a Showbarn Flicks. Of course, we want to thank all of our friends at Showbarn Flicks for supplying the opportunity for you folks at home to be able to watch this historic event here at the National Western. And because this may not be the last year that we show up here, but this may be the next to the last year that we show up here in this facility.
Yep.
So it is going to be a really fun time to be able down in the new facility. But boy, until then, our stands are getting pretty full. Of course, this is always one of the most highly attended shows at Denver National Western Stock Show, and of course we've got people standing around the ring, and while they're tabulating the placings, and they'll post all the placings. Have they not posted it yet?
They haven't.
Oh,
I
okay.
came back. I'm not sure how that's going to work.
Okay.
We may have to get somebody to shoot it.
And we encourage you all to keep sending in your comments. Of course, can't believe how many people have my phone number. Somebody just said, stand your ground, Jake. Don't let her get you down, you old dog.
Now, who said that? That was very nice.
I am not mentioning names.
Yeah, let's see. We saw Q this morning, didn't we?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We saw the world famous Quentin Smola today, Q Dog.
Yep.
He was at dinner with us last night. So
that's nice.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. He came out to watch the pig show, and then he was at dinner last night. And of course, he's standing around ringside. He would not miss this steer show. Boy, I'm getting all kinds of information. So Greg Hilbert would also have been a cousin to David Bradford, who won Denver in 1990, probably with a Hilbert steer.
Yeah.
If I was guessing.
So Dr. Matsushima was the head of the meat science department and taught feeds and feeding and was instrumental in developing the ag science program at CSU.
Oh boy.
Yeah,
Well, that's good.
So there's been just a lot of Colorado people that were very, very strong in supporting the youth here at National Western and developing these programs. Maybe he's watching today.
Yeah. I hope he is. Dr. Matsushima, I hope you're watching.
Yes.
And thank you for everything you've done.
You think you'll make it to that 103? You're working on it, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm 2/3 there. Oh my God. Some of these people that have my number need to lose it. Okay, so right there standing in the yellow calf up front here, that is Sadie Wampler from Canyon, Texas. The next calf, that is Aubrey Sturgeon from Rocky, Oklahoma on a 1,209-pound calf. Really cool silver calf. And then the next calf, that's Clayton Bremer from Redfield, Iowa. And then Cody, Cayman Cody, the young man that was our
Junior champion showman, yep.
Okay, here we got our placings.
Okay.
Garfield, Kansas.
They're going to pull
They're going to pull them in.
and then announce them.
Yeah, they're going to pull them in and then announce them.
Just getting the kinks worked out here.
Yep. Just kind of get our. So our announcer was getting ready to start announcing them, so he's going to pull them in.
Pulling them bottom to top, I suppose.
Yep.
Oh, it's getting hard to keep up with the text messages
Yeah,
here.
I know it. Me too. This is getting crazy.
Here's somebody that texted in. Just a shout out to the 1997 champion, Justin Lardison, Colorado family. Won in 97 with help of Tim Anderson, also a Colorado legend. Won in 97 and had the Grandin Reserve prospect many times.
Oh my. Yeah, I've got that right here. Yep. Justin Lardison. Steer brought $80,000 in the premium auction. And that was the first time it ever broke. That's the first time it ever broke. That was the highest price steer. And stood for a few years there. So that calf brought $80,000, and it stood. That price stood until the first calf ever to bring $100,000 was 2001. And that was Jacqueline Herod. That was on a Bob May steer in 2001.
Yep, I remember that.
So they're pulling them in right now, and looks like the
down to.
Oh, the little sturgeon girl from Oklahoma won. So here's the placings. We'll get your placings from our Stadium Arena announcer.
Good smoke.
Well, it looks like we're going to get our excuse me, we're going to get our Dustin Frank's going to be given our reasons. Are going to be on the mic. This will be Dustin Frank from Chapel, Nebraska.
So we get things started out here at our steer show this morning. I want to commend you young people that brought these lightweight steers in this first class. I mean, we always joke that me and Kirk were here last year, and this first class we kind of thought, we'd just ease right into the show and it'd be simple and easy for us, and it's just not. You guys brought a phenomenally good set of steers out here this morning. With that being said, these two young people out here in the center of the ring, we were pretty unanimous on this decision. As a matter of fact, that's how each one of us marked our card. Gray steer that wins the class, just as fault-free as you can make one. If you like him stout, you like that steer. If you like him bold-bodied, you'll like him. He's not the neatest fronted, or the freshest up there ahead of his shoulder, but everything from there back matches. He's really stout. He's really burly in the way he's constructed. And of these top 5, he's one of the soundest steers out here to go along with it. Just a very complete individual that we all thought needed to win the class. Black steer that winds up second. He's not one that maybe hits you right away when he walks in the ring because he doesn't balance perfectly from his chest into his forerib and his flank. But I think when you stop and you study that steer for what he is and you start to appreciate all of the good in him, it's easy to forgive those minor issues because he's so fresh in his muscle shape. He's massive backed, he's huge hipped, he's really wide based, and he's really good looking here from the side. And then I think of those remaining steers in the top 5. He's the soundest structured one by some margin. He's a pretty comfortable second for us. The steer that comes in third is one that's presented immaculately. He's got a really good look on the standstill. I think that steer falls apart just a little bit on the move, like we talked about some of these steers on down the line here in 3, 4, and 5. We'd like to modify all these steers structurally, and then I think it makes our decision even tougher. He's a really good-looking steer. He's really heavy structured. I still think he's a little smoother and neater up there through that front end than the steer that comes behind him in fourth. When the steer in fourth hit the ring, I sure thought that one was here to win. He's bold-ribbed. He's big-bodied. I like that steer a great deal. He's got a nice muscle shape in him. He's not overly powerful when you step in behind him for as wide skeleton as he is up front, and I think that's what gets him in trouble. He wants to turn out on that front end. He's just not set quite right in that shoulder. Steer that follows him is much alike him. He's just a more compact version. A really bold-ribbed kind of a steer that's presented extremely well. For us, he's just a little quick in his look. He's a little more mature up there through that front end, and then on the go, he wants to struggle pretty good out here in this deep, soft ground today. Steer that comes in behind him, this 6th place steer is one that I sure admire quite a bit. Wide-chested, heavy-structured, heavy-muscled kind of a steer. He's probably just a little overcooked, and I know that's tough to say here in these lightweights, but he's a little more set out in his chest. He's got some extra condition on him, and it just doesn't really help his cause from a balance standpoint compared to those cattle ahead of him. Steer in 7th couldn't be any more different. A really good made steer that's presented well. He just needs more days on feed. If he had a little more body shape and he was a little softer to the touch, I think that steer could be very, very competitive because the quality is there. I think you can see the look and the eye appeal right there. As we work down through the class, we've got a nice set of steers, guys. This class of steers was really tough from top to bottom. We run into some cattle with some more structural challenges of their own, and we probably just need to stouten them up and mass them up to make them a little more competitive. But my hat's off to these young kids on doing a great job out here in this first class.
Now results for class number 1. In 11th place, Kansas Lang, Garfield, Kansas. 10th place went to Taylor Seeley, Brighton, Colorado. 9th place, Chase Comagore, Madras, Oregon.
Okay, folks, for those of you keeping track at home, our class winner in Class 1 Market Steers was entry 5280, exhibited by Aubrey Sturgeon on a 1,209-pound calf. She's from Rocky, Oklahoma. Second in that class was Cody Kamen, our showmanship winner in the junior showmanship division on a 1,219-pound calf from Toller, Texas. Third in that class was Riley Easel from Buffalo, Texas. Her calf weighed 1,219. Fourth was Clayton Bremer from Redfield, Iowa. His calf also weighed 1,219. Fifth was Sadie Wampler from Canyon, Texas. Sixth was Destiny Potter from Maybank, Texas. Seventh was Tatum DePorter from Briggsdale, Colorado. Eighth, Lola Mitchell from Hotchkiss, Colorado. Ninth was Chase Comagore from Madras, Oregon. 10th was Taylor Seeley from Brighton, Colorado. And 11th was Kansas Lang from Garfield, Kansas. Okay, so as we move into our second class, we've got 10 entries in this class. Chris, you want to announce this class?
Sure.
We go from 1260 to 1294.
First calf out here is Morgan Will. Is that Will Morgan or Morgan Will?
Morgan Will. Morgan Will.
Morgan
Yeah.
Will.
Yeah.
From Weota, Iowa. Calf weighing 1260. Are you sure it's yeah? Parker Shala, Riverside.
Yeah,
Shayla.
Shayla.
Riverside, Iowa. Calf weighing 1269. Ellie Besner from Dalhart, Texas. 1277. Jet James from Van Alstyne, Texas. 1279. Emery Chamberlain from Ray, Colorado. 1283. Marcy Bailey, Creston, Iowa, 1285. You're going to have to help me with this last one. Kaylin Easel,
Yeah, Kaylin Easel. Yeah.
1288. Sean Roth, 1289. Sean's from Greeley. I missed Kaylin's from Buffalo, Texas. Sean Roth, Greeley, Colorado, 1289. Tyson Gretzka from Corydon, Iowa, 1294. And Carson Caldwell from Chickasha, Oklahoma, also weighing 1294. We've got 1, 2, 3, 9, 10 in this class. Iowa, Texas, Colorado, and Oklahoma. 4 states represented here. Calves weighing 1260 to 1294. Got
Really good set of calves here.
smokes, white, gold steers, yellow.
Got a red
and
red
salt
baldy
and a
down there
red
on the
baldy.
end.
Yep, and the blacks.
Tyson kind of sticks out. He's that tall kid in the black hat.
He sure does.
He's tall. Yeah,
Where's-
Tyson's gotten tall.
I think that's neat, all the people texting in about the past champions, because everybody says, everybody forgets who won. If you say, like, everybody forgets who won 2 years from now. That's not really true.
No.
No.
No, it's crazy how, people can rattle off Super Bowl champions and hell, I don't even remember what teams
Yeah.
played in certain Super Bowls, but you get in this business and these steer shows and they go, remember that calf we had in 2009?
Yeah.
It should have won.
Yeah. There probably are some shows that get forgotten, but some of these like this are,
Yeah.
just full of history. Not just the cattle, but the people. And
Right.
the breeders, the exhibitors, and there are some that are not forgotten.
You're right.
And that's why everybody wants to win this one.
Right. And there's certain calves out of certain cow families that come, through some of this ranks that, that have been shown. They've been shown, or calves that came back that were maybe won the prospect show last year and, and that were very competitive throughout the year. And then they come back here.
And the progression of the genetics is important too,
There's-
because not just the pedigree,
Right.
but the breeds and the influences of the European and the. I thought it was neat if you get to reading. You have done your homework, but just last year we looked up. 1874 was the first National Western. It was actually called. It was the fair for the Denver Bloodstock Association, and the breeds there were Shorthorn, Hereford, Devon, Jersey, Ayrshire, and Galloway. So not even a mention of Angus in the first National Western.
Yeah.
So that's and they had 5 days of horse racing. Can you imagine how fun that would be if we had horse racing down here?
Oh, yeah. I wouldn't mind coming early.
Yeah, it's like those Texas fairs out in West Texas. They have the cowboy horse racing.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
Yeah, I know. So that's a lot of interesting things about the cattle and the genetics and the way we've progressed, and not just the people, but there are bulls that are represented out here that you know better than any of us. There's pedigrees that have trickled down through the generations, and I'm sure.
I mean, the influence that so many of these bulls back in the day has made. Monopoly made such an Heat Wave. Sugar Ray back in the day. I can remember when Sugar Ray was on display. Back in the day, and everybody was. Bobby was just. I mean.
And that was an El Dino, right?
Yeah.
And El Dino, I'm losing it there. I'm not sure who he was, but it
El
was
Dino was one that originally came across the boat that Tim Oldie.
Was
Tim
he
Oldie,
on the boat? Okay.
Yeah.
Or was it his sire?
No.
It was
El Dino was one of them that came across. Yeah. He came over with Frigio and some of those old.
So that was the beginning of the continental influence.
Right.
And
but.
And with soon to follow, or maybe then the limousine and the mains, and so then we have
Simmentals. So Ansel Armstrong would have been, from New Breeds Industries there in Manhattan, Kansas, would have been instrumental in getting a lot of those genetics over here, because he was one of the guys that kind of brought them over here, and they all kind of were able to. He was very instrumental in getting a lot of these continental breeds here. So as you watch these calves pull across there, folks, again, that first gray calf and little girl in the black, that's Morgan Will from Wyoda, Iowa. And that white calf walking across there, that's Parker Shalla from Riverside, Iowa.
And the Besner girl.
And then the little Jet James, of course, the James family. They when they show up at shows, they bring
history there.
Oh yeah, lots of it. And that black and white calf, that's a little Emery Chamberlain from Ray, Colorado. So when this big lad comes walking across there, when Tyson Gretzka comes walking across, the kid in the pink shirt and the black hat right there, coming into your screen, of course, that is Tyson Gretzka. And, of course, he is son of Troy Gretzka, who showed the reserve champion steer here in Denver. And, of course, he'd be a cousin to Macy Gretzka, who showed the champion steer here in Denver. So you hear these same names, generation after generation, right?
It won't be long, and his kids will be here.
Yeah. Oh, Sugar Ray was a Nero's son.
It was okay.
Yeah, he was a Nero's son.
Sugar
Thanks
Ray
to Ron Springer.
No,
Ron's listening.
And where did El Dino fit in there, Ron?
Well, El Dino would have been in the same generation as Nero and Frigio.
I bet he can tell you.
I bet he can. Probably showed him.
I remember when I was little being here and seeing them clip on, they were standing on buckets or chairs or to clip the keys.
Oh, yeah. So I got a little bit more history for you.
Okay. Yeah, it's flooding in here.
Oh, my gosh, I cannot believe this. I don't know why I did all the research. I just needed to get on here.
I know.
So back in 1977, when Greg Hilbert had champion and reserve steers, of course, Dallas Height is a good friend of mine, and his son, Michael Height, had the reserve champion Hereford steer that year. Mm-hmm. And he said Joe Lewis was the judge, and he said he was out there for Grand Champion Drive, and Papa Joe Lewis was the judge that year, and that was the year Greg Hilbert had champion in reserve. Yeah.
Did you know Joe Lewis judged me too? And
really?
I remember Joe. We had a Hereford steer that won the Southwest, actually reserved to Jensen's, but he was a Hereford, and that was kind of unheard of.
Yeah.
That was at a time when the big black key influence, and Joe, he went in there and used that Hereford steer for reserve.
Wow. So it looks like Joe Lewis actually went and selected the Hilbert Reserve Champion Crossbred steer as the Grand. Oh, that was the year that he picked.
I remember that story.
Right.
Yeah.
Kid, that was it. Well, when selecting the Grand Champion steer, Joe Lewis actually went and selected Hilbert Reserve Champion Crossbred steer as the grand. As you can imagine, there was quite a ruckus over that, and the officials had to talk to Joe and make sure he was on track. And when he went to select the Grand Champion steer, crossbred steer, as overall champion steer, and followed up with Hilbert's other steer for reserve, never ever forgot the look on Dwayne Hilbert's face when that happened. Dad was standing by Dwayne when it happened.
So did he make a mistake, or
No,
did he just decide he wanted
he got
to
on the
use
microphone.
reserve?
He got on the microphone and said he made a mistake in the division.
And he just changed
Right.
his mind.
And changed his mind. He went and picked the reserve.
Now, I bet that's never been done
Oh,
again.
I don't know.
Yeah.
And one of them that could only one could have got away with it would have been Papa Joe.
Yeah, now that caused some stir today.
I'd heard that story, but I didn't
Yeah,
realize
I
it was
had
in
to.
1977 here.
But I had heard it was a mistake, but who knows? You know, Joe's probably the only one.
Yeah.
You know, that can be kind of easy to do if you're not paying attention. If you can't see and it's dark.
Oh, my gosh. I
Well,
hope they
it's
never
true.
ask us to judge a show together, because
Yeah.
all I'd have to do is keep you straight.
Oh, shoot.
But keep the history
You know, that's
coming
one
in.
thing that we haven't talked a lot. We've talked about the exhibitors and the cattle, but the judges, you know, there's been a lot of great people. I don't get it. Oh, yeah. Okay. Boy, we're getting some interesting text messages.
Oh, my gosh. There's too many people have my
don't-
number.
Yeah. I'm not sure some of these texts. My goodness.
I know it. Okay, so we've made one walk around here with the steers. It looks like they've pulled them already. Because that red baldy was last when he came in. Now he's worked his way up. It looks like they've pulled their initial half dozen or so. So up here in front, this silver calf, that's Morgan Will from Weota, Iowa.
Can you tell us anything about that young lady and that calf?
No, I don't know. I mean, Morgan Will.
I know that family.
Oh, you do?
Yes.
Okay.
I know who it is, but I can't.
I don't know. That is a stout calf.
Uh-huh.
Big bodied, big, huge topped.
Look at the timber on him.
I mean, huge pipe. And then that white calf behind him, that's Parker Shalla from Riverside, Iowa. So two Iowegians right there in the front. I'm sure those calves have shown against each other all year. And then, of course, little Jet Boy there and with that orange calf from Van Alstyne, Texas.
Home of the Razors.
Home of the Razor family, WHR Shorthorns. And then the Baldy calf next, that is Marcy Bailey from Creston, Iowa. So 3 of the top 4 calves they pulled out of here from Iowa. Actually, 4 of the top 5, because then that's Tyson Gretzka there in 5th. So Iowa's going to have got a good go here in this front deal. 1 Texan and 4 Iowegians. Of course, the Iowa State Fair, another iconic venue to show steers in.
Yes, and that building, the State Fair building there, reminds me of this one. And
Me
that
too.
one's protected, and you know, people love the Iowa State Fairgrounds, and it is a special place.
Very special.
That was one of the places where we took pictures here of sires, and then up on the hills there in Des Moines at the fairgrounds, around the old buildings, and I always loved the architecture and just the old style. And they were the dome top buildings. And I'm not sure where that originates from, but it is a lot like this one, just a little bit smaller. Actually, it's not much smaller than this.
Okay. Well, I just got text here that this is Dwight Will's granddaughter from
There
Iowa.
you go.
That's Dwight.
Yep.
That's Dwight's granddaughter, and that calf came from Joe Hare.
Yep.
Little Joe Hare standing over here next to the ring. Right, I'm looking at him.
Which one is he?
He's standing right over there with his hand up on his mouth right there. Now he just moved it. They're not coaching him. He's over here pacing. That's a good calf. Stout calf. Brad Otto, thank you for that information.
What's that gold steer that's in the picture there?
Kelsey Pfeiffer. Kelsey, I'm not that old. Your sister doesn't think I'm old. All the goat people are watching Glenn Martin judge a steer show today. It must be cold at home. Kelsey's in the house watching the steer show.
I think yesterday it was warmer here than
It was in Oklahoma. Yeah. Yep.
Boy, it got cold. I heard a really good joke. I think I can tell it on here. It says, what? Let me think.
Hey, why don't you tell me first?
I know. Can I say H-E-double-L?
I think you can say H-E-double-L.
It says, if you ever said you were going to do something when hell freezes over, you're about to get your chance. Oh, I thought that was cute.
That was cute. So I've got another little Iowegian apparently listening to us. Claire Lauterbach is listening.
Oh, yes.
No, I did not get my chocolate croissant this morning, Claire. I couldn't find a Starbucks.
And how about the Lauterbach family? Her dad was, or her grandfather. Would have been very important to me. They had a lot of bulls that I pictured in Iowa and here probably, and just some of the nicest people that were very influential. Kirk's done.
Yeah, Kirk's turned his card in. All the Iowegians are watching today. Amy Talak, hope you're staying warm today. Hope you guys made it home all right. Glenn's out. Glenn Martin again is out there going through. Dustin Frank is still marking his card. Got a few more differences in this class than we had. That first class, there was a lot of them that were built the same, very similar.
It is, believe it or not, hard for me to, the lighting, and it's hard to really evaluate them from up here. I'm sure they look a lot different down on the floor.
Do we sound all right?
Just reading through that history and some of the tidbits of information just on the National Western side, it's 700,000 people are the average of attendees each year at the stock show. And, you know, all politics considered, there's a ton of people that come to the rodeo and the horse events, and it's very far-reaching from all aspects of agriculture and the importance that this event has to the community here.
Well, I'm supposed to tell you that Claire's dad was just talking about you the other day to her.
Really?
Yep.
Well, he was always nice to me.
Well,
They had
unlike
some great
me.
bulls.
Unlike me.
He was close
Okay.
to you, yeah. But oh, boy.
I'm just tickled Claire moved to Stillwater. So now I have her at Stillwater.
Oh, really?
Yeah. She's a nurse in Stillwater. She graduated from Iowa State last year and got a job in Stillwater. So
Yeah. There are a lot of good Maine cattle.
Yeah, great Maine cattle. Good stockman right there west of Des Moines. Well, the judges have turned their cards in. Now they're standing over here visiting.
That class might look just a little bit harder to put together than
Yeah.
the last one.
Yeah, for me too. Because there's some differences here. You just kind of stay with what you're what's important to you. Because that calf in second, that shallow calf, man, he's the show steer of the bunch. But this calf up front's got a lot of product in him and kind of stout built.
I bet your class winner might come from back behind those, but that's just a wild guess sitting from here.
Mm-hmm.
Got to be careful saying those things.
Yeah, then be wrong.
Well, I'm sure I will be.
Oh,
The black cattle are hard to see up here to me. I mean, it is hard to really see them.
okay, so I got a little bit of information that people might be interested in. This Marcy Bailey, that calf, that baldy calf in fourth, is blind.
Really?
Mm-hmm. So the young lady in the pink shirt right there from Iowa, from Creston, Iowa, has got that really good built black baldy calf. He can't see a lick. And, man, he looks like he found the feed pan all right.
Yep. Looking at our screen or on TV there, you've got the ones that are standing first and second there. A really good crowd around the
Oh,
ring.
yeah,
It's just going to get bigger.
It's always fun. So while they're tabulating steers, I got to tell you the story. So
Oh boy,
the last couple years, you know, they do these fundraisers for the Iowa State Fair and the South Dakota State Fair, and these guys call me to get semen donated and such and such.
Right.
So Brad Smith come to me here a couple years ago. He said, let's do something different, Jake. So I came up with an idea I pay for round-trip airfare and hotel accommodations to the Denver Stock Show for 2 people.
I remember you telling me about
And
this.
the couple standing right over here on ringside. See the guy just adjusted his glasses and the gray hair?
Yep.
That's his daughter's right next to him.
Oh, how
And they're
neat.
from Goodfield, Illinois, which is up there by Tree Lane Farms, Allen Miller, El Paso area in Illinois. Well, they flew out of St. Louis on Monday, and they've been out here. And he hasn't been to Denver in 40 years, and his daughter's never been to Denver. And that's the couple that I sponsored to come out here.
Well, isn't that neat?
And they came up and introduced themselves, and I'm going to try to get them up here and interview them here later on.
That was a great idea.
It's been popular.
Now, are they ag people?
Mm-hmm. They've got cattle at home, and he's always wanted to come to Denver, and he thought, what a great way to take him and his daughter to come out here.
There's a lot of people that you can be somewhere and talk about the National Western or, you know, some of the bigger stock shows.
Right.
And they've heard of it. Oh, I got a text from Brooksy.
Uh-oh.
Brooks Shepard, 2nd year in a row missing the Denver Steer Show. I have lots of excuses. Brooks, we also missed you standing down at the entrance of the sale ring because for years, if you want to know where Brooks Shepard was, he was right down there at the outdoor of the sale ring, and I actually glanced around to see if you were down there this year.
And you bought some really good cattle the other night, buddy.
We saw you. That's what online bidding does.
That's yeah. So now is Tana Brooks? You're going to have to answer me if you're listening, buddy. Is Tana your daughter, or is that how's she related? Because Tana Shepard won had champion steer here in 2002. So how would she fit into your family?
I believe that's right. You there, Brooks?
He's listening. He's probably taking him a while to type.
He hadn't got his fingers up there yet. I can't see it. Yep, here it comes.
Here it
We got
comes.
the 3 dots.
Oh, folks, you talk about a great cattleman.
Brooks. Was Tana that won in what year?
2002.
2002. Can you tell us about Tana Shepherd's steer in 2002?
And how she related. Is she that your daughter?
He's trying.
He's trying. Okay, they're starting to pull.
We're about to get a.
Yep, starting to pull the
placing on
calves
this
in.
class.
So they're pulling in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sixth place is that red baldy calf.
Nice calf, just maybe
Yep.
a little greener for
Yep.
some
Yep.
compared to some of these.
And then there goes the calf that's blind. That's the Marcy Bailey from Iowa.
It's a stout steer.
He is stout, big pipe. And then the Gretzka skier is going to be fourth. Jet James is going to be third.
They kind of did have them stacked.
They
in
did
there.
have him in there. So here's your class winner is that show steer from Parker Shella. He's going to win, and the wheel steer is going to be second. And giving reasons for this class is Mr. Glenn Martin.
Here in this arena to grab the mic and visit with you. I think it's been a lot of fun so far, and I echo what Dustin said. Quality's just been outstanding here. We really appreciate the fact that you brought a set like you have when you come here to the National Western. And this young man, he brought one to hunt right here in class. We all like this white one, just in terms of his balance, his proportion, his body type, his cylindrical shape, his freshness, and his flexibility. We get in on that one, and we like that cattle there. Big pinned, really fresh topped, one that just proportions so well from the side. Now, when he walked in, I'll be real honest with you, I thought he was a little dishy right in behind his shoulder and his forerib, and there's no doubt he's not as punchy as the one that comes two in this class. And you talk about market livestock, that 1 and 2 is flat ready to rumble. He's handles extremely well. He is the biggest backed, he's the biggest ended, the biggest pinned. He's a little moderate in his outline comparative to our class winner. Felt like that one just needed to be a bit more elevated here from the floor, get a notch more extended comparative to that class winner. That one handles extremely good, and we felt like just comparing cattle, that one's bigger in terms of his forerib. He's bigger ended, he's bigger backed, and frankly, he's a little more flexible out of his rear two than a red calf or orange calf. It's going to be 3. Young man's got one that balances more like our class winner in terms of elevation and the height of the shoulder. You get in front of that one, you want to open him up a bit there at his chest floor and his forerib. He's given up some wolf to those that come ahead of him in class. Throws an exotic look from the side, and that thing is sneaky muscle, guys. We get right up on top of that one and get your hands over his back. That one opens with as much spread as most of them in class outside of that 2 steer. He just gets a little more rigid out of his hock, a little flatter in terms of his rib cage. You can see from the 3/4 here, he narrows at his chest and gets in just a bit at his knee. One that brought some discussion after we turn our cards in is the 1 at 4. And from the outset, we think that one looks like market cattle and market livestock. He's big-footed, he's big-barreled, he's got the right kind of depth and proportion, got the right kind of feed and neck in there to think that one's going to be ready to roll. Get right up to him and analyze him in terms of hip structure. He rounds out of his hip, and we all agree on that. He wants to round from hooks to pins. He's not as big there, not as flat, not as long in terms of how he draws back at his tail head compared to those that come in front. Set that one in motion. We felt like he got just a little short in terms of his handling straighter in his hock. One that I didn't get a good touch on him, but we did agree, the guys did. That one gets just a little bit raw in terms of how we handle right down his back. One that we really like in terms of structure and feature and bone size and density and foot size and squareness comes next in class. Young lady's got one that's awesome in terms of movement. One that we really appreciate in terms of his fur and his hair coat. He got a little flat for us compared to those that come in front. Just have to open that one up at his chest, give him more true rib cage and shape. And we like the red baldy that comes next in class for his practicality, his functionality, his ability to go and move. And frankly, we feel like his feet and legs are a bit better than some that just come out in front in class. He gets a little plainer up front, get a little weaker top, a little deeper from the top of his chin down to his chest and breastplate. Here's one that we just want to make balance a bit better, want to make him a notch more unique looking as we get here on the side in the 3/4. A young lady here next has one that we really appreciate in terms of elevation, length of top line, in terms of his foot size and his way his neck shoots out the backside, the top of his shoulder. But we just get on the ends of that one. We agree that one's got to be wider. He's got to be more open in terms of his forerib. He's got to be freshened up comparative. Baldy steer comes next, one that gets just a little wonky in the way he handles his feet and legs at both ends. He's got to travel truer, a little drier topped. Black steer's got a tremendous amount of muscle and shape, a carcass kind of carcass ready steer that we appreciate from a cutability standpoint, but one that has to balance up in our class with a really big footed one that's not built well enough at the surface. Let's put our hands together for those kids. Very exciting class here.
Well, that was different. So as we go through the placings, Christy ran down there and shot a picture of the placings, and they had the first calf all the same, the last calf all the same, and all the rest of them were jumbled up. All 9 of the other calves were all jumbled up. So
that's what makes it interesting.
Yeah. So now Joe Epperly,
What's he saying?
he's explaining the board and how it works.
They should probably broadcast that.
Okay.
100 years. So I'm just going to talk through this placing with you a little bit so you can understand how this is working. In general, our referee judge only breaks ties. That's the thing you've got to understand. The judge on the far right, as you look at this, he only breaks ties between the first 2 judges. So we were unanimous at the top. That was easy. We get down to second, and Glenn has 52.97. Kurt has 53.49. So we go to Dustin's scoring. Which of those 2 were higher on there? So Dustin has 52.97 higher on his card. He goes into second. So that leaves 53.49 and 53.49 with Glenn. That was second on Steerwalt's card and third on Glenn's card. So we don't even look at where he ranks on Frank's. He goes to third. Next one, 52.78. 52.78 as we look at the nominees from A and B, so he goes fourth. And we continue on down the line, 53.15, they both agree there. 52.97, he's already been used, so we're breaking the tie between 53.64 and 52.88. So we look at Dustin's card, he's got 53.64 ahead of 52.88, so that placing's done. We get down and we've got 53.21 and 53.35 from the A and B judges. They're ranked 53.35 and 53.21 on the referee's card. That's the way it goes, and it's unanimous on the bottom. Sorry I went through that fast. We'll get back to the show, but I hope you can understand the good part about this is no one judge can wipe you out if they're A and B. If you get a vote for first place, you get a vote for second place, you can get in there. It's all about where it ranks on the referee if they don't agree. But that's the way that system works. Thank you all for participating at the National Western. And you won't.
That was a great explanation by
That
Joe
was
Epperly.
good. Yes.
Great job, Joe.
And I've heard people that don't like the 3-man system for certain reasons, but what he explained there keeps everything. That's probably the better way to do it. Would be the right. It's not just a point system. It's based off the referee judge.
So the A and B judge in each class is really how it matters, and then the referee judge gets used to break the ties. So Glenn, since he was the A judge in the last class, he now becomes the referee judge.
Right.
And then Kirk will now become the A judge, and Dustin will be the B judge in this class. So your class placings in the last class, Parker Shalla from Riverside, Iowa on a 1,269-pound steer. He was unanimous. He was a unanimous choice by all 3 judges. Morgan Will from Weota, Iowa on a 1,260-pound calf. Of course, in that class, Kirk had that calf 5th. And so Dustin had it third, so that kept that
Pushes
moved.
him up to second.
Yep, moved it up to second because Glenn was the A judge and had it second. Third in that class was Jet James from Van Alstyne, Texas. Fourth was Tyson Gretzka from Corydon, Iowa. Fifth, Marcy Bailey, Creston, Iowa. Sixth was Carson Caldwell from Chickasha, Oklahoma. Seventh was Ellie Besner from Dalhart, Texas. Eighth was Emery Chamberlain from Ray, Colorado. Ninth, Kaylin Azel from Buffalo, Texas. And 10th was Sean Roth from Greeley, Colorado.
All right, I'll announce your class in here. This is class number 3. There's 9 head in this class. And the black and white steer here on the front end is Madison McIntosh from Wheatland, Wyoming. McIntosh, that's yep, we know who that is. Yep. Cruz Hill is a second steer from Neoga, Illinois. And I don't know if I have that town right, but that's pretty close. Hadley Hendrickson from Farmland, Indiana. Braden Callis, there's a friend from Minko, Oklahoma. Landon Rayberg, Elkhorn, Wisconsin. You chime in if you know any of these folks. Tyson Johnson, Monta Vista, Colorado. Tinley Becker, Holyoke, Colorado. Orrin Stowers, Frankfort, Indiana. Oliver Hemphill from McClave, Colorado. There's a lot of Colorado in here. We've got Wyoming, Colorado, Illinois, Indiana, Oklahoma, Wisconsin. Yeah, that's a broad from east to west. 9 head in this class, weight range from 1295 to 1315, and they do come in weight order. So we've got the lighter cattle here on this front end, all the way down to a 1315. 9 head in this class. 5 or 6 states represented here. One interesting note here: they're all black except for one smoke steer. Yep. One black and white calf.
So that's probably this little McIntosh Madison, maybe Travis.
Yeah, Travis. There you go.
It's Travis McIntosh's.
Yep,
either
I
think it's Travis's daughter, or maybe niece.
Yep.
Really good cattle family.
Yep, Wyoming family that they were friends of the Herrings, and you know my friend Cal and Vicki Herring. Cal and Vicki would have been one of the first families that would have, or not first, but yes, they would have been first. Cal would have taken key influenced half-bloods to Chicago with probably Hilbert in the last year of Chicago, I believe. And then they would have had been significant in the feeder calf Pen of 5 show here at the National Western.
Yes, and had the champion Pen of feeder calves here several years. Matter of fact,
that's where John Griswold would have got his start.
My best friend John Griswold would have got his start clipping calves for Cal Herring. Matter of fact,
with the connection with the Hilberts, they
with the Hilberts,
yep, they would have.
Yep.
And probably other people were leaving out there, but that was kind of the way everything started there with a lot of that.
Dwayne actually recommended John to Cal to get him to come out here. And that's
know this story.
Oh, I know. I've heard this story 100 times.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
There are a lot of those good ranch families that AI'd to the Key Bulls in the western states, and that was a big deal.
Somebody just said when Brooke Shepard stood by the show ring, he probably had a red Solo cup in his hand.
Yeah. Or a can of something. I'm not kidding, though. All those years, Brooks was always down at the door.
Yeah,
you remember in the old cell ring,
right.
down where you went outside?
All the time.
I saw him bid on a lot of cattle sitting right there, standing right there. He's usually standing up. Some of these classes get just a little bit smaller. Well, the next one's not. Actually, the next one is Class 4 is the largest class. We missed that.
Well, and then the heat starts coming in 4, 5, 6, and 7.
Yeah, Class 4 is the largest class of the day. This may be the smallest one. Pretty close. Do you know any of the rest of these kids? We know
Well,
Braden Callis.
Yeah, we know. Yeah, Braden Callis. That's his dad. Brandon Callis would have been on the panel here a few years ago. Has been is a national prominent judge and coach at Redlands Community College.
Very influential in Oklahoma.
And
a lot of Colorado people in here. And Colorado has always, the youth of Colorado have always had a good, strong showing in the market steer show here, because this is kind of they have their state fair, but this is their Fort Worth or Oklahoma City, and this is really important to a lot of these families.
Now I know that Landon Rayberg young man got the black calf here with the real wild colored kind of purple shirt on. Right now in the fifth calf in there. Real prominent family in Wisconsin. Always support all the shows and the jackpot shows up in Wisconsin. So that young man, that calf's probably been campaigned in a lot of shows through Wisconsin. Oh, I just got Nolan Fleshner.
Now we've got some history.
Now we're getting history. So Nolan, just so you know, buddy, I hope you're healing up all right. You know, Nolan had a little accident. Broke his hip. So he's probably sitting at home listening because he's bored to death. But
this will be good. Here, read that for us.
So Nolan Fleshner, a good friend of mine and my neighbor there in Stillwater, just sent me this text, folks. He said the Hilbert steer.
He was accidentally slapped. Yeah.
The Hilbert steer was accidentally slapped for grand at Kansas City because Joe gave his speech and was surrounded by camera lights and was disoriented and accidentally walked to the reserve division steers and slapped the steer in the middle. And I was standing beside Dwayne, and the only one that cheered was Dwayne Hilbert. Joe was corrected and slapped the correct steer. The Hilbert steer then went on to Louisville and won, and Troy and I had reserved to him.
That's good.
Nolan, thank you.
I bet that's accurate.
That is, I'll guarantee you that's accurate because he was standing right there.
That's the story I remember.
Right. That's the story I remember,
too. Did Joe do it twice, or is that just the correct story?
I think that's the correct story.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the correct story.
Yeah.
Nolan, thank you, my friend.
The only person that could carry that off, though, would be Joe Lewis. Can you? Well,
I can imagine him. I can hear Papa Joe saying, everybody accuses judges of making mistakes. I can admit it.
Yeah.
So I got to tell you my famous Joe Lewis story.
Okay. I told you mine, so let's hear.
Well, here's
yours.
mine.
Okay.
So I was working for Marguerite Riffle.
Yeah.
Hereford family, neighbors of ours. She's the one that drugged me on the show with her all the time. That's the one that got me involved.
What was her name?
Marguerite Riffle. She was Donnie Riffle and Leon Riffle. They were neighbors of ours back in central Kansas, had great Hereford cattle. She would go on the road and take cattle on the road all the time, and I went with her. And so we're at the Abilene, Kansas preview show in Abilene, Kansas, my home county, and they have a judging contest. We had 5 classes, and I placed them all right, and so Joe Lewis.
You too. You
both
and Joe
of us,
Lewis.
Joe Lewis and I both placed all classes right. We're the only two that placed all 5 classes right.
I'm sure you're the only one that fit in that category.
And we threw money in. So all the men threw $20 into this thing, to the pot.
Yeah.
And we're going to split it between champion showman or champion judge and reserve. Joe grabs the microphone. He says the only democratic way to do this is flip for it. So he says, I'm going to let you call it. So I pulled a quarter out of my pocket and I flipped it. And he said, call it. And I called heads, and it was heads. and I beat Joe Lewis in a judging contest
on a coin flip.
On a coin flip. So while he had the microphone, he said, "I'm going to donate my part of this proceeds to the Junior Association. What are you going to do with yours?" And stuck the microphone in my face. I said, "I guess I'm going to too, Papa Joe." He got the last laugh. Yeah. So I beat him.
I got another Joe Lewis story.
Okay.
And, I just had a friend text me, and his name is Brandon Horn. You know him? We'll talk about his text message here in a minute. But speaking of Joe Lewis, one of my first memories of Joe, and correct me if I'm wrong, Brandon, was when Colby Horn won Oklahoma City with the Shorthorn, and Joe Joe slapped that steer champion. Remember, it was a shorthorn, and he also won in the time period when it was really hard to beat a black key or a white key.
1986. I was here.
Yeah? Okay. Yep. So, Joe, I still can see that picture. That was a great shorthorn steer. Larry Horn would have had Brandon and Colby, and that steer was Spot was his name. Yep, and Joe Lewis used that shorthorn to win and beat those key steers.
Okay, so you want to hear my side of that story?
Brandon, he'll elaborate on it. Go ahead. Yeah, you probably know.
Well, the
I
reason
was just a little kid. And
well, so were they.
Yeah, we were all the same age, kind of.
Well,
I was a little bit older, but not much.
Well, I was working for the Shorthorn Association, and
well, here we go.
And I'd been here for the national show, and I'd gotten home, and on Tuesday, I'll never forget this. And Chuck Sylvester, who used to be the livestock superintendent here at the National Western, called me. And he said, Ken, I know you've had a long week in Denver. Love seeing you. But he said, these two little old boys from Oklahoma just showed up with this pretty good shorthorn steer that may have a shot at this thing. I think you probably need to be here.
Okay, yep.
Everybody in the barn knew they was going to win. That steer was going to win.
Well, he deserved to win. He was good.
He was good.
Yeah.
And so I bought a high-dollar plane ticket, flew back out here on Wednesday night, and was here to be so I could photograph and document that shorthorn steer winning the National Western.
Because the association was here then?
Yep. The association, I was in Omaha. I'd driven back home.
You were there.
So I flew back out here to be here.
Yep.
And then, side note, that following February, a shorthorn steer from Masterson family won Houston, and then another shorthorn steer won Louisville that year.
Yep.
So a shorthorn steer won Denver, Houston, and Louisville all in the same year in 1986. Yeah. Yeah, I had dinner with Brandon last night, and we were talking about that story last night. So
well, I don't know. Why did I get invited to dinner last night?
I don't know. Where were you?
I was at the courtyard eating grilled chicken breast.
Well, hey, folks, I was just telling you about that Rayberg family. So that calf that's in the fifth hole. Okay, he's pulling out right now. So if the camera, I don't know if the camera doesn't zoom over there, they probably can't catch him. But he's pulling out right now and pulling his steer back in there. That young man had the 2023 third overall steer at the Wisconsin State Fair this last summer on a full brother to How Great Thou Art. The bull right now that is a Here I Am out of a great broker cow that Trinan, Mike Trinan raised, that's in Wade Rogers' battery right now. They sell a lot of. There's probably several brothers or sons of How Great Thou Art out here in this show. But
no, which one is
that young man that's pulling that steer in right now?
Okay, that's a full brother.
That he showed a full brother at the Wisconsin State Fair.
That's a nice calf.
Right.
Boy, they're pretty stout there on that top.
They are.
Top end.
They are. I'm kind of partial to that calf in third right now, but that's just me.
And that is who?
Well, that right there, that is Hadley Hendrickson from Farmland, Indiana. That's a 1,299-pound calf. I just love that calf when he hit the ring. Big old square belt, big pipe, awesome feet.
I'll get a better look at them here when they come around.
Yeah, they're bringing them around again. So this black and white calf that's just leaving your screen, that's the Madison McIntosh from Wheatland, Wyoming. Young man in the blue shirt and the black hat there, that's Cruz Hill from Illinois. And that's that calf of Hadley Hendrickson's from Farmland, Indiana. Then the next calf with that star in his head, that is Braden Callis. Then the Rayberg kid, and then this young man is Tyson Johnson with the gray hat on. That's a good calf too.
Mm-hmm. I agree with you. I like that. Is that the Indiana steer?
Mm-hmm. That's a good family too. They always come to town. They always bring the good ones.
There's 2 or 3 things you could do there though. I bet that's well. I don't know if it'll be scrambled up, but I bet there'll be some differences. Again, if you know comments about these cattle or the kids, 405-400-9505.
All right, Brad. Sorry. I guess I am a dum-dum.
Okay, well, that's on you, not me.
I know. Brad Otto corrected me. The first calf crop out of how great they are was this last year, so they aren't going to be quite big enough to be in Denver yet.
That's okay. You are a wealth of knowledge. You're going to mess something up. We'll give you one pass.
So my good friend Greg Tonkin from Wisconsin
Yes.
just told me that Joe Lewis also selected John Griswold, champion Angus female overall at the Wisconsin State Fair when they were kids, when they were showing back in the day too.
Yeah. I think we've still got one judge out there. No, two. Kirk and Glenn are still out.
Okay, so I've got a really good piece of history here. And Ron Springer, you may be the best historian I've ever seen in my life. So Cody Newman
I
would have
remember
had
that.
Okay, Cody Newman, which would have been
83,
Kevin
87.
Newman's little sister, had the champion steer here at Denver in 19. Well, where the heck is it? Would have had the champion steer here in 1984. She's Cody Harwood now, but she had the grand champion steer at Denver, and at that time, the Denver Stock Show was a jackpot show. And she won $5,000 in a buckle, and she went on. So they took that same steer and went to Fort Worth and had grand champion steer at Fort Worth that same year. He says the first time that has ever been done.
That is neat.
And that same year, she won San Antonio
Yeah, I
and
remember
Houston
that, but
with different steers.
with different steers. Yeah.
She won all three majors in 1984. That had never been done before at that time. She also won Odessa and El Paso. If I'm not mistaken, he says that same year she was world champion barrel racer in the same age division.
I think I remember all that. She was like my
Right.
hero. Ask him if he knows some of the sires. Of
You know
those
what them
kids.
sires would have been? Ron, if you know, can you send me what maybe if you remember what
In
those.
'84, they could have been Sugar Rays. Yeah.
They could have been Sugar
Yeah.
Rays. Yeah.
He will know, I bet.
I'll guarantee he'll know.
I think we're about to get a placing on this one.
Yeah, Dustin Frank has placed it,
No,
turned his
Kirk's
card in.
still out there.
Kirk's still out there, yeah. Kirk's still out there.
Oh my goodness, Chad Chaplin. Is nobody under 70 years old watching y'all? I tell you, I don't know how to take that.
I don't either.
I
Chad,
like Cass's comment better than that one.
I know.
Come on, Chad.
It was a bull named JR that Tommy Newman and Kevin owned. I think he came from Blue Sky Farms in Missouri.
There were a lot of keys in Missouri.
Yeah, a lot of Chianini cattle in Missouri back in those days. Okay, Kirk's turned in his card, and they are putting in the tabulations. Well, that was a hell of a year in 1984 for Cody Newman. He was a Key Angus bull.
I remember that story, and I was just a little oaky girl, but everybody knew, who
Yeah.
Cody Newman was.
Yeah, everybody knew Cody Newman, right?
They're kind of laughing. A lot of these stories are old, but that's the birthplace of where all the energy and all the business and the reason we all make a living surrounding these cattle, and that's the start of it. And a lot of the the people that have been able to build on things come from those old stories.
Right.
And the importation of the European crosses or the European genetics. Anyway.
My good friend Blake Nelson, who apparently is not doing anything at the office today.
He wasn't last year either. He should be. He was really giving us a hard time.
He says those Shorthorn steers won because of Cunha. Thank you very much. Of course, spoken like a true man-owned Jew guy.
And that's true.
And it's true. And it's true.
A lot of the good red and white ones were the original Maine genetics that
Right.
came. We talk about Key. He is very right. There was a lot of good Maine bulls. Cunha and Epinal and
Oh, yeah.
name another one. Apple.
Yeah. Yeah.
How you like that, Chad?
That's pretty. Oh, Chappie needs to get a job. I'm still sticking with my calf from Indiana. That's the one they're lucky I'm not on this panel. I'd be over already.
He does look good from
I
here.
love that calf.
I like the, well.
I like that calf down there
What's his name?
from Wisconsin.
Yeah.
That Landon Rayberg. I like that calf too.
Callus's steer looks good.
He does look good.
Just hard to pick a hole in him.
Yep.
He looks like he might have been mean. He's got a ring in him.
Or Brandon probably didn't think Braden would be.
Cavino 3. There's another one. Cavino 3.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. He was a red and white one,
Red
I
and
believe.
white one.
There were a lot of good Cavino 3s just not too long ago.
Hey, I just bought a flush on a full blood.
Really?
Yeah. And in Oklahoma City I did.
Yeah. The popularity of the
Well, you want to raise it.
purebred Maine.
You want to raise a different bred one? You're gonna have to go back to those full bloods.
Yep. There were a lot of maternal traits in those cattle, weren't there?
There were. Boy, I'm getting all kinds of information here. I think it's fun to watch these judges after they turn their cards in. They get together right here in front of us,
Yeah.
and they all start talking and
Yeah.
giggling and laughing about it.
It's like a judging contest
Yeah.
committee. Everybody wants to
Yep.
see what the other one did.
Yep.
Yeah, you got to have some guts to walk out here and mark a card because they're going to put it up in front of the world.
That's right.
Yep. You got to stand your ground.
That's right.
Sometimes you're the windshield and sometimes you're the bug.
You know, I feel like that's the way it is in our relationship most of the time.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm the bug most of the time.
That's not fair.
Really. Really.
Oh, I'm a good windshield.
Okay.
All right, we have it.
We have it. They're starting to pull them in. So looks like 9th place is going to Oliver Kemphill. 8th place is going to go to the Tinley Becker. 7th place is going to go to 5264.
Maybe you should wait a minute.
Yeah, I'll just wait a minute here because they're pulling these calves in.
You're going to get ahead of the crowd
Yeah,
here.
yeah,
Be like Vegas. Then.
yeah. I'm going to spoil it for everybody. Well, that Callis calf, that is a nice calf. Sound. He's going to be 4th today.
You know, they got the Wisconsin steer buried down there.
Yeah, they do. So it looks like your class winner is going to be the calf I liked. Yep. See, I could do this.
Yep. Look how good you are.
I could do this.
That's a nice steer.
That is a nice steer.
Yeah. I bet he's close to unanimous. What do you want to bet?
I bet he is too.
I'll go get the picture of that.
here as judges, the fun part is coming together, and after we get done pulling in our cards and going in and kind of reevaluating the cattle. And the thing about it makes this show so awesome, and the thing that, like I said, that was so fun for me last year was you really can't go wrong. You can sit here and argue these 5 deep, and like Dustin said, when we started that first class, and you know what, and here they came and in a big wave, and you know what, we've just been keeping that momentum all the way through the show, and it's just, I'll tell you what, these cattle are good, and you know what, this is an outstanding set of cattle. I know we're coming in here. There's an outstanding set of kids and youth that are leading these things, and this is an outstanding show that provides all this. And to me, this is just, I hope, like I said, this is just a lot of fun, and it's just truly an honor. But this steer here that comes out here, and it's kind of just behind the scenes stuff. There was some scratching on this particular class. I'm just saying there's, some switches on down the line, and that just says the cattle are so good. And, but this steer here, to me, sets the bar. I mean, he sets the tone for the class, and I think both these steers are very comparable in the way they come together. But this steer here, when you get your hands on him, he is so impressive. He's big up over his back, wide, just a wide shape up over that. He comes up out of his hip nice, beautifully presented, beautifully shown. He's just one that he ties everything from front to back. Got that incredible show steer look. You love his chest. I mean, his chest, no chest. I'm just telling you what, he is fresh in his appearance, and I think, his maturity and to me, the way he is put together with all the balance and the style and completeness. And you know what, if you could change him, he can come off that back left just on the outside hoof, and that's just every now and then you'll catch him a hair off, and that's nitpicking on a super good one that's hard to make and one that's super special. I'll tell you what, the show steer is this steer in second. I tell you what, you can teeter-tot. This is one good-looking rascal. He comes up out of his neck. He's so thin. He's good in his chest, and he's so good in his lines and in his designs, the way he comes down to the ground. He's one that when you get your hands on him, and this is something that not everybody, is going to get that, but he's a little bit harder, and he's a little bit more harsh in his condition. To me, he's a little bit more youthful in that appearance, gets out, strides good, attractive. The young man does a phenomenal job of presenting him out here. I mean, he just doesn't have that maturity and that inner power and that genuinity, to me, is that steer that goes out. The steer in third is one that's really deep-sided, really good in the center body of his, to me, rib shape. He's one that carries a little more chest, big bone, beautifully marked. He's one that's also beautifully shown out here. He's one that when you get behind him, he gets a little bit more higher in his twist, but he is so patterned and so good looking from the side. He's one that just, like I said, you'd like to set that tail head down in him, but a tremendous show steer as well. Very competitive class, and to me, he's right in the thick of it. The next steer here, to me, is one that I love the way this thing's designed. I mean, really, to be honest with you, this is the kind I like. You know what? I didn't place him as high as some, but he's so good up out of his neckline. I love the way that neck comes up out of him. He's the sound, he's so sound to the ground. He's not as broad internally, he's not as wide within compared to the steers. And you get your hands on him, he carries that extra length, just doesn't have that soft feel and that touch to him. He's one that needs more time. I know we don't get that here, but you know what, if there was a futuristic kind of a steer that, look out down the line, that would be one here. Here's one, and I placed him higher than some did, but this one's burly, and he's a train. He's low up out of his shoulder. I'd like to change that front 1/3, but he is massive built, probably the thickest one in the class. I mean, as far as just super stout, good in his body, but yet I think that steer's, to me, soft. You can make some changes there, but to me, that steer's good on every corner, and I think he comes with a lot of look and a lot of completeness. That young man does a really good job with him as well. Here's another steer that, he's one of them that, he has really made good up over his top, big wide back kind of a steer. He's one that, some of you might, may want to shove him up the line a little bit. bit more. But, this one here to me is one that's good parked. You love him standing there, but when you get him out there and you put him in motion, he's just not as athletic, doesn't come down to the ground quite as good as those cattle up the line, and I think that's kind of why he's there. We come into the next steer, really attractive, youthful, one that's really fresh in that kind of appearance. He's one that deep-centered in his body. You'd like to give him some more depth, but he's so true out through himself. He's one that's just naturally attractive, just doesn't have the maturity. We just kind of break that maturity from this point, down here, and he just doesn't carry that maturity and that width and that genuinity as those cattle that go out. The next steer here I think is awful good as far as from mellow and soft. He's one that's a little more flatter in his shape, but they've done a beautiful job. He's really flat backed, and tailhead sets down in there nice and true and square. We conclude the class, and here's a steer that has some length. He's one that has some tremendous bone to him. He's just more flatter, doesn't carry that muscle and that width and that internal power, if you will, down compared to the cattle that go out ahead of him. But a great set of cattle again. This has just been a phenomenal show. I've been excited to come here and look at these, and that we are just continually holding that momentum and that, to me, that competitiveness all the way through. Let's give them a big round of applause. Congratulations.
Okay, so Kirk Steerwalt just got done giving his evaluation of that class from the committee, and winning that class was Hadley Hendrickson from Farmland, Indiana. Of course, great livestock family. Her calf weighed 12.99, and I think done so pretty easily. Second was Tyson Johnson from Monta Vista, Colorado. Young man's calf also was a declared weight at 12.99. Another calf that was super complete and sound. Third was Madison McIntosh, of course, our good friends McIntosh family from Wheatland, Wyoming, on a 1,295-pound calf. Fourth was Braden Callis from Minko, Oklahoma. His calf was 12.99. Fifth, Cruz Hill from Neoga, Illinois. Sixth was Landon Rayberg. Of course, that good Wisconsin family was sixth. Seventh was Orrin Stowers from Frankfort, Indiana. Eighth was Tinley Becker from Holyoke, Colorado. And ninth, Oliver Hemphill from McClave, Colorado. Christy, as this next class comes in, it's class 4. Yep. We're kind of getting into some heat here now. So
this is the largest class.
This is the biggest class.
We got a lot of color out here.
A lot of color here.
Yeah, we're almost 10 deep, and we got one black one.
Yeah, we're the last class. They were all black.
The weight on this class is 1318 to 1333, so not a lot of difference here. First calf in the ring is Adam Miller from Gridley, Illinois. Second calf, Carrington Troyer, 1319. Another significant family for sure. Tanner Foose, and I got a text a while ago. This is his first time showing in Denver on his 18th birthday today.
Oh, my.
And it says how this is the neat part. Happy birthday from your grandfather in Illinois.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, that is. We know the Foose family. Tanner Foose from Elmwood, Illinois. Fourth calf in the ring at 1324 is Camden Whelp, Vernon, Colorado. Ryder Clausen from Hydro, Oklahoma, 1324. Sawyer Minor, 1324 calf, Bondurant, Iowa. Bondurant. I knew I had that wrong. Jack Ritter, calf weighing 1324 from Beamer, Nebraska. Cash Gretzka, calf weighing 1327 from Abilene, Texas. Brinley Broyles. Brinley, I think I got that right, 1328 from Spring Branch, Texas. Peyton Rogers, Savannah, Missouri, 1333, weight on that steer. And Mason Grady, calf weighing 1333 from Grandview, Texas. Boy, there's a lot of heat in this class.
A lot of heat in this class.
And they are all 12 are color, except for 2 black ones.
2 black ones, yeah.
Yep. This is the largest class of the day with 12 head, cattle weighing 1318 to 1333. Boy, it does look stout.
Yeah,
Do you know the Adam Miller steer here?
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
yep. That's
tell
an
us.
God We Trust calf. That's an God We Trust calf that they got from Bonham. That calf they've held this calf all year. I don't think they showed him one time until they've held him till Denver. Of course, this is Adam's last year. So he's a junior at or sophomore maybe at Oklahoma State. Of course, great Prairie View Angus family, Alan Miller and Teresa, and they're a great family. I have an option or have had the great opportunity to be partners with them on bulls and Angus bulls, and of course they love the steer game too. So he went down to Newcastle, and Adam picked him out of calf, and he saved this calf specifically for Denver.
You probably can tell us some stuff about the Troyer family. Very well-known family name for a lot of years in Oklahoma, over in eastern Oklahoma.
Always competitive at OYE. Won OYE a couple times, and they never come to town unless they got one that they think they can win. Of course, everybody should think that way, but that is a great family, great junior family, and always very supportive of all the Oklahoma junior programs.
And the food steer is nice too. Stout, smoky steer. They're in third.
So
yeah, these cattle this is deep all the way down.
Of course, our judges are kind of Dustin.
Look at our good friend Q here, brought us a coffee. I was
Q Dog, you are the man.
That is.
Where's the cream and sugar? I know, I'm just kidding. Just
he
kidding.
doesn't need it. He's sweet enough.
Jesus. Are you enjoying the show, Q Dog?
Sit down, Q.
Here, sit down.
Q, what do you think of this class?
Pretty stout, aren't they? So they go.
There's only about 25 pounds difference.
Yeah, there's only 25 pounds difference here.
Actually, about 30
yeah.
pounds.
But I mean, no, you're right on the first time. Okay.
This will be interesting.
This may take a while. So as you're watching there, that's Glenn Martin. He's handling the calf from Cash Gretzka. That young man there in that yellow shirt. Of course, Cash's family. Of course, his dad Tracy, just one of the truly. Christy, wouldn't you agree? One of the truly great clippers and fitters in this business was his daddy.
Yep.
Of course, great Iowa family, but moved to Abilene, Texas. Moved down to Texas here a few years ago. And as the camera is rolling back up, of course, going through these calves, you'll see all the color of these calves. So there's Dustin and Kirk Steerwalt there, looking at the calves there.
There's 3 black ones, not 2. I had that wrong.
Is there 3? I guess there is 3 black ones. Yeah. So that Peyton.
Who is the boy in the yellow shirt?
That's Cash Gretzka.
Okay.
Yeah, that's Cash Gretzka. So that'd be Tracy's.
That one sticks out to me from here.
Yeah, that'd be Macy's little brother. Yeah, you haven't seen that one on the end yet.
Well, I can't see them all.
I
I'm
know.
just saying that calf looks
He
really good from here.
does.
It is easier to see the colored ones.
Hey, and this young man's having a birthday. That's a really good calf too, fresh and sound,
I mean, you could stand 12th in this class
and be pretty good.
And win a lot of county district fairs.
So Q, what'd you think of the pig show yesterday? You thought it was good? Was it Champion Pig should have been Champion Pig? He's nice, he says.
Does he sound politically correct?
He doesn't want to voice his opinion very bad, which is usually not the way he is when he's not close to a microphone.
I can't wait to see these cattle turn. And so do we know any pedigrees in here, Jake?
Well, no.
It seems like we've got some frame differences. Some of these cattle are taller and some of the stouter ones, they don't look even across there.
No, I thought the same thing when they walked in here.
There's a lot of frame differences.
There's a lot of frame differences. but yet when you study them, they're very balanced. The calves are kind of match their frame. Like this calf that just turned the corner here in that burgundy shirt, that's the young man that's having the birthday, Tanner Foose. That calf's a little bigger frame, but look at the big old square hip he's got and carries that balance. And then here, this young man in the purple shirt, the smoke calf with the purple shirt, just coming into your picture.
A lot of Iowa people here.
Yep, a lot of Iowa steers here. There's the calf I was talking about. That silver calf, that's the one from Ryder Clausen from Hydro, Oklahoma. Then you got Sawyer Minor from Bondurant, Iowa. And
that
then
Royals calf, he's a bigger calf.
Oh yeah. And then look at this calf on the end.
Yeah. 2 good steers on the end.
Right. Peyton Rogers got a really good calf. That black calf. Them last 2 calves are nice. So there's Peyton coming into your picture right there. That is a chubby, chunky one there. And then Mason Grady. Of course, the Grady family have had a lot of success here at the National Western. Of course, his older sister
the Cattlemen's Congress,
won.
didn't
Yeah, won the Cattlemen's Congress last week, and of course the Grady family. Michaela had the reserve champion steer in 17, and Mason had the reserve steer last year. So there's another family little tidbit. That'd be one of the only steers his sister's never won. Would be this show.
I got my favorite picked out, but
Which
I'm
one?
not going to say.
Why?
Nope. Nope.
Well,
Not saying. I know I'm
show
right,
a little.
though. It's easy.
You think it's easy? Okay. Well, I'm picking mine. I'm not afraid to say which one I like.
Nah, don't.
Okay. All right.
I don't want you to end up looking bad. I think it's easy. For me, it is.
Okay. Well.
I think the second and third's the closest.
You think second and third is the closest, and you think the class winner's that easy? Okay, folks at home, she's told me which one she likes, so I will admit if she's right. Okay?
No.
Yeah, I will. I'll tell
How
them
do
you
know
were
I
right.
was telling you the truth?
But if you're wrong,
Q, which one do you like?
tell us. Which one?
Write it down. Oh.
Oh. So Q-Dog is picking the last calf, the silver calf from Mason Grady. As am I. Huh? And he likes the Rogers calf, the second one at the end. So
I'm pleading the fifth.
I think we're pretty unanimous here on the block. We both kind of like the last 2 calves in the lineup here. I do like that Rogers calf. He is a show steer now.
I like the Gretzka steer too.
I do
really
too.
well.
That's Gretzka
And
steer. Gretzka
yeah.
steer is a little boxy, little stout, little locomotive looking one.
I got people texting me wanting to know which one.
Well, I've already said what I like. I'm not afraid to get out there and say it.
Don't y'all put the spotlight on me.
I'm not putting a spotlight on you. Okay. Okay. Everybody wants to know my class. Okay. Thanks for the coffee, Q-Dog.
Yes, thank you, Q.
Well, so I've got a little friend of mine that's sitting in class, should be listening to her teacher rather than listening to us. Well, they've pulled the calves out that we like. Look at that. Gretzka's,
Oh,
Rogers.
imagine that. I mean, it wouldn't take just a.
Gretzka's, Rogers, and Grady. Those are the 3 we've kind of pulled out.
And the Foose steers up there.
And the Foose steers up there. I'm telling you, he's different than them other 3. These three coming in here right here. this is a good class, Chris.
Yeah, it is.
You've only got literally 25 pounds difference. I'm amazed every year how good the quality gets from top to bottom. Every year it seems like it gets better and better. You know, here 10 years ago, you had 4 or 5 that were just smoking good.
Right.
And then you had some nice calves, nice feeding calves. Now, you get down here in 7th or 8th in some of these classes, they'd win a lot of state fairs and maybe already have.
Right. It just gets more and more competitive, but that's what drives the business.
Why don't you and I put a little wager on this? We know you've already told me which one you like.
Well,
$100.
let me look.
No. You got to do it before they get to talking here. Come on. Let's just do a little friendly wager. Come on, money bags.
All right.
$100. All right.
All right, I'm on.
All right. I'm taking Grady.
Well, why do you get to pick first?
Well, you pick what you've already told me which one you like.
How do you know?
All right, you pick. I'll let you pick
I don't
first.
disagree with that. I mean, I think that's.
But them two are, I love them.
I do like how the Rogers steer moves really well.
Mm-hmm.
He's just.
He's
again. It is very, very hard to see up here. The black one, you know. I mean, he looks really smooth, but maybe that is because he's not reflecting as much light from where we're sitting.
He throws that head in the air. He's a show steer.
I mean, I love him off of his front end.
Yeah. But boy, I'm telling you, them first 5, those calves are nice.
Yeah, no, we're talking about 2 steers. I mean, you know who.
I know that Gretzka steer. That for those of you at home, I'm sure everybody picks their own winner here. But for me, I just think the combination calf, the one that's got the.
I like the freshness of the Gretzka steer too.
I do
mean,
too.
He's. It is incredible how when you sit in these stands up here, like I was watching yesterday, the semis and some of the reds, and you've got an opinion of cattle, and then when you get down at the backdrop or on the floor, they hit you a lot different. And I don't know if that's perception or depth but I mean the cattle can look very different when you're up on them because you see them at different angles. And
I'm just still blown away by the quality. And these classes, of course, these classes here, you know, from 1330, 1340 up to 1380, these next few classes, you know, this class usually, historically, this weight age or this weight group usually, you know, isn't what I would consider in the smoke. You know, usually it's coming 5th, 6th, and 7th is usually the smoke. But, boy, this class here is so stout. So good.
These steers are plenty right on to win a show.
Right, they are. I mean, of course, we can't get our hands on them, but just looking at them, the freshness of these calves and the soundness of them is so good.
I enjoy seeing a good black one.
I
know
do
we
too.
come from color country, but I still love to see a good black steer.
Yeah, I do too. And that's a good
I
black
love
calf.
a good white one. That's can't. They've done a lot for this business, the Charlet cross and the color.
And really what started the slick business, you know, the slick steers were always, you know, and that's kind of trickled down into.
And that goes back to the light thing. You know, the color reflects light, and they do look a lot different. And you have to consider that.
Right.
You get a black one that looks as stout as a white one, and especially in a setting like this.
Yeah. Yeah, because the lighting in here just not.
It's traditional lighting. That's what you would call it. I like it. You know, it's not like being in Houston where the.
Oh, I got a judge sitting in Texas. He's picking the Gretzka steer. I'm not going to name any names. Oh, I got another one from Indiana. They're going with you.
Oh, good. I'm glad.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
you've got some friends
I
here.
mean, we're not the judges.
We're not the judges. Hey, but
and not a singular one of those guys are. So
I know,
it's
but
gonna
that's what makes this whole thing
Yeah,
fun.
I
Everybody's
know.
got one they like. That's what makes this business so good. Everybody likes
Yeah.
something different.
Okay, I picked the black one.
Okay, that's what. See, I'm glad. Have a little bit of faith in
Confidence?
yourself. Yeah. If you just come out of your
Well,
shell.
that's what I'm saying. You cannot. You cannot sit up here on the sidelines and judge. That's part of the problem with a lot of people. You have to get down there and do the work.
Okay. Okay, I got a little bit of history here. Okay, so that Rogers calf is a tricked out of a Walks-Alone cow. Of course, Walks-Alone's the sire of the great
Yeah.
Here I Am, and he's raised by Ewing Cattle Company in Iowa.
I mean, you can't. The Grady calf is super stout. And the Gretzky steer is beautiful, looking from a quality standpoint. A little bit different, those three steers that we're talking
Yes.
about. They're not in a class they would. And we can't feel those cattle, but I would guess that the Gretzky steer probably has the least finish of all three of those. But I think it's adequate for sure from just looking at it.
Oh, yeah. Although he's got a little bit of, he's pushing a little, well, no, not that much. Boy, he's sound, though. That's a good calf.
Yeah.
All three of them calves are really sound. Of course, you got to remember we're getting three different opinions.
Yeah, I know, and we're just sitting up here running at our chops, but
Someone just sent me a text says, I wish you would talk with as much enthusiasm today as you do when you're talking bred heifer sales.
are you kidding me? Please don't do that.
There's some people that think that I get a little too over the top.
This is a nice, relaxing day.
It is nice.
Yeah. I bet those guys are out there thinking, what in the world? Is that the Foose calf that's in second?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and what is the steer? And that's the
That's Adam
Miller.
That's
yeah.
Adam Miller, yep.
And
Then
we've
then-
kind of, we chattering about those other ones, but those steers are right there.
Oh, I know. And not take away from anything from
Yeah, that's what's hard.
I know. I'm just saying the
Do you-
track got a little faster here.
Yeah, that gold steer does. He's
Oh,
nice.
he's cool.
Yeah.
He's probably got a little too much frame for the body he's got. I mean, he's really symmetrical, but compared to those shorter frame, bigger, stouter bodied calves in the same weight, when you start considering the same weight, because that Adams Miller's calf is 13, 18, and the Grady calf at the back, I mean, there's only 25 pounds difference in those two calves.
Mm-hmm.
And when you look at those calves, to me, that calf looks like he weighs 50 pounds more at the end. I don't know. That's just the way I'm looking at it.
Rogers steer tried to lay down.
Somebody just sent me a text. Didn't the Rogers calf, wasn't he reserve in Oklahoma City?
I don't know.
I don't know either. I was here.
Yeah. Well, that's not the champion reason. No, that wouldn't be right.
Okay, so somebody just texted me this Foose calf that's in second. That's an In God We Trust son out of a Hoodaman cow that Nelson England would have sold in his pasture sale.
So can you tell the pedigrees on all of them all the way down there? Or he's placing them. Is he placing them now? No, not yet.
No, not yet.
They're walking them again.
They're walking them again.
That goes to show you the
Yep.
level of complication and
Yeah.
difficulty would be a better word.
Well, I've got my mind made up. I've got these placed. You want me to place these top 5?
No, just save it. That
It
just
doesn't
ain't
scare
nearly
me to get in
official.
here. I mean, it doesn't matter
It
what I
just
say.
doesn't matter what we think, really. I do think you could do it about 3 or 4 different ways and justify it.
You're just trying to be politically correct.
No, I'm not. I really do think that if that was a class of 4, I think there's a lot of differences you could talk there.
No, if that Rogers calf, he wasn't at Oklahoma. He wasn't reserve at Oklahoma City.
He looks pretty fresh to be
Yeah.
called that much.
That'd have been.
Well, there's a lot of things I like about the yellow shirted steer.
I know.
He's fresh.
Oh my God, I am. I need to check my math. Thanks, Randy. So my good friend Randy Minton is from Minnesota. He said, I didn't learn my math very good at
Oh, I
K-State.
got
It's just
somebody that
15
said-
pounds.
They said, take the bet. I'll front you the money.
Katie Day. Katie Day.
I can't tell my sources.
Yeah, Katie. Katie's going to be on your side 99 out of 100 times.
One of them here, 5 judges with you 2. They should let us mark cards. What's
Yeah.
up with that?
We could break the ties.
Yeah.
Good Lord, I'm getting. Okay, so the
Take the
Gretz.
money.
Hey, now the Gretzka steer is kind of out of a famous cow called Whitey. Remember the
Okay,
old
yeah.
Whitey donor? So that's in God We Trust Whitey. Of course, Whitey was a monopoly out of the great Mike Houston donor 208. So there's some pretty stout cow power in this thing.
Well, this is definitely the longest they've taken to place a class. I
Well,
mean, we're
well,
already
that's-
10 minutes over what they took them to place those last ones.
That's because there's 3 of them in here that are smoking good.
Yo,
There again, I'm not trying to be critical, but you got
they're getting their hands on them
Yep.
more than. Jake, will you be in Fort Worth this year?
no. I've got bull sales in South
Well,
Dakota.
You get ready to start heading north, don't you?
Yeah, it's gonna. It's time.
I'm looking forward to going to Fort Worth.
I would be too.
Well, where's your $100? I think I've got 80 in my pocket.
I got a $100 bill right here.
Okay, get it out there.
I can't believe you don't have 100.
I don't think I do.
You got to be kidding me, Katie. She needs some help. There's my 100, smarty pants.
Oh, I just have 60.
Well, Katie, we need $40.
Oh, shoot. I'm going to lose anyway.
You're gonna lose.
We might both lose.
We're not both gonna lose. Well, my good friend Glenn Martin has marked his card, and he's shaking his head.
Oh, here's a good one. I think this is coming from Leon Vick. So it says, more National Western Stock Show history. I can't find any information. And my mom, I can remember her talking about this. Back in the 70s, there was a guy who traveled to many of the major winter shows. He helped open cattle exhibitors. I think he was on the horse rack a lot, and his name was Freight Train. He could imitate the whistle of a freight train perfectly, and the acoustics of the stadium arena made it sound even better. He rode the trains between the shows. Yep, I remember her talking about him. My mom and dad. I bet it did. I bet the acoustics. They.
I
Yeah.
bet so.
Yeah, I know. So that's. It's hard to replicate those things today. I'm getting a question. Does anyone watching remember him? I know they do because there was
Right.
people like Pinky and
Right.
Freight Train, and there were
Right.
you know.
Well,
It
Freight
was
Train.
They used to ride the trains and
Right.
bring the carloads in.
And wash, and Pinky would
Yep,
always
and
wash
there were-
bulls. He was Pinky the bull washer.
A lot of people
So
that were
the
followed. There was kind of, we're all a little bit like carnies, right?
Yeah.
Can I say that word?
Well, they used to go out there and down in Denver and when I was out here on cruise, we go get tarps to cover them bulls because it used to snow so much. Everybody was complaining about how cold and snowy it was this year. Well,
yeah.
that's the way it was in the 70s and 80s.
Yeah. Well, they're getting a lot of bet takers on the text messages.
Oh, I know
here.
it. I know it.
And it's about 50-50.
Yeah, I see it. And the Gensini family.
I got people wanting to
Gensini
back
family
me
had
up.
reserve steer in Oklahoma City. The
Okay.
Gensini family.
There you go.
I should have remembered that.
The cards are in. We'll have a placing here shortly.
Yeah.
Money's on the table.
Somebody just said, one of our listeners says, tell them to hurry up and get this class plates. She's
know.
got to go to class in 5 minutes. Okay, looks like Dustin Franks gets the privilege of talking this class.
Hey, the class winner is going to be black or white. You want to bet? Goodness, guess who just joined me? Cal Herring. Oh, my gosh.
Cal Herring.
Cal.
Hi, Cal. How are you?
You're looking good.
You've been on we've been talking about you today.
You could tell us a lot of stuff.
Yep.
Which one of these do you like out there? He's like he's smart. I haven't been
Cal's
looking.
not going to say. So our good friend, our legendary friend Cal Herring is joined us up here on the announcer stand.
He gave a.
Okay, so they're calculating. Oh man, it's really fun to watch these judges stand down here. They're all talking. They're all comparing what they think now. Of course, once they turn their cards in, then they can talk, but they're not supposed to converse during the placing of the class. But these three seem to be really very congenial to each other. They all come down here and seem like they all just start comparing notes about what they saw and how they saw it, which I think is great.
You know, there's probably a lot of people at home on the edge of their seats here on this class.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know the crowd. The crowd is leaning over the fence. They're anticipating this too. This is a good class.
This looks like the old National Western over here when you look back toward the seats. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Full of people.
The stands are full of people. It feels like the old Denver is back. Okay, folks. Well, they are tabulating. Looks like the scores have come in. So the announcer gets this tabulation first, and he fills out his program, and then it passes it down the line here. So we are going to so is Joe Epperly. He's gotten the tabulations. Of course, Joe, our ring steward for the last 10 years, and does such a great job. He did a great job explaining the three-man system. He's starting to pull these calves in. Okay. Okay, it's coming down to the last three right here. And they pulled Adam Miller steer in third. So it's down between the Foose steer and the Grady calf. And it looks like Mason Grady is selected as your champion steer in this tough class. And the Foose calf, the young man that's celebrating a birthday today and first time he's ever showed in Denver. What a great birthday present. Here's your comments from our judge, Mr. Dustin Frank.
I told Joe when we walked in the ring out here earlier, when this class came in, the buzz was going on around ringside. Phenomenal class of cattle out here, guys, from top to bottom. These top five were a real head scratcher for us, and you'll see up there on the board that we were jumbled pretty good. I guess I'm fortunate enough, this is the way I placed them. So I you know, just the way it worked out, I get to talk about them in this order as well. But I want you all to know that I have a great deal of respect for how you guys have these cattle shown and presented out here. In my mind, the two gray steers that land in first and second are the pair out here. I think they're the two big, stout, kind of honestly wide and genuine ones that can still get out and move the most comfortably on the go, and that's why I marked them first and second. I think there's some nitpicky details between the two of them. Young man steer that I used to win the class, I just love his hip and his hind legs set. Honestly, I had them switched early on, and I went back and forth on that pair the whole time. In the end, for me, though, it's that hip set, the squareness in that pin set, and the way that he draws down into that hind leg that set him apart in this class. The steer that lands second has an undeniable look here from the side. He's set up neater in his chest, and I like the way that he's made up through that front end. He's so massive and so stout. He's got some extra cover on him. He's maybe not quite as crisp to the touch as some of these other cattle, and I would like to elevate him in his pins just a little bit, but I think that's being really nitpicky on an awful stout one that's so good looking. The steer that comes in third is the lightweight steer out here in this class, and I don't think that hurts him any. He's plenty stout. He's really fresh when you get your hands on his back. He's got plenty of muscle and plenty of power. I guess where I have a little issue with that guy is on the move. He just wants to tighten up ever so slightly compared to those two cattle ahead of him. The black steer, this next pair of steers that come together, I read them two steers as being very similar. And there's some committee men here that had those two up there towards the top of the class, and I can see why. They're packed full of quality and look, and by no means are they light muscled cattle. The black steer here in fourth, has a massive top in him. He's extra fresh to the touch. I just took some issues with the way that one was built. He's a little chestier up there through his front end. He wants to roll in on them front 2 feet and maybe not be quite as comfortable in the way that he sets down on those hind 2 pasterns, but still a really good steer. The white steer that follows him is one that's made a lot like him, moderate in his frame size, short-backed, and real powerful in his look. I guess when I step in behind that one, I don't know that he's got the mass that those other cattle have up behind him. I thought maybe he ran short of the power of those other 4 cattle. The steer that comes behind him couldn't be any more different. That's a long-sided, powerful one that's just a little raw in his look. It doesn't help that he's a little tight-haired out here today, but, nonetheless got a great big back shape in him, a great big hip. We've got a pair of black steers that follow him around there in the ring that are just a little harder doing. They probably got a little more scale to them. They're a little rawer in terms of their body shape. And then we get into those gray steers that have plenty of muscle that follow those two. This one that comes behind those black ones, he's got plenty of finish on him. He just don't balance like those other cattle, a little round in his chest and set out there up through his front end. Same could be said for the young man steer that needs to be softened in his body shape to fill out that balanced look. And then the yellow steer that rounds things out. A good calf that needs to be modified in that hip and hind leg structure. But my hat's off to you exhibitors. That was a heck of a class.
Okay, we're back, and what a tough class. And as you study the judges and how they placed them and how they ended up, I mean, they were all over the board. So it was a deep class, 5 deep, and I mean, just tough class. And winning that class was Mason Grady on a 1,333-pound calf. Of course, Mason, again, from Grandview, Texas. Young man that exhibited the reserve champion steer last year. The second calf, exhibited by Tanner Foose. Again, happy birthday to Tanner. From Elmwood, Illinois, on a 1,319-pound calf. Really good silver calf. Third, Adam Miller on a yellow calf weighing 1,318. He had the lightest calf in the class, but ended up being third from Gridley, Illinois. Fourth, Peyton Rogers from Savannah, Missouri, on a black calf, really good stout, 1,333-pound calf. Fifth, Cash Gretzka on a smoked calf. Of course, Cash is from Abilene, Texas. Sixth went to Ryder Clausen from Hydro, Oklahoma. Seventh was Carrington Troyer from Adair, Oklahoma. Eighth was Brindley Broyles from Spring Branch, Texas. Ninth, Jack Ritter from Beamer, Nebraska. 10th was Camden Welp from Vernon, Colorado. And 11th, Sawyer Minor from Bondurant, Iowa. Tough class, Chris.
Yeah, tough class for sure. And see, that's what you get for voicing your opinion.
It's okay. It's okay.
I think that was all over the board, and I think there's a lot of things you could have done there. And
yeah, even those top 5 calves could have been done. I mean, just so many differences, all high quality, but man, they were a lot of differences in that. And we got another class of black calves.
Now we flip-flop. We've got black calves and 1 smokes. That is interesting how that is. I would say we're about 50-50 on the color compared to
so
black
far.
now.
Yep, so far.
I mean, on the whole deal. It'd be interesting to know what the percentage is.
Okay, so as we go down the row here, our judge, Kirk Steerwalt, is putting his hands on the calves from up here. Of course, Dustin Frank has worked his way all the way down to the bottom of the class. Or maybe he started from down there. He started from down there and is working his way back this way.
Did you announce the names in the class?
I haven't done that yet.
I can do that.
Okay.
We've got Creed Kober from Indiana, Liberty Center, Indiana, steer weighing 1336. Jack Ireland from Waukee, Iowa, 1339. Swayze Harlan from Wellman, Texas, 1343. Do you know who that is? Swayze Harlan?
No, I don't know Swayze Harlan.
Here's Claire Shanks from Colfax, Iowa, 1359.
I do know the Creed Kober young man.
Yep.
That's Patton Kober. That's Sarah Faber's son from the Transova family.
That'd be
Doc Faber's grandson.
Faber's grandson.
Yep.
Yep. The 5th steer down is Elizabeth Hurt, Liberty Hill, Texas. I believe the shank steer is the only colored steer in here.
Yep.
Then Elizabeth Hurt is the steer next to that'd be the young lady in the gray shirt. Then the green shirt is Macy Jacobson from Osceola, Iowa, 1363. Taylor Glover, there's a familiar family from Elgin, Oklahoma, weighing 1364. And another one, Sadie Wynn from Newcastle, Oklahoma, 1365. That steer looks really good.
Yep.
I saw him walk in. Keegan Murphy, Seneca, Illinois, 1367. And Cole Caldwell, Elmwood, Illinois, 1369. So from 1336 to 69, the spread's getting just a little bit bigger.
Yeah.
But not much.
Nope, 33 pounds is all there is. If my math is right.
Yeah.
Randy Mitness, you check me.
We've give up checking your math. You better put your money up.
Oh, okay. Okay, so
I got a text here from another Texas friend, West Texas friend, that says Swayze Harlan is from our country. Her dad is a great cotton peanut farmer. She will be one of the best showmen today.
Oh,
That's
really?
neat. You know, we sit out here and talk about the people we know, and that's unfortunate because there's a lot of good kids that might be just getting a start. They might come from a family that's not really connected to this business, but there's a lot of great kids out here that we don't know that do a great job, and they've got good cattle too because they've no doubt found their way into this ring.
Now I do know that.
And that's why we wanted to do the text messages, so we could make sure that, you know, if there were people watching that know these kids that we may or may not know, and I'm the first to admit I'm way behind. Time goes by, and, you know, here we've got Dr. Faber's grandson out here showing, and we lose track of all these good kids coming up through the ranks.
Right. But I think it's funny how we go from class to class. Class 3 was all black calves with one colored calf. Then we go to virtually an all-colored calf. And Kirk's had to come down here and get him a paper towel because all these black calves, his hand turned pretty black. And then okay. Okay, we're going to put these calves in motion. So as the camera, we'll catch the camera when it comes around, we'll kind of go through these calves again with you and kind of hit some of this historical things again with you. But here again, this black and white calf making the turn that you're going to see. Of course, what a great family from Indiana, Pat and Sarah Kober, and they're all their tribe of boys really starting to get into showing these calves. And, of course, it's just generational, isn't it, Christy? These keeps passing down. Of course, Sarah and her brothers were so competitive showing calves back in the day. How many times have we said back in the day? Lots. And then Jack Ireland is the kid coming in your screen with the baldy calf with the white tail, Bronco-faced calf. Calf weighed 1339. He's from Milwaukee, Iowa. And then Swayze Harlan. That's a good Newman Kevin Newman customer right there. I'm sure Kevin got that calf that's really good little showman there. Again, that's Swayze Harlan. And then the yellow calf, Carly Shanks from Colfax, Iowa. And then we had Elizabeth Hurt from Liberty Hill, Texas, Macy Jacobson. Coming around, and then the young lady in the pink shirt there, that's Taylor Glover. Of course, the Glover family from Elgin, Texas. This little girl in the green shirt that just walked across you there, Sadie Wynn. I know that's a Here I Am calf out of that great 609 donor from Jim Heyer. In the green shirt, making the turn right there, that black calf. That's a Here I Am out of the 609 donor. That's sold through Ferris Simon's sale. Just got a text letting me know that.
What was 609?
609. Somebody's
Tell us. I know a little bit, but you can elaborate on that. Can you not?
Somebody's going to have to let me know
Okay.
her breeding, because I get some of these.
I remember the number.
Right, and I know Jim Heyer would have raised that calf.
Usually Ferris is watching.
Yeah, Simon, if you're watching, Ferris, if you're watching this thing, buddy, send me a text on that donor. And then, of course, Keegan Murphy. That Keegan Murphy was right there in the yellow shirt.
By Bonham Show Cattle.
Huh?
The steer was shown sold by
Sold
Bonham.
by Bonham. Yeah, sold by Bonham.
Keep going. You're doing
And then
good.
that calf at the end, of course, that's Cole Caldwell from Elmwood, Illinois. Of course, the Todd Caldwell's son. I don't know how many years that kid's got left, but it seems like those kids have been showing forever and ever and ever. But, yeah, Bonham would have had that win calf. And there again, this is a tough set of calves. When you get into this Class 5, you get in these weights of 1336 to 1369. The heat just starts getting. They turn the heat up around here.
I bet everybody's just a little bit. The guys on the floor are a little humbled by that last class, because if
Right.
you look at the scorecards, it is
All over the board.
Yeah, there's no, and that's neat, because it just goes to show you, the level of difficulty out here and what they're up against.
Oh, yeah.
But I'm sure they're all scratching their head about the last class a little bit.
Right.
And
Well,
as a judge, I was always taught, you got to roll on. You got to focus on what's in front of you.
Right. Well, they're starting to pull these calves in, and they pulled in the Cobra calf from Indiana, the big black and white burly calf. He's just a big, stout, burly calf. And then the young lady in the pink sweater, that's the Swayze Harlan from Texas. And then the next one, I think, was
That's
that was Macy Jacobson. This is the wind steer. This is the wind steer here, just in fifth. That's no. That's Macy Jacobson up there. This is Sadie Wynn right here in the back. The light green shirt is Sadie Wynn. The dark green shirt, and then the pink shirt, that is Taylor Glover. So you've got the Cobra calf, and then
I don't see a 32 on here.
yeah, 53-32,
Where's
right down here.
Okay.
Sadie Wynn.
Yep, I see it.
Yeah. But just a whole different perspective when you get a bunch of black calves in here, and it changes the whole appearance.
It honestly, for me, I guess I don't know. It is very hard to see up here. Now, who is the yellow shirt again? 75.
That is Keegan Murphy from Seneca, Illinois.
And that steers what?
He is a 1367. Weighs 1367. I don't have the
Specifics.
Yeah,
on
I don't
that
have
one.
the specifics on him yet. Oh my God. Okay, I do know something.
Get you some glasses.
I
Thanks, Fran. I don't think glasses would help me.
The Glover calf, I just got a text here. The Glover calf, folks, for at home, that's a chosen one out of a monopoly donor that was sold by Hoopy. Mark Kopus sold that calf on the Glover calf.
Again, if you guys want to text in, I mean,
Right.
we're missing a lot. Text us at 405-400-9505. 405-400-9505. We'd be glad to try to include as much as we can.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so the Glover calf, again, that's a chosen one out of a monopoly. Raised by Levi and Morgan Zwern. Of course, Morgan is Morgan Burke. Another great family in this business.
Where
Timmy,
is
I hope
this?
Timmy's either here or listening.
I can't imagine that Tim's not on there.
I can't believe Tim's not listening to this.
Cal knows Tim Burke.
You know Tim Burke.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, he says. Oh, yeah.
The Glover steer was raised by Levi's
Zwern.
Zwern.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then I just found out, somebody just texted me that Jack Ireland from Waukee, Iowa, that is Katie Manning's son.
Which one?
Katie Manning's son
Yeah.
is that, yeah,
Which one is it?
is that second calf that
Jack
came
Ireland?
in. Jack
Okay.
Ireland,
Well, there's
yeah.
another. I believe there's.
And that Jacobson steer that's in here, that Macy Jacobson, she's got that dark green shirt, the third calf there in the lineup right now. That was also sold by Joe Hare. So
Somebody said we need to commentate the goat show, or you did, or they said you did. Yeah.
yeah, I announced the goat show in Louisville this year,
Okay.
and had a ball doing it.
You and Glenn, that'd be really good.
Yeah, he ended up having champion weather, and it was pretty easy. I thought that goat won pretty easy. I don't know that much about the goat deal, but that one stuck out.
Yeah. I know those goats today are, boy, there's something to look at.
Well, my good friend Cody Burke said, I'm trying to get chores done, Jake, in the frozen tundra so I can come watch the steer show. But he wanted to know that his sister and his brother-in-law raised that calf. So the family's looking out for Levi and Morgan today. Boy, it comes in here when everybody's
We're getting
watching.
lots of comments. I know, it's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody's wanting to see the scores on Class 4. I'm sorry. You'll have to ask somebody else for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, just trust me, it would take a while to evaluate it.
Yeah. Tim Burke says listening. I knew he would be. Timmy, I hope you're in the house with the warm cup of hot chocolate. You're not outside helping Cody. But again, just a tremendous set of calves. I am just completely blown away by how good structured these cattle are, aren't you? I mean, Don't you think as a whole, these cattle, as massive as they are, these cattle are coming in here really sound and flexible?
I think they've made a lot of improvements in that over the last 3 or 4 years.
Yeah.
Just remember, did seem like there were a lot of structural issues. If you had a good built one that could move 3 or 4 years ago, that got you a long ways, and now that's not the sorting factor here.
Right. These cattle got some cushion. They got some foot. Of course, they're absolutely presented immaculately. I mean, the fit jobs on these cattle just blows my mind.
Who's the pink shirt?
Okay, and the pink sweater there, that is Swayze Harlan. That's a Newman calf. That's a Kevin Newman calf. And, of course, the Creed Cobra is following with the black and white calf.
Okay, Swayze's the one that they're farmers in West Texas.
Right.
Yeah,
and then
the
green shirt, that is Macy Jacobson. That is a Joe Hare steer. And then in the pink shirt, that's Keegan Murphy. And then Sadie Wynn is following her.
I've got to be honest with you. That last class was tough, and I think it was because it was hard to really sort one to the top.
Yep.
This one might be tougher.
This is harder.
Yep.
Because
I think
the one that hit
the
me,
quality in here may be better than the last class.
the one that hit me the hardest when they came in the ring was the Wynn calf hit me. But then you start studying this Swayze or this Swayze Harlan's calf up here. I love that calf too. And then the calf behind that, the little girl in the green shirt there, that's Macy Jacobson. I'm loving that calf too. So
I'm 5 or 6 down. And
right.
Yeah, I think this is tougher than the last class.
Especially when you get these black calves
Yeah.
and you start really studying their structure. I mean, you throw the structure out of it because
I'm not I'm not picking one.
I'm not picking one here either.
It's
not picking
too
one
hard
here
to
either.
evaluate them.
No.
The dark, up here, it's
Yeah. I was always taught the one that hits you the first, that's the one you stay with. Well, I'm telling you right now I'm starting to look at these. There's not much difference in these top 4 or 5 calves right here. The big, burly, stout ones, this black and white calf. I mean, you guys I don't know what you're looking at on the screen. I'm looking at the screen, what y'all are looking at right now. But when you get a group of black calves like this, Christy, it makes it a little harder.
Somebody just texted me that the scorecards can be found on the Pulse, but
Oh,
I
okay.
would be scared to death to post that. We're getting in trouble for all kinds of stuff.
Yeah. Wow.
Macy Jacobson in the green is the young sister of Drew. You said that, who won the steers in Louisville in 2021.
Okay. Okay, so I've just been texted this calf up front, the big black and white calf up front here that Creed Cobra has. That's a Win and Doubt steer.
Okay.
So Sadie Wynn, who's got the calf,
Bred the sire.
her daddy and her
family.
uncle bred the sire of the calf that's in first, and that's up here in the first hole. That's a cool deal.
That is the toughest class by far we've seen. Just
Oh,
looking
yeah.
down through it, because I mean, you get all the way down here to the end. There's not. I bet this one will take them as long.
Yeah, I've had several people have texted me now that you can see all the scores posted by the judges on the Pulse. They're posting that on the Pulse. So that way it takes us off.
Takes the
it
heat off us. We don't look so stupid.
Oh.
I tell you what, I don't know. I guess it just hit me, but that is an impressive class of steers there now.
Very.
I mean,
Very, very, very.
I guess I do have a favorite, but I am definitely not telling you.
Don't do it. Don't say it. Okay, and I've also been told that Sadie Wynn's calf that's pulling in, that light green, she's just pulling around the corner you see on your screen right there. That is a full brother to the steer that won the Colorado State Fair in 2023 this year. To the Gable family had the champion steer at the Colorado State Fair this summer, and that is a full sib to that steer that won the Colorado State Fair. The Here I Am 609.
Okay, now which one is that again? The
Sadie Wynn's, the little girl in the light green.
And
her steer is a full sib, full brother to the steer that won the Colorado State Fair this year for the Gable family.
So Natalie Simon texted in that 609 is a Mercedes-Benz Doctor Who.
Yep.
Yep.
I was going to tell you that. I just got that sent to me too. So just a very unique blend of genetics through this set right here. And, I mean, all of them just maxed out to the hilt. I mean, them first 5, 6 calves, they are stout.
I mean, that's
really the first 7. Just look at those.
I haven't watched a ton of steer shows in the last handful of years, but I doubt there's many classes that deep anywhere.
And that just that uniform.
I mean, those cattle are all fresh. They're not,
Right.
I tell you what, I wouldn't touch that guess with a 10-foot pole.
I got a friend in Iowa says you guys need to announce the ones you want. People want to hear it.
Yeah, we've already.
I don't want to get accused of showing favoritism.
No, and we're not up here. I mean, we're really trying to evaluate, what's going on, but this is very hard to see with all the black.
Okay, so the calf of Swayze Harlan's is also a full brother to the steer that was at Exarban last year. Full brother to champion steer at Exarban.
Which one?
The calf, the second one.
Okay.
The one, okay.
Boy, we're getting a flood of text messages
I
here.
love them.
Yeah.
Which is great. We love people texting in here. Man, I'm telling you, these judges are absolutely they're earning their paychecks today on this class.
If you would save your text messages till the class that comes in. We're getting so many that we can't keep up with them if you're texting about classes, the next few classes. So just save it and text when that class is in.
Okay, and then the Keegan Murphy calf, which is the calf standing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The sixth one down. The young, that's a Gretzka calf.
Yep.
That's a worth the wait calf. So you got a Win and Doubt up on the top here, and probably you got Here I Am's and a Worth the Wait, and having different sires and different cows. Just look how uniform that set of calves is. Well, Glenn Martin has turned in his score, guys. We're going to have a tabulation for you here shortly, but what a great set of calves here.
Thank you guys for all the comments, the nice comments.
Okay, so again, you've got several calves here in contention, and boy, it could be all over the board. But
I believe Jim Heyer just texted in.
Yep.
Is Jim, do you own 609? Is that? Yeah, I believe so. He maybe owns part of that cow, or she was in embryos on snow.
Yeah.
And, okay, so she also was the mother of the last year's grand champion prospect steer.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yep.
So
and that's the steer that was sold at Bonham Show Cattle.
Yep.
Yep.
So, 609's a Mercedes-Benz out of a Harrietta, 902 Harrietta, which was a Doctor Who.
That is some smoke now.
Yeah.
You can't help but think that the calf that wins this class isn't going to.
Well,
I mean,
they'd have a shot because, again, this is the weight. This is the weight that a lot of the heat comes out of, and boy, you talk about stout from the top down.
609 is 100% owned by Jim Heyer.
Yep. Lynchy, I'm not going to say what calf I like the best because I don't know which one I like the best.
You honestly, you can't say up here. You cannot.
No.
You cannot evaluate those cattle from right here being all that color, and there's no way. You can see an outline if you want to judge them that way, but.
And to me, this big black and white calf up front, he looks bigger than all the rest of them. But just burly.
He looks maybe further along.
Dustin Frank needs a little purple oil to get the black off his hands.
I don't think that's black. I think that's grease. Don't say black. They can't paint here, can they?
No, I don't know what it is.
Yeah, it's just dirt. You're going to get us in trouble again.
I don't care. I really don't care.
Just to clarify, Dustin Frank does not have black on his hands. I believe that's oil.
It's oil. Oh.
How funny. One thing about it, they're sure black out there because they are blacker than ace of spades.
Oh, they are extremely highly fit.
Yes. Very.
And you can only have family members, so that just goes to show you that these clinics that Kirk Steerwald's putting on is helping. Oh.
Do you know what brand of black paint that is on his hands?
Nope, I don't. No. I would tend not
We're
to.
pushing the
I
envelope.
would tend not to guess.
Just being funny.
Yeah, this is all in fun, folks. Don't take it so
Yeah.
serious.
I don't think we realize how many people are watching. We think we're just sitting here talking.
Hey, do we know how many people are watching?
No, but I bet Landry can tell you.
Hey, Landry, how many people are watching? 500 on Facebook.
I bet there's more than that.
1,580 on the website.
About 2,000.
Yep. Well, folks, thanks for tuning in. Hope we're bringing a little bit of color to your viewing today. And we want to thank Landry at Show Barn Flicks for her great service. I learned a lot about Landry this morning. So back when I was working Valhalla Bull Sales, she was in diapers. Thanks for helping me feel older today, Landry. God almighty. Okay, folks, we're getting closer.
Somebody said, or Craig said, this is like watching Comedy Central. We could really start.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Somebody just sent me a text that you and I need to have a podcast.
Yeah.
That ain't happening.
We're sitting on the fence now. We kind of got our hands slapped.
Oh, my God. Okay, so our good friend Joe Epperly
Here we go.
is pulling the calves in. Here comes that big, stout
Oh,
Cobra calf. So
my two are still out there, but I'm not about to say which one.
my 3 are still out there.
Okay. You're picking 3.
Yep. Oh, they just handed us the card, but I'm not going to tell.
Oh, I win.
You know, you're just like the guy that shows up at a sale and always
Yeah,
has
I know.
$100,000 after the sale's over.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's
here we go.
3 good calves right there.
That is 3 good calves. They just pulled in this Swayze Harlan. Again, that calf coming in here, that's a Bonham calf. And then the
That-
Caldwell calf was 4th. And they still have Sadie Wynn. Should have wore a green shirt in this class. It looks like Sadie Wynn is going to win this class. Congratulations to Sadie Wynn. Of course, that's the Here I Am 609. Jim Heyer, congratulations. Another win for that great donor cow. And here's a Here I Am. And here's the judge's comments.
Ultra competitive class out here, and cattle that we feel like are pretty much ready to roll in terms of their market composition, their readiness at this weight, the way they handle their in terms of their top and their condition and cover. It's a really nice class when it comes down to that, and we felt like we had a whole slew of them here at the front end that were big-footed and stout and robust in their cage, that are shapely backed and really fresh, and some subtle differences. And we read structure maybe a little different between the trio of us, but one thing we really liked was this one that led off our class. We feel like that one just gets here, comes in, gets a surface, and probably takes up as much or more real estate on the move as any of them that are out here. We love his joint angles. We like the way he sets in the center of his body. He's smooth, he's proportional, he balances well. One for us that maybe we could shave a little right out the bottom of his chest just in terms of criticizing that guy, but one that's awful fresh, big-ended, sounder and more practical in terms of his usage in his legs comparative to the 1 and 2. The 1 and 2, we dig that one propped up. We really like that one when she gets him stuck and gets him presented here. Big cage, big back, very, very fresh. Big old hip and pin set in him. He's a little more rigid in terms of how he handles when he goes, and there are some differences there between the 1 and 2 and the 1 and 3, just from a stability and flexibility standpoint. But this one is a lead in terms of his cage, his shape, his upper hip. a little more center and a little more flank than the one that comes in 3. I personally love this one's feet and legs. I love the design in that guy, and I think we all really appreciated that one for how he sets at his knee, his joint angles, his flexibility, his ability to move is exceptional. He gets maybe a little wide going away from us. Collectively, we agreed on that. Maybe just not as wolfy in terms of forerib and cage and shape comparative to the pair out front, but that one goes awful well. Very, very good in terms of proportion. Big league back shape here, and one that opens up just a monster top right out the back side of his blade. He's got great big feet, huge feature. Young man gets him stuck and presented very, very well. He came through as probably a little more rigid, a little straighter in terms of hock and back pastern. Collectively, the trio of us want to see that one flex just a bit better out of his rear too. But that thing, and you talk about shape up high, shoulder blade back, and right out through his hip and pin set, an awful good one there. Wild looking one comes next in class, and we all agree that that one's got the neck set and carriage and the top line balance and proportion from the side. For us, he got a little upright in terms of shoulder angle and knee. You can see him and read his front pastern here. We just want to set him back in his knee, relax him a bit more comparatively. One that we just want to maybe ease him along and mature him out just a bit. Well, young man here did a really nice job, and he had a hard place to sit just in terms of the class. He's got a steer that's a buddy of his, and that thing has got all the kinds of barrel and shape and dimension. He's a little more difficult for him to show and make him go, and he has done a heck of a job out here, in my opinion, leading this class and moving around the front of this ring. That one gets a little plainer to us just in terms of length of neck, depth of neck, and expression of muscle. Get him behind him. He's not truly as shapely as those that come ahead in class, but an awful nice one there. In relation to those that come in front, good steer here, big feet, pretty sound, functional, practical kind of cattle. We like that about him. He gets a little harder behind his blade, doesn't open with as much shape, not as fresh to the touch right there in his forerib. We just want to put a little more into him. A big backed one comes next here in class. I love the way this one handles personally. He gets up in the center of his spine and overreaches him back, wants to be drier flanked, plainer in terms of his forerib. A young man comes next in class, one that's pretty sound in terms of how he's organized at the surface. For us, he just gets too flat in his cage, doesn't shape up enough up top, it doesn't have enough hip and pin set. Round out our class with one that young ladies fed well, he handles good. He's too rigid in terms of how he handles his skeletally at both ends. Put your hands together for those kids on a very competitive class.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was Glenn Martin, and now here's Joe Epperly to explain how they placed that class.
You got my explanation of the Scottish three-man system that we're working on today. I had a request to do it again, so if you can look at the board, if you can see the board, if you have a picture of the board, take a look. I'm going to just talk you through how this system works. In general, the thing to know is the guy on the right, the referee, all he does is break ties. His placings in general, as far as first, second, third, fourth, doesn't matter. It matters on how they rank out of the ones that are nominated from the two guys that are A and B, okay? This is so if you were to, say, take an aggregate score, something that nobody liked in first could end up first, vice versa. Or you could have somebody mess up the aggregate by putting you all the way down in 10th, while the other two guys like you in first. So it's part of why this system is used and was developed. In this class, it was pretty easy to see. First, the first two agree, so we don't even care what Frank said. Martin and Steerwald agreed. For second, it can be 53-43 or 52-96. We go to Frank's card, and 52-96 is higher than 53-43, so he goes second. We go back for third, and it's between the two agree. 53-43 and 53-43 are the two highest left on the cards, so 53-43 becomes third. So for fourth, this one is a little confusing because Glenn has 52-89. Martin has that one in third. The next one that's left for Steerwalt is 53-19. We go to Frank's to break that tie, and 52-89 is higher, so 52-89 becomes fourth. That leaves 53-19 for Martin and Steerwalt, that becomes the next one down. As we keep moving, sorry, I'm doing this as we go, so it gets, without marking it off, it gets challenging. Okay, so the next one is between 52.75 and 53.04. The referee likes 53.04 higher than 52.75, so his placing goes there. Then we move down, 53.05 is our next one. They agree on, the A and B agree on the last three, so they stay the same, and Frank's didn't count. So I know it's complicated, it's hard, it's not very intuitive, but I can tell you that it does dictate fairness among the three as we go. So hope that helps you understand how the system works. Thank you again for being at the National Western.
Thank you, Joe. Results of class number 5. In 10th place, Elizabeth Hurt, Liberty Hill, Texas. 9th went to Jack Ireland, Waukee, Iowa. 8th place, Claire.
Yeah, that that was a good. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
It was a good explanation. I think Glenn does an excellent job talking. You know, he does a lot more small animal, but you can tell that he has such a strong market animal ability and talent, and just the way he describes them phenotypically, it's pretty impressive. He does a nice job.
Yeah, structure is structure. It doesn't matter if it's a market goat or a market steer, or a hog. They're all built the same. They're all built the same way. Their joints, their angles, their skeleton all goes together the same way. And if you see that and how they move, and he describes it as good as anybody. I've heard him judge so many different kinds of shows, and he's just a good stockman. Well, folks, we are moving into another absolutely power class of steers. And
is this 6?
This is 6. Yep.
Let me go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. There's, how many we have? 10.
Looks like we got 10.
Andrew Jark, Fairmont, Indiana. This class is 1379 to 1399. I'm going to roll up to 1400 here. First steer, Andrew Jark, Fairmont, Indiana. Dylan Manning comes second, Waukee, Iowa, 1379. Croy Ryman, Rehat, South Dakota, 1379. Harbor, Loinacan?
Yeah.
Croydon, Iowa.
Loinacan.
Yep. Loinacan, that's how it is.
Yep.
Harbor, Loinacan, 1380. Kelton Arthur, Stillwater, Oklahoma, 1389. Hadley Dunklaw, 1393, from Wayne, Nebraska. Reagan Rogers, Savannah, Missouri, 1396. Ace James, Van Alstyne, Texas, 1398. Mason Grady, Grandview, Texas, 1399. And Cannon Potter, 1399, from Porter, Texas. Boy, there's some you just talk about on paper.
Oh, yeah, just when you just read down the names of the kids that are in here. Of course,
faces.
The one that sticks out to me is, of course, Croy Ryman. Croy, the son of the late Nick Ryman, who the Memorial Trophy is named after here at the Denver National Western Stock Show. Of course, his mom, Nick's mom and dad is here. His widow, Kirsten, and the rest of the kids are all here. And, of course, this is Croy's first time showing hit the National Western. So what a
is that the third?
That's the third calf, yeah. And what an emotional time for everybody in the States. I know everybody that knows and knew Nick Ryman, knew how passionate he was about this show, knew how passionate he was about this business. And to have his oldest son show a steer here at the National Western is quite a day.
Another stout class. It's almost, there's more black cattle out there, about 60-40.
Yeah. And we got 4 smoked calves in this division again.
Crowd has stayed strong. Good crowd around the ring.
Okay, so we've been corrected. It's Lonacan.
Lonacan.
Well, I'll tell you.
I apologize for that.
Well,
There's
that's
nothing
okay.
worse than saying somebody's last name
I know,
wrong.
I agree.
I don't
but
like that.
Sit up here and try to say that name. it's not pronounced Loniken. It's not spelled that way. So we're doing our best there, smarty pants.
Easy.
Easy there, Claire Bear.
I'm pretty proud I can get all the Iowa names right.
Yeah,
I know.
I mean, I know.
There's some Okie.
Yep. And what a difference in these calves too, boy. I mean, tell you. So for those of you out there that can give us some more information on these calves, we'd sure take it. So.
Okay, I've got a good one here. This just got text in, and
Okay.
this is definitely deserving. And I mean, as long as I can remember having sales in the yards and being down there, this text comes from the Custer County, Colorado 4-H, and I want to chime in with them. It said they would like to give a shout out to Miss Sarah Shields, who is in the ring helping move the stubborn steers and calm the rambunctious ones. She has been assisting with the Market Steer Show at National Western for over 10 years. Yes, we know who she is. You don't need to point her out. She is the heart and soul of our steer and public speaking programs, and we are so proud to have her representing us.
Well,
that is a first-class lady.
She is
and
awesome.
you talk about that. She is a genuine, nice, kind person, and always has a smile on her face and helpful in the yards where things are tense. That is a great lady, and somebody was talking about her the other day, and what a thankless job to push those cattle around the ring. And she's down in the yards helping the vets, and and she is a National Western.
She stuck her head into the did announcer the other day, that cold day, and we only had one show going on the one ring, so we could bring all the cattle in to get them out of the snow. She stuck her head in there and she goes, "Can I get you a cup of coffee?"
Yep.
She was covered. She was covered in snow, and she walks around here like she's on a walk in the park.
Yeah. Just always helping.
Yep.
I'm glad you text that in because she does need a shout out.
Yep. So Sarah Shields, we couldn't do this without her.
Yep. Those people are very important. The
volunteers,
right, and the people that are dedicated like that with no trophy or no accolades.
Right.
Still got text messages. It says,
yeah.
"Oh, yep." So just to remind you, if you want to see the scorecards, they're on the Pulse.
They're on the Pulse.
Yep. I'm not sure, but Show Barn Flicks may be posting it on their Facebook, but we know for sure that the Pulse has it.
So again, as you guys are watching the little girl in the red shirt, we'll try to help you as you're watching on screen. That's Hadley Dunklow, of course, a great Dunklow family. From Wayne, Nebraska. Of course, show breeding heifers and very competitive in the steer game. As you go up the market here, of course, there's the two smoke steers up here in the top of the class. That first one, that is Croy Ryman. And then the young man in the yellow shirt, that's Dylan Manning. And the Manning family, again, from Waukee, Iowa. And then the big black calf up front here, that's shown by Andrew Jark from Fairmount, Indiana.
Brooke Shepard said he went to college with Sarah. She's the best.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Oh, boy. So as your camera goes down the line, of course, there is Harbor Loniken. I hope I said that right, Claire. And then Kelton Arthur with the black baldy calf, the big, stout, burly black baldy calf. And then there's Hadley Dunklow from Nebraska with that real sharp-fronted, big, stout, burly black calf. And then little Reagan Rogers is just coming around the corner here. You see the three-quarter shot of Reagan Rogers. And then the smoke calf right there. That is Ace James from Van Alstyne, Texas.
Again, if you guys have things you want to text, 405-400-9505, 405-400-9505. Kind of nearing the end of these classes here, but if you have anything to point out about the class winners or the next couple of classes, we'd be glad to take that. I guess we're a ways from being done.
Yeah, we're just halfway through.
Oh shoot, yeah,
we're just
about
halfway through. Yeah.
Oh
okay, they're starting to pull a few of these calves out. They pulled the Ryman calf out. They pulled that Kelton Arthur calf and the Hadley Dunklow. They pulled these 3 calves out so far. Like I said, to help you guys understand, the judges kind of give Joe Epperly, our ring steward, he's in the black. He's got the gray sport coat on and blue jeans and black hat with the black tie. That's been giving us such a great explanation of how this 3-man system works. Of course, Joe is the manager at Wagon Hammer Ranches in Albion, Nebraska, and does such a great job. But they're starting to pull some of these calves out and just kind of give them a break, just kind of pull the better ones to the top, or the ones that they think could kind of make the top cut, and that doesn't mean a thing. We had a calf a while ago that was 6th that ended up being 2nd in the class, so that doesn't have a thing to do with it. And again, we appreciate everybody calling in here. Of course, a while ago, that great Whitey donor that would have been developed at Mike Houston's place. Croy Ryman's is another full brother. That's an In God We Trust out of the great Whitey donor. So famous sire and dam there. And of course, that female, that Whitey cow, was a monopoly out of the great 208 Houston cow. And then, of course, the Dunklow calf, that is a red elephant son out of a Here I Am cow. So there again, Here I Am has made such an impact in our breed and in our business so much. And now we're starting to see donors, starting to see females out of that bull that's starting to contribute back on the cow side of it. So. Again, any folks that know any more of these pedigrees on some of these calves, please feel free to text us that information. So, of course, a little bit.
Well,
go ahead.
Bonham's just texted in the Potter steer was sold by them.
Okay.
And, of course, the Ryman steer.
Mm-hmm.
And then I had someone tell me that the Wind steer that won was also a full brother to the steer that won the Prospect Show here last year.
Oh,
did you remember that?
Yeah.
Talk about.
Yeah.
That
is good.
Yep. And she went back to Harrietta, of course, and we all know, a lot of us know Harrietta, just one of the most what was the other significance there?
Mercedes-Benz out of
the Harrietta cow that she did.
Oh,
God. I mean, you could write a club calf.
Well, she would have came, ironically, originally came from Wagon Hammer Ranches.
That's right.
She came from Wagon Hammer.
WAG Harrietta.
Yeah, WAG Harrietta. And Joe Epperly, who's now the manager at Wagon Hammer, ironically, is the manager at Wagon Hammer Ranches.
It's a tight-knit circle sometimes.
Yes, sure is.
Yep.
Of course, we've been talking about Brandon Horn and his champion steer. Of course, at dinner last night, he informed his kids that, he had the champion steer at Denver. They only had reserves.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, he's quick to point that out, But Brandon, had the champion shorthorn steer and champion overall steer here at National Western in 1986. And then 40 years later, Jagger had reserve here in 2016.
Yep.
And then he also had it in 20.
Is that Horn texting you?
And then Avon had reserve in 21.
Yep.
Or 22. 22. There was no steer show here in 21. So, yeah, and Avon, last night we were having dessert. She was having the best cheesecake I think I've ever tasted. And Brandon was informing them that he was a better showman than them because he had champion. And Avon said, well, you just never gave us the better calves. You always sold our customers the better calves.
I'd like to know how many people went to dinner last night. So far, I've heard about 10.
Well, there was 4.
Okay. 8. Be careful what you say. We'll get in trouble again.
There was 8 at our table, and then there was another 12 in the table next to us that were all together. So anyway, it's just been very, and then for those of you that maybe were interested, the very first 3-man panel ever at the National Western was in 2012. And can anybody text us in and guess who that 3-man panel was? I'm not going to give it away. But one of them had shown a champion steer here at the National Western.
Now, what is that?
The first 3-man panel was in 2012. The Scottish 3-man panel here in Denver was in 2012. And one of those people on that panel had won the Denver Steer Show.
Hint.
No, I ain't giving you no hint.
Y'all give me a
No.
hint. State.
No. Huh?
State.
South Dakota.
Troy Thomas.
Yep. See?
That's easy. I know. Well, I wouldn't have got it had you not given me that. I could have said Charolais breeder.
God. You want me to do everything for you? Guess the other two. I'm not getting anybody guessing on.
No, I can't do that.
Okay. We're just going to wait and see if somebody's bold enough to guess here.
This Ryman steer does look good up here on the end now. I mean,
Yep.
guys, he's
It's a good calf.
got quite a bit of look.
Big pipes, big feet, no chest,
Yep, he's
big topped.
Yeah, what is the black and white one again?
Nobody has told me that yet. The Kelton Arthur calf. Nobody's texted me in here. Now, the Dunklow calf, the calf that just pulled around, and the little girl in the red sweater, it's a red elephant out of a Here I Am cow. So we've got Croy Ryman in this first cut.
Steerwalt and Hogue.
Huh?
I got a text here that says, so it'd been Thomas, Steerwalt, and Hogue?
Wrong.
Okay, I don't think that's what they mean.
Oh.
Well, it could be, though.
What's wrong? Wrong. Wrong.
Yeah, I think I'm not sure what we got going on there.
I don't know either. That is a man I wish Dan Hogue could have been on this panel at one time. I always loved listening to Dan Hogue. So as they're pulling these calves around, making one big circle again around here, Croy Ryman has led this calf up to he's leading this group right here. And then the black and white, the real flashy, awesome colored calf. I love that color on that calf, that black and white calf. That is Kelton Arthur. Of course, Kelton from Stillwater, Oklahoma. Actually from Ripley, Oklahoma. And then Hadley Dunklow. Of course, the just super cattle family from Wayne, Nebraska. Of course, Ryan and his family just always super competitive. And then the young lady was Reagan Rogers right behind, is behind there, is the next one. Oh, that 609 cow was not a Harrietta. She was a Harriet. She was out of the cow Harriet.
Well, I meant, yeah, she come from the cow family.
Yeah, yes.
But she was a Mercedes-Benz.
Yeah, Todd Fair would have raised that cow.
Two Californians.
Yep.
Oh, it's tough to give those California guys credit. That'll get me in trouble. No, we're proud of you West Coast boys.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, boy, this is scratching their heads too now. You got some differences again in this class, but there again, when you get into these classes,
I think this one sorts itself a little bit.
Well, yeah.
It is. There's a lot of quality for sure.
Oh man, I mean.
They're headed back this way pretty quick.
Yeah. Well, Kirk has turned his card in. And Dustin and Glenn still have theirs. Well, guys, I'm going to give you, since nobody seems to want to guess on who the first panel.
I think I got it. Mullenix.
No. Well, yep. Chris Mullenix was one of them. I know. Kirk Stierwald's standing over here, and he said his heart's jumping out of his chest. He's so excited.
Good son of a bucks
he
out
said
there.
there's some good son of a bucks out there. So your first panel, 3-man panel, was Chris Mullenix from Kansas, Troy Thomas, and Don McLennan from Colorado.
Okay, yeah, I remember
And the grand
that.
champion steer that year was shown by Baylor Bonham, and the reserve steer was shown by Gracie Russell of Iowa.
There's so many text messages coming in. I'm having trouble keeping up with what they go to.
Okay, I got another little bit of trivia for you, Christy. Can you name me in 2010, Sydney Schnorr won the steer show? Who was reserve?
In what?
2010.
Another snore.
Nope. It's the only time a market heifer was reserved.
Oh, okay. I remember it, but I don't. Oh, I do know. Hang on. Don't tell me.
I'm not. Come on.
Core.
Right.
I got it.
You got it, sweetheart. You got it.
Yep,
So that's
I
the only
remember
time
that.
ever in the history of the National Western that a Sydney Schnorr had won that year, and the market heifer exhibited by Bailey Core that year was reserve champion overall. Yep.
Yep.
Okay, or boy, that might.
Carissa Pfeiffer pointed out, Glenn is known for the small animal work he's done, but he's not only known in the goat circles, but his kids, have won not only all the major goat shows, but they've won a major in every species.
Right.
So, again, just a true evaluator of livestock.
Right. And I mean, the judges have now turned their cards in, so this class probably sorted out a little better for them. But there's some differences in here, but doesn't take away from the quality. I think there's a calf or two in here that I think are pretty special. Scotty James, you were right. You texted me just as I said it. Somebody just texted if we gave the results from Class 5. We did give the results from Class 5, but you can go on the Pulse and get the final placings on Class 5 also if you want to go on the Pulse.
So they're commenting that's the deepest class in history.
Really?
I don't know. I think that last one was awful tough.
I don't
that
know
just
either.
goes to show you again.
Yeah.
You just, you have
When
to
you
be
get
down there.
yeah, when you get out there and get on top of these calves, I mean, there's a lot of quality here. To me, there's some differences. There's more differences in this than those black calves we had in that last class. But that doesn't mean the quality. I mean, when you're down there putting your hands on them and getting to see them like this. And I also think it's so fun because every fall I get to go around and get to go to all these pasture sales and see these calves and where they end up going later on down the road. And, of course, I don't pay enough attention. So
yeah.
I lose track of where they are. But, man, I'm telling you, these calves, this quality in this show just keeps getting better and better every year. And there's nothing like coming in and showing here in the Stadium Arena.
Well, you got to like that steer there in the first spot.
Oh, man.
He
Love
just,
him.
from a 3/4 angle, he's really sound up through it, smooth through his shoulder.
So symmetrical.
Mm-hmm.
You talk about.
Doesn't.
Yeah.
He's
just balance.
stout, but still he's not
Right.
coarse or.
Right. Still really good in his shoulder blade. Neck comes out the top. He's not the wildest necked one, but he's so good from his forerib back into his flank and awesome legged. Well, the judges.
Should be about there.
Yeah.
There
Well,
she
they've
has
handed.
a list.
Yep. They've handed the list to the announcer. Joe Epperly has the list, and he's pulling the calves in. And as Joe places the class, he'll pull these calves in. Again, for those of you at home, you're watching Joe Epperly.
Who's
again.
the steer? The
steer, which one?
Well, the girl behind the red shirt, the long.
Okay, that with the ponytail, that is Reagan Rogers. So remember that
Okay,
Rogers calf that
yep.
was in that tough class with all them black
Yep.
calves? This is is her
Yep.
sister.
Steer looks good from here.
Yep, that's a good calf. Oh. Okay.
Put it down to 2. What is the steer? What is that second one?
Okay, the second calf, that's Mason Grady from Texas, who won that really tough class.
Right.
4. So it's down between the Grady calf
There you go.
and Croy Ryman wins.
It's okay, Jake.
Oh, man.
That's a good steer.
Sideline here, we've got an incredible steer show going on here, and I'll tell you what, in this class here, there's a few changes here, as far as on what everybody saw, but I'll tell you what, these things are so good, and it gets down to such little bitty nitpick and detail and it gets down to what people like in their preference, and so this is so much fun to look at these things, and this class here, to me, I will say this is as deep as it goes all the way down to me the final calf that's been selected. So to me, starting out here, and I think here's a really a neat kind of steer. I mean, he is one that he is so smooth, and the way he ties things together, sound on his feet and legs. You love the way he ties in. He's an up-headed kind of a steer that just got a tremendous look. He's just one that fills his track. He's good on every corner. You get behind him, he's very super impressive. He's just a steer that, to me, comes together with so much balance and so much look, and to me, he's going to win this class. The steer in second is one that I think is incredible in his overall lines. I love that steer there, and we all, we were talking back here. I love the way he comes down and hits to me, off those back hinds. To me, when he comes down to the ground, he comes with so much softness. You love that center body that he has. He's one that really has a nice big top to him. He's just a show steer deluxe as well. I'll tell you what, it gets so competitive up here. This one here is so dialed in, just like the steer that goes out ahead of him. And, you love the length, and to me, you love that underline. And to me, he's just so good to me as well in his soundness and his structure, the way he's tied together. The steer in third is to me a steer that, I like that length that he has. I love the way he comes up out of his neck. He's one that's really impressive when you get behind him. He's probably not as deep through the center portion, as the two that go out, but he's so impressive when you get him stopped and you get him parked and you put him on the side. The steer in fourth here is incredibly fitted, incredibly shown, and he's just one that comes together. He's so up-headed, he's so attractive. He's one that is so wide and big pinned up high. Now, when you get up on him, he can be, he can be just a little bit more harder in his overall composition and probably not as soft and mellow and maybe as a 3 that go out. But you talk about one that when you get him parked and you get him set, that's one that's to me is made and dialed in as good as they come. The steer that comes in here next is also very impressive, a youthful kind of steer, up-headed steer. He's one that comes with so much side profile. He comes with so much, to me, look to him. He's a steer that, to me, is not far along as in his maturity compared to the cattle that go out. This is a tough class, folks, but he's one that's good on the walk, good on the move, up-headed. Like I said, you just like to see him a little bit more wider and a little bit more genuine within when you get right there behind him. The next steer that comes in is just, to me, is a meat and potatoes kind of steer, and that's in a good way. I mean, that calf is burly and stout-made and big-backed and, tracks off well. He just one is not as neat and, to me, as trim, if you will, up through that front 1/3 compared to the ones that go out ahead. The next steer is also impressive, big-backed, one that's square-hipped, comes with a lot of shape. He just gets a little more restricted, a little more rigid off his back hinds as you see him track out away here. Here's another steer that's awfully good and very attractive. He's nice hip. He's a little bit more shallow in his underline, but to me, he's complete from front to back, very sound on his feet and legs. The next steer here has tons of, to me, length to him. He's an up-headed kind of steer, awfully wide when you get up on him. He's a steer that doesn't quite track out quite as wide as some, when you get him out here in the travel. The next steer that goes out here, like I said, very good. To me, carries a lot of carcass merit, a lot of value there here. He just comes with a lot of, to me, things that you like to put together. Comes complete, comes with a lot of, to me, softness. He's been fed well. He's just not as cool looking from the side, from the front 1/3 compared to the cattle that go out. Folks, that was an incredible set of steers that just left this ring. We've kind of held this momentum all the way through the show. Let's give him a big round of applause. Incredible job out here today.
Well, guys, I'm going to tell you, the judges, all 3 of us, looked up here and said that was maybe as stout a steer class that they'd ever seen together as a collective group. And what a steer, Christy, to win that class. I know I got a little choked up, but Nick would have been proud of that. And anybody that knew Nick Ryman would be knows that he deserved to win that calf. That calf was just so good from the ground up, and it just warms my heart to watch Croy Ryman win the Class 6 at the National Western Stock Show, again on a God We Trust out of the great Whitey donor, of course Croy from Rehite, South Dakota. Calf weighed 1379.
And from Bonham Show Cattle.
Bonham Show Cattle.
Yep.
And then
a lot of people involved in that calf.
Right. And then the second calf, second class, another Bonham calf, would have came from Mason Grady, Grandview, Texas, and that calf weighed 1399. Third would have been Reagan Rogers. Again, those girls brought a great set of calves, didn't they? So that would have been she would have had second in that tough class. Second or third in that tough class.
Actually,
and then,
I think she was, maybe so.
I can't remember now.
I think she was third or fourth, but
I don't know.
was a great
she had
steer.
that. She's the one that had that. Anyway, just a great those girls have brought a great set of calves. Third in this class, and again that calf weighed 1396. Fourth was Kelton Arthur on that black and white calf, weighing 1389. Fifth was Hadley Dunklow. Of course, that was that Red Elephant Here I Am calf. Of course, Hadley's from Wayne, Nebraska, and that calf weighed 1393. The sixth calf in that class was Cannon Potter, another smoke calf, a big, stout, burly calf I liked a lot. Brought sixth. Seventh was Dylan Manning from Waukee, Iowa. Of course, the Manning family synonymous with showing great calves. Eighth was Harbor Lonican from Corydon, Iowa. Of course, down there in Gretzka land. And ninth was Andrew Jark from Fairmont, Indiana. And 10th was Ace James from Van Alstyne, Texas. So now we're ready for the seventh class.
Okay, Destiny Potter's red steer that comes in from Maybank, Texas, weighing 1409. Black steer Clayton Harwood, 1410 from Geyser, Montana. Morgan Hulls, St. Joseph, Illinois, 1415. Landon Spate, Delta, Colorado, 1419. Mason Shalla, Riverside, Iowa, 1419. Summer Wangerow, Kiowa, Colorado, 1420. Andrew Kutzenberger, 1421, College Station, Texas. Savannah Bricker, Portales, New Mexico, 1439. Bryna Herndon, Sapulpa, Oklahoma, 1440. Kyra Noble, Crockett, Texas, 1441. I apologize on those names, but boy, howdy, that's a list of them there.
So Brenna Herndon,
Brenna.
that Brenna Herndon, that would be Bart Herndon, and of
Yep.
course Brandy is director of livestock operations at the Tulsa State
Tulsa
Fair.
State Fair.
Yep. So
They do a lot for the kids
Yep.
in Oklahoma.
they do a lot for the kids in Oklahoma. Yeah, they sure do.
A lot of familiar names there that you can probably elaborate on. If anybody knows anything, they can text it to 405-400-9505. Jeff Harwood's son is in this class. That would be the Montana boy.
Mm-hmm.
Clayton Harwood, Geyser, Montana.
Well, I'm trying to write all this stuff down. Okay, folks. Okay, as we starting to go down the line here. What you're seeing there is Dustin Frank. He is handling those calves as he's coming up the line. The big smoke calf, he's coming in there right now. That is Landon Spate from Delta, Colorado. Big, stout, burly calf weighing 1419. The calf that he just handled, that was that Mason Shalla. Of course, that Shalla family from Riverside, Iowa, a very competitive family. Mason would have won the Iowa State Fair this last year, and his older sister Avery won the Iowa State Fair Steer Show in 22. So Shalla family kind of shutting them out at the Iowa State Fair the last couple years. And, of course, Mason bringing us a really, really stout black 1,419-pound calf again this year. So that Shalla calf, I just got a text here, is a when in doubt. When in doubt, son, out of the 894 donor at Chad Thompson's. Well, we sold those Thompson eggs good in the embryos on snow the other night, didn't we?
Well, that club calf deal was hot.
Oh, it was good. Really good.
It was all good.
It was all good.
Just, we went through a period there where, some of the breed genetics and purebred genetics were outsold those, and then we've seen, it's just kind of interesting how it goes from year to year. We see changes and more demand for certain ones. Stayed good. That just goes to show you the power of the cow family. You know it?
Oh, I know. I know.
Especially when you talk about some of these steers winning, they've all got proven genetics behind them.
Well, and as we talk about, of course, I preach maternal stuff all the time and how important these cow families are, but it's just as equally important in this business.
Mm-hmm.
Those cows that have been identified as
Right.
the ones that have kind of done it year after year after year. You start thinking about some of these great cows, the great 805 donor at that Gretzky 805 donor, and the 606 donor at Brad Smith's has been really popular here the last few years. And some of these cows, and just like 609, I mean, we've been talking about 609 today. I mean, there's another cow that just keeps time after time after time doing it. So yeah, and then it goes back to that Ryman steer that won that last class. I mean, that goes back again to that Whitey donor.
Okay.
That would have gone. That she's a monopoly out of that great Mike Houston 208 cow.
And then I had a note here on that cow, McFarland. Where did that go?
Well, the original 208 donor, the Houston 208 donor, she's now at Richland Farms, down in Texas.
McFarland.
The Whitey cow is.
Okay.
The Whitey cow is now owned by McFarland Show Cattle in Texas, but and Jake Cobden up in Iowa, up in northeast Iowa. But the original, the Houston 208 donor, she's now at the Richland Farms down in Texas.
Do you know where she would have originated from? 208?
Mike Houston.
Okay.
Mike Houston would have raised her. Yeah.
Another name that's been in the business for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
I get a kick out of these girls. They taking pictures in the ring. They've got it down.
They do.
The photography in the show ring is phenomenal, and coming from a little bit of that, I mean, it'll blow your mind, some of the pictures they take.
What do you mean coming from a little bit of that? You're the one that started all this crazy stuff.
Not that show ring stuff.
Well, I know, but I mean,
I'm just saying that
every little girl in America aspired to be Christy Collins.
Okay. But let me tell you something, and I have told people this before, but I have boxes and boxes of negatives because I shot on film.
Right.
Okay, I'm a little bit, probably shouldn't admit that, but the negatives, a lot of them we just need to throw away, but the negatives that mean the most are the ones with the people in them, the people that were holding the bulls.
Right.
Because I had pictures of Nick Ryman holding bulls, pictures of Greg Kropa holding bulls, Bonham holding bulls. I mean, Rick Fry, I had pictures of Rick. And, I mean, those are the pictures, the negatives, that we go back and dig through thousands of negatives and pull those out and keep those. And so I'm just saying the show ring photography where we capture the kids and the people, it is so important.
So important.
Because the parents don't have time to do that today. They're busy, and just think of how much that is given back, and probably how that promotes it to the next generation. They see those pictures. And
absolutely.
It's so important that we document those kids at that age.
And things have changed so much,
Yeah.
I mean, I remember when I first started seeing some of the pictures you did where you completely overexpose those pictures to see that hair definition. And
yeah.
I just thought, where in the hell did she come up with this idea? But it changed. It changed the way we photograph cattle for sale catalogs to see the definition in a black and white picture when people didn't want to spend the money on a colored catalog.
Yeah.
It created a whole new illusion for us to see in a catalog. I remember that first
black and white fan.
Northern Exposure catalog. You did that. It blew me away, that catalog. I'll never forget seeing that catalog and all those Meyer daughters and those Baldies in there. Oh, it was awesome.
We all love the fitting and just the getting, just think of the care that goes into these cattle, and the hair is so important, and to be able to see it in a photograph is really important.
Well, these guys are starting to pull these calves around. It is, again, you start getting into these heavier weights, it has, quality has not changed at all. These cattle are still sound. I can honestly tell you, all these cattle that we've had in this ring so far, I'm not going to call one unsound. Can you, Chris? I mean, these cattle are mobile for as stout built as they are.
I think the breeders have really concentrated on that.
I mean, it's changed so much in the last couple years. Just I have to take my hat off to all the breeders and the people that are raising these calves to keep these cattle so burly and stout and still so fresh in their movement, flexible, to carry this kind of weight, because these calves here are going from 1409 to 1441.
I think this has taken longer than it did last year, don't you think?
Seems that, because what time is it?
Because
it's 2 o'clock.
Those two
No,
middle classes took a while.
It's just 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
It's just 1 o'clock.
But I was thinking we were almost done by this time. We're not even close.
Are you getting hungry?
Kind of.
Do we need to go get you a Big Mac and fries and a sweet tea or something?
Turkey leg.
Turkey leg. Hey.
Never mind. We're about to eat all these caramel candies up here.
I got more. Okay, I just got a text message in here that Rob Miller has raised that Clayton Harwood calf. That's entry 5255. That's the young man coming around here in the blue shirt over here on the far side with the big black cowboy hat on. You probably can't see him on your screen right now because that's not the camera angles that you're not seeing right now. Of course, we've got a great camera views here from showbarnflix.com. We want to, again, Landry, want to thank Landry and her great team for being here all week and bringing coverage of the 2024 National Western. So they're opening that view up a little bit so you can kind of see, get the broad spectrum of the show ring out here and the judges. All of our judges there standing in the middle, starting to place their cards. And again, of course, this time of year, somebody just texted in, you probably want raspberries and coconut chips.
What is that? Now, who the heck?
Well, you're always eating something
Sweet?
well and healthy.
Oh. Well, I've ate a pack of Werther's Originals this morning, so you can't really lay that on
we
me.
still got 50 or 60 left.
Yeah.
There's an orange slice in there.
A real one?
Yes.
No,
well,
it's not real.
no. Sugared up one.
Yeah.
So, hey, while we're doing this, I got a little bit more of the Denver Stock Show history for you. Some of the stuff that we've pulled out of here. But it has been fun to kind of research some of this history and some of these things that have taken place in the beginning of the stock show. But back in the day, when was the first time they took them down to the Brown Palace? Can you remember?
Now, I don't remember the year, but we haven't talked about the Brown Palace yet.
But for those of you at home that maybe aren't aware of this, but the champion and reserve steer get put on display tomorrow. Wouldn't it be tomorrow?
I think so.
I think so.
Take
And
them
they'll-
downtown in the
Yep.
trailers.
They take them downtown in the trailers and they put asphalt paper down, and the champion and reserve steer will be put on display inside the Brown Palace over the weekend.
The Palace is a special place for the National Western.
Very special.
There were some old Hereford sales there a long time ago,
Yep.
and Angus. And a lot of people don't know this, but there was an Embryos on Snow that was held there.
Yeah.
And I can't remember what year we did that, but
2008.
no, it would have been a lot later than that.
Well, the first one was in Teddy's, in that little room.
Yeah, it would have been. It
That
would
we
have been
got
the early
mugged by.
teens. Yeah,
Huh?
it would have been in the early teens, but it was in the big ballroom there.
Oh,
And the parking was a little bit tough,
yeah.
but I loved it. There was so lot to it.
Yep.
The Brown Palace. They appreciate the stock show and the steers, and it's funny. I was in there last year, and all the people that work in there, they're so excited that the cows are coming in the hotel.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah, it's a big deal, and it's a good that everybody takes the time to do that, because it promotes the industry and the stock show and the business, and gives the people a new appreciation. It's a little bit of culture too, because it's at tea time.
Right. It's
Yeah,
at
they
tea
have
time.
tea sandwiches and cookies and hot tea.
Well, I can also tell you a little bit more history about the steer show here in Denver. So back in 1943,
Okay.
there was a steer that they called Hell's Popper.
Okay.
Well, Hell's Popper won the National Western Stock Show, but to raise money that year for Father Flanagan's home for boys in Omaha, Nebraska, which was kind of the philanthropy group that they were raising money for, they took that steer around the country and sold him.
Oh.
And all the money that was raised after they sold him at different
Yeah.
locations was all donated to Father Flanagan's boys'
not
home,
heard that
who
story.
also brought a steer here from their farm and won the stock show then years later.
Oh, that's neat.
Yeah.
I
And that was a
wonder-
Hereford. That was a Hereford calf.
So I don't know about how it changed from, used to the colleges could exhibit a steer,
Yeah.
or the certain. I don't know how
Well,
that was.
it
I'm
didn't
sure there's
begin-
someone.
Well, the best I can tell from my research is that the very first junior show was in 19.
That's awesome if you can tell people where that is in showtimes, because that
Yeah.
is somebody did a lot of work on that.
Yep.
and
The
that-
Reed family went to a lot of work. They've got pictures of every steer in here. So
That's a great piece of history.
in 1972, the Arndt brothers would have shown a champion steer. And then in 1973, it turned into a junior show. And a Californian named John.
Just 73.
It became a junior show in 1973. Up until that point, it was an open show. So, like in 1906, the very first steer that will ever win here was exhibited by the Colorado Ag College, and then you go through all this, and even Cargill and McClellan, the Colorado Ag College, the Kansas Ag College,
Western Meat Company.
Western Meat Company.
University of Nebraska. Are you kidding?
Yep, University of Nebraska. Joe Beaupre. So I wonder if that probably would have been Mark Beaupre's family back in the day. Joe Beaupre won it in 1936.
What about this Willard Fry?
Willard-
I bet you anything.
Yep,
Well,
that was from
maybe-
Illinois.
No, yeah, could have been.
Yep. Ken Monfort,
Yeah.
Monfort Packing, back in 1941 would have won the steer show here at the National Western.
Do you know what issue that's in?
It's in this issue.
Is it?
It's in the current
Okay.
issue. And then
I want a copy of that.
so then you go through all this, and of course then a Hereford steer would have won in the next 10 years from 1943 to 1960 would have won it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
There's
13.
a black one in there. What is that?
Yeah, there's an Angus steer right there in 1951. That broke the Hereford string. That was exhibited by Cornelius Wolf.
We've heard
of that name.
Does anybody know who Cornelius Wolf is? Because I have heard that name.
That might have been a shorthorn
Iowa.
steer. That might have been a shorthorn steer that won
Like
then.
a solid red short.
Solid red shorthorn steer. And then an Angus steer would have won back-to-back.
Blake, I hate to tell you, but he wasn't a Maine.
He wasn't a Maine back then. Maines weren't here yet. But then you go through all this history when you start moving into the
Where
years.
is the first continental steer?
First continental steer was in 1975 by Monty DeYoung, the DeYoung
There
Ranch
you go.
from
Yep.
South Dakota. Probably would have been a Maine cross calf
Or-
or a Charolais cross calf.
Yeah, do we know the story of Big Mac? What year that was?
Big Mac would have been in 70.
Oh, look at this right here.
71.
1978,
There-
Dallas Talkington.
That's Craig. That's Craig. That's
or
Craig.
His dad.
No.
No, that would be
Craig's
Craig.
name
yeah,
is Dallas
okay,
Craig
that's
Talkington,
Right.
yeah.
And then Troy.
Then Troy
And there's a banner of Troy's hanging in the sale
in
barn.
the sale barn. Yep.
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 Dallas Talkington. How funny.
Yeah, it is funny.
Dallas Craig.
Yep. So I think that the Big Mac story was from 71 or 2. 71, I think. 71
Let's see,
or 2.
is it in there?
Well, I don't
oh,
think
we're
it's
already.
in. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, that is so neat that they did that.
Right.
There's Steve Herzog.
There's Steve Herzog. Yeah, 1984.
I remember that, Kev.
Yeah.
There's Brandon's.
There's Brandon's in 86.
You know, Quentin Harper.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
That's one of the best.
And then here's a little bit of trivia. We just had a little Glover kid in here. There's Dustin Glover.
Yep.
Would have been
one in
1995 or 1996.
96.
Yep. Yep. Stacy Knight. Chad Day. So that Chad Day, again, great hog guy in Indiana now. Would have won the steer show, and back in 2000.
$70 a pound.
Nope, $70,000. What he brought.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, $70,000. So our judges have turned their cards in.
We about forgot about the class here.
Yep. Yeah, I think I've gotten some information here. Somebody's texting me some stuff in here too. Well, where is it? There we go.
We've got their cards turned in here.
So we are getting, I just thought I'd give you guys a little bit more history there. But back, some of these pictures back here, the way the cattle change is so fun, is so good to look at that too. But, back when Dr. Good selected Conoco in Chicago, it just opened the floodgates for all these continental breeds, these steers. Then the next year, because that year was in 74, right, at Chicago? When Dr. Good selected that steer.
I just Googled this Big Mac steer, and that Brett Carter was asking Denver's. So it is in the New York Times. Denver's champion Black Angus
72.
is found white at the roots, 1972.
Yep, and he was shown by the Arndt brothers, is what it says in here.
Is that where the name Big Mac came from?
Well, because
Surely not.
Yeah, because the McDonald's bought him.
The chain features a hamburger now called the Big Mac.
Right.
They bid the Brown Palace and McDonald's.
Bought the calf, and they had a Big Mac. They named him Big Mac after McDonald's bought him.
I thought the steer was named after the sandwich.
No,
it's the other way around.
Right.
Oh my, that is a good story.
So should we tell the story?
Well, it's right here in the New York Times.
Okay,
Surely
so
we can't get in trouble for that.
I don't think we can tell that we can't get in trouble. But so anyway, back in those days, it was just Hereford, Angus, and Shorthorns that predominantly dominated it. Well, this calf had won a show somewhere, and they dyed the calf black and brought him to Denver, and he won. And McDonald's and the Brown Palace buys the steer for $11.40 or $11.40 a pound. And the steer brings $14,250, the highest price ever paid for a stock show in the 66-year history of the stock show. Well, they paraded that steer around to all the McDonald's franchises in Denver, in the metropolitan area. And when they got done, they didn't want to kill the calf, so they dumped him into a feedlot. And 2 weeks later, he turned white. and that's when they informed the National Western that steer had been turned white, and
that is a great story. It's in the New York Times.
And of course, the 16-year-old son of wreck Mr. and Mrs. Eldon Miller. Of course, our friend Eldon Miller, who's no longer among us and passed away a few years ago. Rex Miller.
He was a great part of my early professional career. He was. I sent him the first digital ads on disc, and boy, I remember he was very open to it, though. He would try to work with it.
All right.
And, yep, that was the beginning of all the publications.
Okay, folks, here's our comments. I don't know who's going to make the comments here. It looks like Dustin Frank's going to make them, but the steer that's going to win this is, of course, the great family from Riverside, Iowa, Mason Shalla is going to win this class. And second is going to be Clayton Harwood from Geyser, Montana. Here's your comments from Dustin Frank.
Out here in this 7th class, young man brought just a phenomenal show steer here to town. One that you really just can't pick a hole in. If you like him stout, you'll like that one. He's shapely. He's got a really nice turn to his top right in behind his shoulder. He maintains that out there through his loin. He's fresh, and as you can see here from the side, all of his pieces of balance just fit together so well, and then we pull that steer to move, and he can just flat out get out and go as good as any of them. That's an awful good steer, and that young man's done a phenomenal job of getting him presented out here today. Steer in second. Once again, we were unanimous on that decision. He's the one that just most follows that elite class winner. One that's got just a great big fresh muscle shape in him, a nice body shape in the steer, and more than sound enough. He's probably a little more set out in his chest and just a little coarser in his overall general look. But with that being said, still an awful comparable kind of a steer that just fits right with that winner. The gray steer that comes out next is one that has a tremendous look to him. When that steer's parked, I like a lot of things about that guy. He's really well balanced. He's got that presence up there through his front end. He's got a bold rib in him. He's stout. Just on the move where I took a little more issue with that guy. He's a little more restricted up there in that front shoulder and knee, and the same could be said there off of them hind too. Steer that follows him is another tall, upstanding steer that's got a really nice look to him. For me, that one's a little raw in terms of his body shape. He's a little straight and tight there in his hock, and just don't want to quite come together there on the move when we ask him to lead. Young lady steer that follows in behind is one that we admired for his practicality. He gives up some weight and some density to some of these other cattle out here, but with that being said, he's an honest kind of a steer. He's got that up-headed look. He's got a nice look to him. He's just not quite as massive and quite as overpowering as those cattle on ahead of him. One that I personally like pretty well is the gray steer that follows him. He represents the type I like. Big-bodied, very rugged in terms of his foot and bone work, very athletic in his movement. Father Time's probably not on his side. He's a little past his prime. He's got some extra condition on him. He's a little chestier up there through his front end, and he's maybe just a little plainer in terms of his muscle shape. Steer that follows in behind him is one that's very shapely, very big-backed and shapely all the way there across his loin. He just don't fit together as well as them other cattle. Skeletally, he's a little jammed up there in his front end, a little tight and roached in that spine there on the move. The gray steer that follows him, another one that's getting a little mature up there through that chest, doesn't quite want to balance back into his rib shape, probably doesn't have quite the same muscle shape right in behind his shoulder as some of those other cattle. We got a pair of steers that come next that both need to be a little stouter. This black steer that follows in, he's a little more rigid in terms of his movement. He's a little flatter in terms of his stifle shape and just a little more tucked up in terms of his body shape. And then this copper-colored steer that finishes things off. A good, easy-doing kind of a steer that's just too laborsome in his movement and a little plainer in terms of his muscle shape. Let's give all those kids a big hand. Excellent class winner.
Okay, we just had our comments again from our judge, Dustin Frank, from Chapel, Nebraska. And, of course, Dustin, a great Angus and Red Angus breeder up there, and they run cattle up in northeast Colorado, as well as there in the panhandle of Nebraska. Placing first again in that Class 7 market steers was a 1,419-pound calf shown by Mason Shalla from Riverside, Iowa. Of course, that calf was a win in doubt after the great out of the great 894 donor at Chad Thompson's. Second goes to entry 5255 from Clayton Harwood in Geyser, Montana. Clayton steer weighed 1410. Third goes to Kyron Noble on entry 5307. Kyron Noble from Crockett, Texas. Fourth goes to entry 306. Morgan Holes from St. Joe, Illinois. Fifth was Savannah Bricker from Portales, New Mexico. 6th was Landon Spate, entry 5344 from Delta, Colorado. 7th was Andrew Keenan Kutzenberger from College Station, Texas, entry 5324. 8th was Brenna Herndon from Sapulpa, Oklahoma. 9th was Summerlin Wangaro, I guess, from Kiowa, Colorado. And 10th was Destiny Potter from Maybank, Texas.
We have class number 8 coming in, is that right?
Yep, class 8 is coming in.
First steer is Carissa Waterman, 1445 from Anderson, Indiana. Tate Riggin, 1445 from Tiffin, Iowa. Taylor Jeffrey, 1445 from McCauley, Texas. Kimbra, is it Kimbra or Kimbry?
Kimbry.
Kimbry Lambert, 1448, Midland, Texas. Lear Hansen, 1448, Burlington, Colorado. Carson Corzin, Assumption, Illinois, steer weighing 1449. The rest of them weigh 1449.
Yeah, all of them do.
And then we have Jet James from Van Alstyne. The James boys have shown.
This is their third one.
Yeah, third one. And then we have Chael Roberts, and his mom and dad would be the Roberts. And Kate takes a lot of the bull stud pictures, and we know Kate well. Absaroki, Montana. Brock Welp, Vernon, Colorado. 1, 2, 3, 6, 9.
9 head. Mm-hmm. 9 head. And there again, only 5 pounds of weight difference in these calves.
That's crazy. That not much break there. About half colored and half black, maybe. Close to that. Yeah, Texas, Iowa, Indiana, Colorado, Illinois, Montana, all over the country.
All over the country.
It's funny too, you know, they come from all parts of the country, but they look, you know, I'm sure a lot of the pedigrees, everything, a lot of similarities.
Well, we hope everybody is starting to warm up a little bit over the Midwest. Did you haven't gone home, have you?
I haven't, but I'm going tonight.
Okay. Well, hopefully it's warmer at home for you when you get home.
I know that first day it was almost 0 here, and it was 60-some degrees in Fort Worth, and then it almost did a flip-flop.
Yep. Okay, so if anybody knows any information we need to maybe relay that would make it more interesting for everybody, please do so. I don't know any specifics on any of these calves unless somebody can tell me some of this. We appreciate everybody reaching out and helping us give us a little bit more information for today.
Yep, it's been awesome. The people that have texted in, even though you're a bunch of hecklers, some of you, we enjoyed it. I still don't know what the Dr. Spock thing is all about.
It's got a kitty on its lap.
Oh, my gosh. You're kidding me. Can't we let that die? That's a good one,
Yeah, that's a good one. So our one of our judges today, of course, Kirk Steerwalt, his son Kai actually won this show also. So Kai was the grand champion steer back in 2009. So we talk about families and how all this kind of ties together.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's really cool how that all kind of comes full circle. So that same day, just a little bit of side note, you might not know this, Christy, but the same day that Kai won the steer show, Kai showed the champion lamb.
Yep, somebody did text that earlier.
Yep, so that was kind of a great day for the Steerwalt family. Of course, I've learned today that I guess I didn't realize this, but Kirk's been putting on demonstrations, Purina demonstrations since 1987. And you
Yeah.
talk about all these families and how well these, back when we were younger, you take away people like Nolan Fleshner and some of those guys that were back in Hesse back in
Right.
those days. There was about 3 or 4 guys that were just absolutely magicians and artists at getting these cattle ready. And now
There's a lot
all
of
these
'em, yeah.
kids are good, and a lot of it can be attributed
To those 3 or 4 people. Yeah.
to people like Kirk Steerwalt has
Yep.
gone out and educated these kids
Yes.
in Canada and United States
And
all over.
inspired, not just educated,
Right.
but inspired.
Right. And
Yeah.
Stock Show University. I mean, what Sullivan Show Supply has done to go to these junior nationals and give these kids
Right.
those clinics to be able to learn and give them, so they're not afraid to try.
Right.
And
Yeah, and one thing about National Western, the kids do a lot of the work here, and that's we commend
Right.
the kids
Families have
and
to
the
touch 'em,
show.
yeah.
The families have to touch them, and that's a great thing. I know that's really an opportunity for a lot of the kids because sometimes they don't get to touch them.
Yeah.
No, these kids, they work hard at home, and there's just a lot of people want to be involved in this, and
right.
there's a lot of people surrounding each one of these kids, and they're so fortunate and lucky to have the support that they do, and it's a great world to grow up in.
Right.
Got 9 head in this class.
9 head. Yep.
Yeah, they ought to start sorting a lot faster now. Those guys, those 3 classes, what was that? 4, 5, and 6 were those classes that took so long to sort.
Yep.
You have to think that these champions are going to come out of those classes right in there.
Well, I've got a little bit of other trivia for you guys. In the auction, of course, the auction is still a big part of the National Western Stock Show. But the highest price ever paid for a steer at the National Western was last year, about $200,000. The lowest price, the lowest premium paid since 1986, since Brandon Horn's steer, was the Grand Champion steer shown by Sean Sparks in Texas, brings $11,000.
I knew Sean. Sean Sparks from Texas
Yeah.
or Oklahoma?
Well, it says Texas.
It's Oklahoma. Sean was from Oklahoma. He was a friend of mine.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, your friend only got $11,000 for his champion steer in Denver.
Yeah, and I kind of remember that.
And then in the reserve champion steer, the highest price again was last year. Mason Grady steer brings $100,000 for the reserve,
Okay.
and the lowest price paid for a reserve was our good friend Ty Krebs.
Yep.
In 1987,
Yeah.
that calf only brought $35.50.
And that was 87. Things
87.
were a little tighter then.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah,
I
they
guess
were.
so. Yeah.
That was right before a lot of the escalation of everything.
Right. Yeah, let's find Sean's.
I remember I talk about Glenn Martin and Carissa Cass had texted in. Some of these cattle guys don't know everything about Glenn, but Glenn was on when I judged meat at Oklahoma State. He was on the A&M team, A&M or Tech team, I guess. And anyway, he was awesome then. He won. I don't know. He won all the meat contests, and I remember thinking, I admired him from the beginning in the meets. And then I believe he also judged livestock the same year we did too. But I remember Glenn really well on the meat evaluation team. I think he won the national contest. I'm sure.
He's pretty sharp.
Yes, he is.
Yeah, Sean Sparks was from Oklahoma. I found the old picture, 1987.
Yeah. Sean was.
Yep.
He was from Southwest Oklahoma.
Yep.
I doubt Sean's watching, but I'd like to say hi. A&M, yeah.
Yep.
I should. It was at Tech when I remember him getting a lot of that award at
Yep.
the meet at.
He judged for.
Yeah, we had some kind of function, but he was A&M, and I'm gonna get shot for getting that mixed up, but.
He judged for Dr. Edwards.
Yeah. Yep. I'm starting to. This class is falling together pretty easy.
Well, I'm going to tell you what, that little old buddy of mine from Iowa, Joe Hare, has had a pretty good day today. He's got another calf in here. That Carson Corzine steer from Assumption, Illinois, was placed by Joe Hare.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be the calf in fourth down there.
I thought that was so neat that Cal Herring came up here.
I know.
I mean, how representative of everything is that? I mean, such a great ranching family from the West and diehard Wyoming people that have, they work hard every day.
But big ranching family, but also have a love the club calf business.
Yep. It ties all this together, and it's not just a show world. It's that's one of the biggest ranches, in Wyoming, and they utilize these genetics, the Maines and the Keys and Simmentals, and still, of course, the Angus, and they still cross those cattle that way, and have very successful bull sale every year. Boy, these text messages, they just get more interesting as we go.
Everybody thinks they're a comedian.
Yep. Comedy Central, that's the best one I've heard.
Yeah, that's the best one.
If only.
So we got a little color variation again in this class. Got us a black and white calf, a couple grays, a yellow calf. I like that yellow calf when he came in. Is that shale?
Yep, that's shale.
That's shale.
Yep.
Boy, that kid's a good showman.
And there's probably a pretty good chance they raised that one. They raise a lot of good calves and have a good successful sale there in Montana. Live in a beautiful part of the world.
Yeah, Absarke, Montana. That is a beautiful place.
I've gotten to know Kate, and I mean, just what a neat family.
Well, looks like we've got Dr. Steerwalt has gotten his card turned in. So Kirk was telling me a story about his hat. So normally you've always watched Kirk wear a black hat, right?
That's right. Yep, and that's a pretty color.
Well, he saw my
no doubt
pecan.
You inspired the fashion.
I inspired him.
I know.
He saw my pecan-colored hat here a couple years ago, and he told Julie when they went to the national finals, he was going to buy a hat just like Jakey had.
Here he comes.
So he brings that. So he brings the hat to National Western last year, and he didn't want to get it dirty, so he put it in the box.
Yeah.
And he was kind of late getting up here to the show ring.
Yeah.
And Julie said, "Don't forget your hat." And he just reached in there and grabbed his black hat and put it on. Here he bought this brand new hat to wear to judge it last year, and he forgot about it.
Yeah.
So he says, "I didn't realize it." And he said that I wanted to go to the bathroom before we started. I ran in the bathroom, was washing my hands. I looked in the mirror and I went, I forgot my black hat. Forgot my pecan hat.
Right.
So he says, I only brought that pecan hat this year. It's the only one I brought,
and
Jake.
It matches your shirt.
Yeah.
It kind of does.
Yeah.
I have to brag a little bit on my niece.
I know.
When I was little, my mom tried to get me to wear a cowboy hat to show, and by
never
golly,
would.
that was not cool. Not cool at all. And anyway, little Claire starts wearing a cowboy hat when she's about that same age, and of course, everybody just loves it,
I
And
know.
I'm sitting back there at 50 rolling my eyes, and I'm like, "See, Mom, you finally got somebody to wear a cowboy hat." And now a lot of these little girls are wearing not just the girls, but
I know.
you see more Western hats, and I'm not sure what all inspired that, but it's the cool thing now. But by my gosh, when I was just mortified when she made me wear a cowboy hat.
But Claire wears it well.
Claire wears it well, yeah.
Yes, she does. I don't know if Cricket will ever wear one, but I think
we look like the hat's wearing us.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, I think it's great. There's a Western sensibility to it.
No, there is. I got to tell a funny story about those two, though. So last summer, Colby called and needed some semen, so he didn't have anything going. So I drive to Frederick to go take the semen, and I walk in the show barn, and here's these two little monkeys, and it is hot. I mean, like it is really hot.
Smoking.
And they're taking turns dunking each other in a water bucket. They are soaked from head to toe. But Cricket had on a Kansas State University T-shirt, so I tried to take a picture of her and I with her purple T-shirt on.
Yeah, they were proud of that too.
Yep.
They thought that was big stuff. Power cats.
I know
Power
it.
cats.
I'm going to get them both to go there.
Oh my gosh. No comment.
I'm working on them.
This is class 8? Yep, class 8. We're wrapping up class 8 here. The cards are in. We should have a placing here shortly. 8
Okay.
in this class, and then we're going to move to class 9, and that's a big class too, 10 in that class. Taking a while to get through these. It's I think those middle classes there, they took some time on those, and rightfully so. There was a lot of heat right in the middle of this.
Yep.
And these cattle here look good too.
Really good. That
Yep.
smoke steer that just got pulled in there from Kimberly Lambert, that's a good calf.
This class probably hits me harder than the last one, I think.
Yep. That's actually not I'm almost sure that's a when in doubt steer out of a Charolais cow.
Pretty calf.
That's a good calf. Really complete, really balanced well. Big feet. Well, our judges are over here. They're all huddled up again,
Yep.
talking about the calves again. That is a really nice front 3 or 4 calves in this pen in this class too.
Once again, we don't know all these kids out here, but that Chael is a good boy.
Yeah, he is.
If you have comments on the kids, 405-400-9505. We have some more comments coming in, but if you have some, you want to text about the kids or the cattle, 405-400-9505. Be glad to try to highlight some of these kids out here today, these juniors doing a great job showing. And we said we don't know them all, and a lot of kids get started, and just because they don't have a big name doesn't mean they're not leading some of the best ones, and you know, equally just as talented.
There's Jet James leading that black calf around back in line. He's currently standing there in that 3rd position. Of course, that James family from Van Alstyne, family that shows steers, I mean, like it's their job.
Yeah.
They're at every steer show I go to in Texas, and always bring a bunch of them. And always have them looking the right part, too.
And they're breeders. They're not.
Oh,
just,
yeah, that's right.
They've purchased a lot and been a part of a lot of things. Very instrumental in the color implementation and the steers. And
right.
And probably some of the first to use the Charolais cross cattle.
So it looks like Joe's got the card, and he's working his way back down to the ring to start placing them. Did you guys get that card yet? For 8? Not yet. Okay. Okay, folks. Well, we are on Class 8 again, market steers. This is 1445 to 1449. Got 9 head in here. Hey, we've just got 4 classes of steers left, but the quality's been so good and so deep. A lot of these calves that have come in these what they call the heat classes, but boy, there's a couple calves in here that I think are if class winners out of these are still in contention and still have a shot at the overall grand prize, which we will do tonight at 6 o'clock.
Back here on showbarnflix.com.
Right, yep, right here on showbarnflix.com.
These girls have sat here the whole time.
Yep.
And we have the card.
Yep.
Roberts is going to be 4th.
Yeah, it looks like Shale's going to be 4th. And they're bringing that Camry Lambert in. That's a good calf right there. I liked him a lot. He's going to be 3rd. So it's down between Jet James.
I don't know. And who is the other girl up here?
This is
James is going to win. Yep.
Jet James is going to win the class. So we're going to have our comments from Glenn Martin, a Texan, talking about another Texan.
A nice class out here. Cattle certainly getting bigger, and we feel like some give and take here amongst the cattle here in the front end of the class. We like this one that leads off just for his balance, for his proportion, for his soundness and flexibility versus 2. Feel like his joint angles are a bit better, just moves a bit better, if you will. Don't know that he's necessarily any bigger backed or fresher backed, but you can see he's got more set in his hock and his pastern. He's set better at the angle to his shoulder and knee. And one for us, it just comes really big out his upper hip and pin set, just a little sounder maybe than the one that comes 2. Elevated, wild-looking, fresh-backed 1 and 2, one that we appreciate for all those things. That one gets just a little more upright in his shoulder angle and knee, a little straighter in terms of his hock and his pastern. One that probably hardens in the center of his body compared to our class winner, but a nice one there in 2. One that we had some discussion on after we turn our cards in is 3. He's got parts and pieces. We don't like how his shoulder comes out and he toes out down low. We do like his genuine depth of body and depth of rib, his stoutness of feature. That one's got to be freshened up in terms of his muscle shape right behind his blade back. Good one here. Young lady's done a great job of getting that one presented. We just want to reorganize him in terms of shoulder angle and knee, shoulder blade and knee right there in the lower point to his shoulder. One that comes next, young man brings a nice steer. He's a little bigger package in terms of his outline. That one's pretty sound, pretty practical. Get over the top of him, and he's got way more to him than you think. We want to change maybe exactly how he moves just there at his rear too. He wants to reach a little far, gets a little up in his spine. He is still sounder, more practical in terms of his design out through his hock and back pasture, and then the young lady comes next. That one is huge backed. That one handles extremely good. Just have to make him sounder and more useful in terms of his joint work. One that probably fixes that to a degree comes next in class. A young man's got one that has some muscle shape, particularly big hip, big in terms of his stifle shape. One that's a notch sounder, just plainer in terms of his look, harder in his forerib, leaner in his design, if you will. At 1450, we'd like to see that one with a bit more in terms of cover. Young lady comes next in class, got one that gets just a little up and down in terms of his structure at both ends. Want to soften him up. We've got to put more condition, more body in the one that comes next. That one is big and nice looking, but we've got to put some more chub and heart in the center of that one. Young man rounds out our class with one that's not designed terribly in terms of his joint angles, in terms of his body depth and his levelness of top line. Pretty nice. That one is extremely lean. We have to put more cover and condition to see that one into the choice grade. Let's put our hands together for those kids.
Again, Glenn Martin from Mason, Texas. He's our new member of the panel this year, but what a great stockman, and I love listening to him give the reasons.
I do too, and some of these terms today, and I come from, back in the day when they were a little not as
flowered up.
Flowered, yeah, yep. Not as decorative. But he said elevated, wild looking. Now that's pretty direct. I mean, that's pretty direct. Yep. But anyway, no, he's a great talent, and I think he does an awesome job talking just the basics of the cattle without too much.
Yeah. And then, of course, our placings again. First goes to Jet James, Van Alstyne, Texas, on a 1,449-pound calf. Great, solid black calf, really good looking and really sound. Second goes to Taylor Jeffrey, also from Texas, from McCauley, Texas, on entry 4326. That calf weighed 1445. Third went to Kimbry Lambert from Midland, Texas. Again, that was a smoke-colored calf. Again, really good, moderate, chubby-looking calf. And then fourth, Tate Riggin from Tiffin, Iowa, on a 1,445-pound smoked calf. Fifth went to Carson Corzine. Again, a calf that was placed by Joe Hare again there in Iowa from Assumption, Illinois. Sixth, Lear Hansen from Burlington, Colorado. Seventh was entry 4339, Karis Waterman from Anderson, Indiana. Eighth was entry 4328, Brock Welp from Vernon, Colorado.
Okay, we have Class 9 coming in, market steers, and there's 10 in this class. Weights 1450 to 1475, 25-pound difference here. First steer in the ring, black steer, shown by Jake King of Cope, Colorado. Libby Pode from Cisco, Texas, 1450, a familiar name there. Chance Austin, Milton, Wisconsin, 1450. Kelton Arthur, Stillwater, Oklahoma, 1459. Cole Van Meter, 1464 from Monon, Indiana. Cutter Prince, 1469 from West Point, Nebraska. Jackson Cromians, 1469 from Grandview, Texas. Austin Bamford, Canyon City, Colorado, 1470. Stephanie Berinda, 1472 from Earl Park, Indiana. Samuel Jordan, Savannah, Missouri, with the last steer in the class weighing 1475. 10 head in this class, and looks like we've got a class of black steers with maybe 2 colored ones.
Yeah, there's 2 colored ones in here and a couple black and white ones. Got a Brockle face up here on the front.
A lot of family names in here that we all know, and we've gone Colorado, Texas, Wisconsin, Oklahoma, Indiana, Nebraska, Missouri. Almost every steer is coming from a different state.
Yeah, just got a text from my good friend Sean Varner, another great evaluator of cattle. Said he's sitting at his desk listening to us, and we're his entertainment for the day. Sean, you live a very dull life.
Looks like Joe Hare bred another one of these, the Corzine steer. Am I saying it right?
No, that was in the last class.
Okay.
Yeah, that was in the last class.
I always heard from David Bradford from Iowa. David, how are you doing? He said, and I do remember this, they used to give a pickup to the Grand Steer exhibitor.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know how many years they did that, but David, that's a great that was a great bit of information. But they used to give pickups away to all the champion steers. I don't know how many years they did that, but
they were Dodge, I think, weren't they?
Were they Dodge pickups?
I think so. Yep, Jake King, Libby Pode, Chance Austin, Kelton Arthur, Cole Van Meter, Cutter Prince, Jackson Cromans, Austin Bamford, Stephanie Berinda, and Samuel Jordan.
Of course, Libby Pode, her dad Randy, another great steer family from Wisconsin originally. Of course, they moved to Texas. He's been in Texas for several years, but another great Wisconsin influence here in the club calf business. Of course, the Cromines family, Jackson Cromines down in Grandview, Texas, another really competitive family. He's got that black and white real chubby calf there.
You know, one thing I want to point out is the National Western gives a junior premier exhibitor of the market beef, and that's a big deal to these kids, and I know my family's been involved in that, but I'm not sure how they calculate it. It may be on speech and or I'm not sure what it is. We would have to get but anyway, that they make that a big deal at the beginning of the sale, and they award that.
Wow. Again, a really competitive. These are, I mean, you know, the weights of these calves are getting up there. We're at 1450 to 1475, so we're knocking on 1,500-pound door.
This is Class 9. We
yeah,
still
got 3 classes left. So the big boys are still coming, but, you know, I hate to talk about COVID year, but that year of COVID changed the acceptable weights of these calves too. You know, I mean, where people had to keep those calves because a lot of those plants got shut down. Those calves got fed a little longer, and they started killing calves that were in that 1,450 to 1,500-pound weight, 1,600-pound weight. You know, and now in the show ring, we've seen that. We've seen that trickle down into this show steer business too. What that calf at one Kansas City weighed was like 1,450 or something, wasn't he? Or up mid-14s.
What do you know? What class won this last year? Can somebody tell us that? There were 12 classes. I know that, but I don't remember what class that steer came out of.
I don't remember either.
I think he was a lighter weight class.
He was in a lighter weight class, yeah. I love the way this first calf's built. Black Baldy. I love a black Baldy. That's Jake King coming into your screen right there from Cope, Colorado.
I see this. David Bradford, he won the pickup.
Oh, he won a pickup.
That's why I was like, why is
still has
somebody
it.
sending me a picture of a pickup? 33 years strong. Still has the pickup.
Oh, my.
And
He won it in 1990?
That looks like a Ford to me.
What kind is it?
No, it is a Dodge.
It's a Dodge.
David, what is it? I think it's a Dodge. He had the second one. The first one was won by a family in Oklahoma. That would have had to, not sure. In 90, 89, 90. Still a lot of quality in here, my goodness.
I mean, tough. Tough, tough, tough.
What's this calf on the front?
That calf, that's from Jake King, 1450 weight Baldy calf, really good looking. Calf's got an awesome look, awesome presence to him. And then of course Libby Poge right behind. Little Libby's got that smoke calf. She's got one of the two smoke colored calves here in the lineup. That's a big, stout, burly, big forearm in that calf. Kelton Arthur down there in fourth hole. He's got the show steer in the bunch. That's a good calf, too. Really sound, really square built.
Yep, it was a Dodge pickup.
It was a Dodge pickup. And he still has it.
Yep.
Wow.
They must have got to keep them.
Wasn't like these stock trailers you have to bring back or buy,
yeah,
I guess.
That was the real deal.
Yeah.
Well, we've learned a lot of neat stuff today.
Yeah, we have. Every year it blows my mind how much history comes out.
Mm-hmm. I don't think they said whether 120 steers, is that thereabouts. I think that's a few over last year.
Yep.
And what day is the Prospect Show broadcast here?
Friday. I think Friday.
Not sure. I like that Baldy steer.
I do too.
Yep. Well, he's put together, moves pretty right to be that big.
Right. Just so fluid.
Did you get that?
So, yeah.
Yep, Samuel Jordan.
Yeah. So the young man, Samuel Jordan, who's entry 5353 from Savannah, Missouri, he's the young man in the black vest. So he would be the young man at the very front of the lineup here. His 1,475-pound calf. That young man also raised and exhibited the reserve champion Angus steer at this year's Angus Junior National. So hats off to that young man for having a breeding program and bringing high-quality calf. He's one of the first calves pulled in here for the.
Yep, he's at the head of the class up there.
Right.
Three more classes after this. Let's see, they don't pick any divisions. They just pick the grand, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
Didn't they used to have divisions or not? I was thinking, man, where am I getting that from?
I don't know.
Maybe not. I think I'm thinking Fort Worth. I'm already on Fort Worth mode.
Yep. So I hear Mark Hogue. I guess Mark Hogue is judging Fort Worth. What I heard.
Yep.
That'll test the boy.
Yep.
You get that many of them run at you, that many good ones run at you in a short period of time.
We were talking earlier. I think this is a neat piece of history, but just the National Western, or it wasn't even called the National Western, but this facility or this geographical location was the starting point of the stock show, and it was called the Denver Bloodstock Fair. It was a fair for the Denver Bloodstock Association, and that was first held in 1874. And of course, the change and progression of it to the National Western Stock Show. But what I think is neat that people don't realize is that the first breeds were Shorthorn, Hereford, Devon, Jersey, Ayrshire, and Galloways, and those were the 6 breeds that were represented, and they had 5 days of horse racing, which we said earlier, and I can only imagine that's, and I think it's in Abilene where they have the West Texas.
Right.
Well, the Cowboy Western Heritage Days. They still have the horse racing there with the Western saddles, and you talk about fun, and I can just only imagine in 1874, 5 days of horse racing, and and the amazing part to me that people don't realize is there were no Angus there.
No.
So it shows you how things have changed.
Have really changed.
Yeah. So they would have all been color then.
They'd all been colored, right? Yeah.
Yeah, and it just shows what the Angus breed has done. And
well, it's also back in 1906 when we had the first steer show here. They had 4 breeds in 1906. It was just Angus, Galloway, Hereford, and Shorthorn were the only breeds that showed steers.
Okay. Angus,
Galloway, Hereford, and Shorthorn. And I announced the Galloway show this year down the yards.
Yeah, and it's funny how a lot of, the Galloways are an important part.
They are.
Yep.
So in 1906, there was a total of 351 cattle shown.
Mm-hmm.
Sheep and hogs were shown in 1906 also. Mm-hmm. And then when the Denver Union Stockyard was purchased by National Packing Company, the Denver Union Stockyard Company's general manager in Denver became the stock show's major underwriter.
Yep, that I remember reading.
So that's why all the yards history was so important.
And all the rail cars.
Right.
I heard my grandfather telling stories of riding the rail cars up here, and just such a and we used to have an old truck that had an International, I believe, and it was white with a red bed, and I wish we still had that truck. I know Jason Hoffman's they restored one, and
they did?
Yep, and it's super neat.
So in 1907 was the first year for carload shows here in Denver. So it was 1907. Yep. This class involved exhibition, judging, and sale of 20 animal lots. So, you had to have 20 in a carload.
Wow.
Before, then it went down to, did it ever go to 15? And then it's down to 10 for a carload?
Or 2.
No.
Yeah.
You still have a carload show.
Yeah, no, I know, but
They used to have 20.
But then they developed the pin shows.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a neat piece of history. So 1907, and that was before the war. And then the war, there was a lot of I saw that they used to put the great big tent up here.
Up here on the hill.
Yeah.
Before this building was built.
And no doubt they constructed this building, and the architecture was built after that tent. Mm-hmm. So the dome top and
right.
And I'm sure that's where the Iowa State Fair building comes
from.
Yeah, that would be, I'm sure. I don't know exactly, but
right.
I'm saying that was to replicate the tents that used to go up. If you look up at the structure of this building, it is phenomenal just to look up in the beams and see it.
Right. Got the old green plexiglass to let some light in here. It doesn't leave a whole lot of light in here, but what I always think is so cool is there's times when you can see the shadows of the cars going through the windows when the sun's shining. You're that close to I-70.
Yeah.
So as our judges are pulling this in, I know I told this story last year, but
Here comes our Baldy.
one of the most embarrassing moments of my life happened in this building.
I'd be afraid to ask what that was.
Well, I'm going to tell you.
Okay.
So when I worked for the Polled Hereford Association, the National Polled Hereford Show was here. And we're selecting the national champion Polled Hereford female. And we had a 3-man system. And it wasn't so technical. You didn't have a digital board. You had to write them on a board and then
yeah, I remember
stick the
this.
board up on an
Yeah.
easel. And I was the person in charge of putting the board up on the easel because I was the rookie on the staff.
Yeah.
Well, that year, champion drive on the champion female that year, I look at the board and I quick added up, and I went to my cohort, Steve Shull, who was working with, he had Texas and
Yeah.
Oklahoma, and Steve Shull said, "Son, we're not paid to think, we're paid to put the board on the easel." And I said, "Well, I'm telling you that those numbers don't add up." He said, "Son, just put the board up." And it started down here. This place was packed. It was packed all the way around here, from beam down to that beam.
Yeah.
And right up here where we put that board up, we set it up right here, right in front of where we're sitting today. And you could hear the buzz of that crowd just go, because they were adding it up just like I had.
Yeah.
And they knew it was wrong.
Yeah.
Well, by the time they'd figured it out, they'd already selected George Ellis with a female 403T. Her name was Victoria 403T.
Yeah.
Or Sarah 403. No, it was a Victoria 403T. She was a heifer calf. She was an absolute powerhouse of a female. She was back in the perfection days of the Hereford deal.
Yeah.
And she was selected national champion female. And I mean, George Ellis was walking out the ring, was at that picture backdrop, and had already taken a picture when they figured it out wrong. And he had to come back in
Yeah.
here, and he ended up being reserve.
I remember the story. Yeah.
Bad deal. Side note to that is they changed that female's name to Vanessa, because the same year that happened,
Yeah.
Vanessa Williams got her Miss
Yeah.
America title stripped.
Taken away.
And so they changed that female's name to Vanessa, and she brought $100 and some thousand in their dispersal, was a high-selling female in their sale. Became more famous because she got beat.
That's right.
That's just another memory from this building for me.
I didn't know that was you, that you were in the middle of that. Yeah.
I was the one that put the board up, yes.
But you knew it was wrong.
I knew it was wrong. But nobody would listen to me because I was young and dumb. Now they don't listen to me. Now I'm old and dumb.
Just keep talking.
Yeah, I know. I'm going to shut up. Well, they've turned the cards in. Joe Epperly, again, our ring steward, is turning the cards in. We'll have the selection for you shortly. And again, we're having a really nice day here. We haven't been outside yet, but
I think it's warmed up.
yeah, it's supposed to be like close to 50 degrees outside here, and it's a welcome change from the Denver that we've had to deal with today, or this last week.
Mm-hmm. This has been enjoyable for sure. I really enjoyed those. Well, I enjoyed all of it, but those classes were just.
Oh, it's just good.
It was tough last year, but I think there's some heat in the middle of those this year.
I thought that Fennebaker steer last year kind of came to the top when they got him out here in the final drive. He was kind of the crowd favorite, I think. This year, there's going to be 4 calves in there so far, I think, that could have a shot at this.
And they might surprise us and do something on either end of it.
Yeah, they sure could. Sure could.
I like this calf up here. He's
I do too. I love the way he's built. Who doesn't like a baldy? Seriously.
He's got a pretty head.
Yep. Pretty head, and I love the way he's
Pretty fresh looking to be
Yeah,
that
he is.
size.
big-legged, really good-footed. Be interesting to know how that calf's bred. Okay, Joe Epperly. Joe Epperly has gone out and is starting to pull our class in. Thank you. Okay, you're going to like this, Chris.
Yeah.
Second is going to be Kelton Arthur, and first is going to be Jake King. The black baldy calf's going to win this, the one we kind of liked in the beginning. What a great calf. There's another calf that's just a big, stout, burly, good one. And Kirk Steerwalt's going to do our commentary.
Really nice steer to start this class, and you love his markings. He's one that comes with so much eye appeal. He's one that when you get up on him, he's so impressive. He's so big hipped. He's just extremely wide within. He's really genuine and authentic. The young man does an incredible job with him. His chest floor, to me, is really, really good at this particular weight. And, he's just one that gets out here. And he could come with a little more cushion, but he's good enough here today, and I'll tell you what, that's a beautiful steer. He's one that rises to the top, and I think he just kind of sets the standard for this particular class. The steer in the second hole is another one that follows suit. He's one that's really nice put together. He's really flat over his back and nice out up over his tail head. I think he's really squaring his pins, and he just comes with, to me, just a moderation and a blend all the way through. He carries a shot more chest floor than the steer that goes out ahead of him. Probably, you'd like to loosen him up just a little bit, but man, those two steers are super good looking from the side. You really got to appreciate, the power and, to me, the completeness and the eye appeal that they have. Here's a steer here that, he's kind of one of them that falls in there. He's more moderate. You'd like to stretch him out, but he's so impressive. When you get your hands on him, you love the handle that he has. He's so wide and so thick and so stout. You'd like to stretch him out, kind of loosen him up a little bit, to move past them two up above him. But that steer there is phenomenal when you get behind him. The next steer here is also very soft through the center portion of his body. I think he comes with a lot of attractiveness, eye appeal. Young man does a great job with him. He gets a little bit more flatter in his muscle shape and just gets a little bit more shorter in his hock, if you will. But he's one that when you get him parked, he sets the picture and just a really, really nice steer. The next steer is one that kind of when he comes in, he's another one that awfully good from the side profile. You love that, to me, the dimension that he has. You love the look that he has. The young lady does a great job with him out here. He's just, to me, well presented. He's one that when you get him out here on the walk, you'd like to free him up. Just gets a little bit more shorter and a little bit more rigid. You just like to see him have a little bit more flexibility, to me, and a little bit more angle off that, to me, off those passers as he hits the ground. The next steer is awfully good, square from one to end. He's one that's got a lot of eye appeal. He gets a little bit more opened up over his top, a little bit more looser in his loin edge, but a steer that, like I said, has got that show ring look and that presence, and to me, a really, really good job. The young man did a phenomenal job out here as well. The next steer, the gray steer, is one that has a lot of pieces to him. He's one that comes together, and, there's a lot of things that you like. You like that squareness and the way the tailhead sits down in him. He gets a little bit more looser made, especially up there, opens up off his loin there, gets a little bit more, rugged up through his shoulder. You'd like to see that a little bit more extra curvature to his underline, to me, to move him up any higher today. The next steer is really complete. He's one that he looks like a steer with some performance built in there. He's very good on his feet and legs. I think he's good on every corner that he comes to the ground. I think that's a steer that, he just gets a little bit more bolder in his neckline, and just not as neat and tidy as some that go out there. You just like to see him a little bit more trimness, if you will, out through that front 1/3. The next two steers to me are good, and they got a lot of things that you like about them. They just want to break over on their front end and come apart, and they're just to me challenging a little bit from a structural standpoint. Hard to use them up any higher than that today, but I'll tell you what, super competitive, tough class of cattle, and like I said, this one here was phenomenal all the way down through their classes. Let's give our exhibitors a round of applause. Nice job.
Results of class number 9. In 10th place, Austin Bamford.
Okay, folks, our Class 9 results first went to Jake King on a black-white face, big, stout, 1,450-pound calf. Was actually the lightest calf in that class from Cope, Colorado. Congratulations to Jake and his family. What a great calf. Christy and I both love that calf the moment he came in the ring. Second goes to Kelton Arthur from Stillwater, Oklahoma on a 1,459-pound calf. Third was Cutter Prince. Cutter, of course, great family from West Point, Nebraska on that really good smoked calf. The calf weighed 1,469. Fourth went to Cole Van Meter from Monon, Indiana on a black and white calf. Really good, sharp-colored calf. A big, stout, burly one. Placed fourth in that class. Fifth, Stephanie Berenda from Earl Park, Indiana on a really nice made black calf. Sixth was Chance Austin from Milton, Wisconsin. Seventh was our intermediate showmanship champion yesterday. Libby Pode won the intermediate showmanship yesterday.
And that's a competitive showmanship.
Big time. And Libby, congratulations. Standing seventh in this class today, a little farther down probably than she thought, but boy, great family, and congratulations on your showmanship win yesterday. Eighth was entry 53-53, Samuel Jordan. Of course, that's the young man that had the reserve champion steer at the Junior National, Angus Junior National last summer. Ninth went to Jackson Cromeans from Grandview, Texas on another black and white colored calf. And 10th was Austin Bamford from Cannon City, Colorado. We're now ready for Class 10. These calves go from 1477 to 1501.
Class 10, this is probably the smallest class of the show.
Yep.
Led off by Reed Pratt from Pueblo, Colorado. Next steer is Kinsey Nevy, Albany, Texas, 1478. Jack Walter from Creston, Iowa, 1481. J.C. Taylor, Blue Earth, Minnesota, 1482. Susanna Sinclair, 1494, from Fergus, Ontario. Oh, we got a Canadian in here. I think that's the first Canada steer we've seen.
It is.
Wyatt Dunklaw, Wayne, Nebraska, 1499. Corrine Kinney, Norwalk, Ohio, 1501. And Violet McQuate, Larkspur, Colorado, steer weighing 1501.
Okay, so another just awesome presented set of calves. I know we still have 2 more classes after this.
I mean, there's steers in there that they look like they fit the box.
Right.
Even though we're pushing that upper weight limit.
I mean, that really is. I mean, when we start talking about frame size and where some of these calves are coming in, yes, some of these are getting a little bigger, but you still got some moderate, chubby, big square built steers in here.
I like that gold steer.
I do too.
He looks like he's.
Okay, so our judge, Dustin Frank, is working his way down here. Here's a calf with the white tail. That's Kenzie Neve from Albany, Texas. And, of course, our first steer up here on the top of the class, this is Reed Pratt. The Pratt family from Pueblo, Colorado.
That's a cute girl. I guess, is that Neve?
Neve. Neve.
It's either Neve or Nev.
And that 4th calf, that big yellow calf.
It's the JC?
Jace.
Jace Taylor.
Yeah. And then the next
Minnesota.
yellow calf is that Susanna Sinclair from Ontario, Canada. Then a smoke steer from Dunklau. Then the black calf at the end. And a black and white calf.
You know, I noticed there were a lot of Canadian people here for a lot of the breed shows.
There was.
Yep, a lot of Angus Canadians and Hereford. A lot of Hereford people from Canada. Red Angus.
Yeah, we had 2 pins of Red Angus bulls, one from 6 Mile and one from Coburn, Coburn Ranch, Coburn family, and they were champion and reserve. So both Canadian pins won the Red Angus show.
There were a lot of Canadians at the embryo sale.
There again, you guys are getting a view of these calves, and that is a great view of the rear shots of these steers coming in here.
So it's Neve.
Neve.
Yep, thank you for sending that in.
Yeah.
That's embarrassing, and I hate to say someone's name wrong, but Neve. Hopefully I've got it right.
So Kenzie Neve from Albany, Texas. That's a nice calf. Really built good.
Neve. Albany's a great part of the world. A lot of ranching history there. Tell us a little bit about Kenzie, if you can, whoever's texting in here.
Yep. She's a good showman.
Yep, she's a good showman. Albany's home of a lot of the big West Texas ranches, a center for close to the Sixes and the Pitchfork and Watt Matthews Ranch. Straight east of Lubbock.
So Kevin Jensen, I was telling that story about the National Polled Hereford deal. He had to text me.
Okay.
He had one in the
He
ring.
would know.
He was leading one when he was in there.
He had a ringside seat.
You know, he was he had a closer than a ringside seat. He was in the ring. And back in there again, we're talking about back in those days. But think about all the fitting services we used to have that we don't see anymore.
Yep.
You know, I mean, the year that Pacesetter and Challenger were here in the Hereford thing, and it was always the buzz on the hill that those 2 big bulls, and you know, they sent Challenger west and sent Pacesetter east, and they both were big 2-year-old bulls coming in here, and
names that we all remember.
Arlo Jansen had both them bulls in his string. Both those two bulls were vying for the national championship, and he had both of them in his string.
I'll never forget when I was growing up and got to college, and you know, it would be you'd meet a friend and you'd go, "Oh, you're a Hereford person too, or you're a Hereford," and somebody goes, "Christy." Everybody goes back to one of those three breeds. It's not that big a deal.
I know.
But that's true. Like we all originate from you know, one of the.
Well, and like I said,
one of the British breeds.
Marguerite
almost.
Riffle, the Hereford part of my life was very important to me. So
Yeah.
and again, getting hired by the Polled Hereford Association and getting to work there for a few years.
Yeah.
And the Willard Wolf was working for the Hereford Association out in the West, and he could have just run over me, but he took the time, put his arm around me, and he drug me around and give me a chance. So
I got a text.
it's a good calf.
The Neve girl, Kinsey Neve, won showmanship at Phoenix the last 3 years in a row.
Really?
Yep, and she won Denver Intermediate Showmanship last year, a few years ago, it says.
Good.
Yep, she is a good showman.
She's a great showman. It's a good calf, too.
Yep, nice calf getting pulled to the front. I like this old orange steer.
I
here
do, too.
coming.
That calf's got a lot of product in him.
Now, who is that? Jace Taylor.
Yeah, that's Jace Taylor.
Excuse me for calling him JC.
No, it's Jace Taylor.
There's so many.
Good Minnesota kid. So we've got Colorado, Texas, Iowa, Minnesota, Canada, Nebraska, Ohio, and Colorado.
Mm-hmm.
So we've got them from all over. That is a good calf.
Yeah, there's not one. Well, Colorado.
Two kids from Colorado.
Yeah, the rest of them are all different states.
Look at this little shaver here. Black and white calf coming around with this little girl in the pink.
There's a pretty black one. What's that, steer? What's a good-looking calf?
The little girl with the black and white?
Behind her, I like.
Oh, the black calf behind her.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is
That's
Jack.
Dunklaw.
No, that's Jack Walter from Creston, Iowa. Dunklaw is he's got a smoke calf. That's his smoke calf coming around right here.
Okay.
Kind of a big back, burly, dark smoke calf.
Still have a pretty decent crowd.
Yeah, really good. It'll get bigger here in a little bit.
Really catching that plane's looking like it might be tight now.
What time's your flight?
Well, there's 3 of them, but the first one's gone.
When's the second one?
I don't want to tell you.
Oh.
It's funny how the older you get, it's easier to be at home, you know?
Yeah. Oh, I know. I'd like to spend a few days at home, but it ain't going to happen. So I just got a text from our good friend Shane Meyer. Said those two bulls changed the breed forever. And they did. Really.
Yep. I remember the talk on them.
Oh, my. We had that conversation down in the yards because Bobby Harrell, Harold Hereford's own challenger.
Yeah.
And he worked for Arlo on that crew and was telling old stories about Arlo and those days. And so John Tucker and Bob Harrell and I were all standing there talking and reminiscing about those days and who but anybody but Arlo could have pulled that off and had those two bulls that were that competitive all year.
Yeah.
And kept those bulls looking as fresh as he did, those big 2-year-old bulls, and brought them two in here. I mean, it was unbelievable.
Yeah.
I'll never forget those two bulls coming in the ring.
Classes were so big with all those big bulls in there and all.
They used to have 15 big 2-year-old bulls in one class.
At least. Yeah.
Oh.
Kevin would be able to tell you that.
Yeah.
But those are big classes. And the Angus bulls, too.
Yeah. I'll never forget seeing Cobble Pond New Yorker here in Denver. That was back when they were changing those cattle, and he was. I just thought he was. God, he was
standing on stools to
clip them. 1983, I worked for Twig Marston out here in the Shorthorn deal, and we had 2 big senior yearling bulls, and one was 77.5 inches tall, the September, and the white November bull we had was like 76.5, and Alan Sears stood on a bucket, feed
gosh.
bucket, to read the hip height measurement on those two bulls. And to think how we've
Yeah.
moderated these cattle and changed them back, brought them back. So Kevin Jensen said that Arlo had a nickname for Kevin. Guess what that nickname was?
I don't know.
Baby Joe Lewis.
Baby Joe.
That's pretty funny. Oh. And a compliment, too. Spanky, that was a great compliment.
Well, you know, we were talking about the mother of the wind steer, I
Mhm.
believe, and you know she goes back to Harrietta, right?
Well, Harriet
Yeah, but wasn't her mother Harrietta?
could have been.
Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, the same
Yeah,
deal.
same deal.
But anyway, you know, you can't forget if you're talking about all these old guys, Myron Benished, and you have Joe Epperly out here, and Myron was the manager at Wagon
Yep.
Hammer, and you know he was. I don't know he bred or he had
Oh, yeah.
Harrietta all
Yeah.
her life, and I mean it's just one of
Well,
those
they-
special animals that
They would have sold that Harrietta, the original Harrietta. They would have sold her, and but Myron Banish would have been the man that raised her. I mean, he's the
Myron
one
was-
he's the
yeah.
one that bred her and raised her. Yeah.
he was around every year and at the displays and just always the same, but
And-
he was always there.
And miss him. We
Yep.
just lost him this last fall, and what a great cattleman, what a great contributor to this industry.
Right. Another big ranch that had a lot of Maine and Key
Yep.
and Simi, or just a lot of
Continental
continental
Mhm.
influence,
Yep.
yep. But still with a lot of Angus base in them, and they still have very successful sales today.
Oh yeah. Well, Kirk has turned in his card for this class. Again, of course, our judges again are Kirk Steerwalt from Leedy, Oklahoma. Wife Julie is accompanying him this year. I got a chance to talk to Julie a little bit. Of course, Kai won the steer show here several years ago. The same day that his sister Kyra ended up winning the Lamb show here at the National Western. Of course, Kirk, an Iowa from Chariton, Iowa, originally. Did you know he grew up in town?
Who's that?
Kirk.
Oh yeah,
Yep.
I did. That's a great story.
So Kirk grew up in town and in Chariton, Iowa, but his grandfather raised Hereford cattle. Or again, back to the old
Back to
Hereford breed again.
yeah,
and-
I knew that too. Yep.
and so spent a lot of time out on the Hereford farm with his grandfather, and fell in love with animals and fell in love with animal agriculture, and went on to Iowa State where he received his Bachelor of Science degree, and then fell in love with an Okie and moved down to Oklahoma, to Leedy, Oklahoma, out to Western Oklahoma. Of course, since 1987, Kurt has conducted clinics and demonstrations throughout the United States and Canada, and educating our young people on how to present their animals better. And of course, I'd like to contribute a lot of what Kirk's done for this business to why these cattle look so good too. So just want to thank Kirk for all his contributions. Of course, Dustin Frank from Chapel, Nebraska, his wife Kendra are here. Of course, his family own and operate Frank Family Genetics, an Angus and Red Angus purebred operation that operate out of northern Colorado and the western panhandle of Nebraska. Great ranching family. And, of course, Dustin's brother Taylor is the livestock judging coach down at Butler Community College, and has had a lot of success down there. Great evaluators. And then, of course, our third member, our rookie member to our panel this year is, of course, no rookie to the livestock business, Mr. Glenn Martin, of course, from Mason, Texas. He and his wife have made the trip up here to Denver again this year. And, of course, Glenn is just a great livestock stockman, and I've had a chance to really become good friends with this guy, and just absolutely enjoy all of our time that we get a chance to spend together. And what a great evaluator. Have really enjoyed listening to Glenn's evaluations today. And of course, him and his wife Ray Ann have raised all 4 of their daughters on a ranch in South Texas. Of course, one of the most successful market goat firms in the United States. And of course, he himself started bracing for success, which is another service that he's provided to young people, teaching them how to feed, how to manage, how to present, and how to show market goats and lambs all across the country. And so, similar to what Kirk's done, Glenn has contributed back into that small animal.
Such an important part to
It
teach
is.
these kids that.
To pass it along.
Not just show them, but to teach them.
Right.
I did get a text here that I didn't mention, and we thought that the information about Dr. John Matsushima,
Yeah.
who was the Colorado teacher, and that came from, it wasn't Leon Vick, it was Dr. Fred McClanahan.
Junior.
Yep. And he's been going to the show since he was 5 years
Oh,
old.
my.
And he was telling us the story about Freight Train and the guy that
Right.
traveled to. But Fred, if you're still listening, we appreciate that. And I did have Leon tell me about Dr. John and that he would turn to 103 this year. And he told me the story of the Catch a Calf show that Day Show Steers from out at Meta, Texas,
Yep.
had supplied all the calves for that, and they were all Hereford this year. And he thought that was great, and just goes to show you how things come around.
Right.
But anyway, we appreciate that, Fred, if you're still listening, and I'm sorry I missed that earlier.
Well, it's okay. He was, again, that was an impressive set of steers. I got a chance to see those Catch Calf calves.
Did you? Oh, I
Yeah.
didn't know you saw them.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. And I told Jen if I'd have known she needed help loading them that next morning, I'd have
Yeah.
sure helped her. But she didn't have much help that morning.
Well, we've had a lot of neat stuff text in. I
I
can't
know.
believe that. Yep.
So we are tabulating the judges' scores for Class 10. Again, this is Class 10 of our Market Steer show. What a great show we've had. And again, a lot of quality, a lot of big-bodied, stout-built, sound calves. Again, in this Class 10, we got 2 more classes coming to you. Our next class will be from 1508 to 1530. We got 10 head in that class. And then we've got the big boys coming in Class 12. And we go from 1535 all the way up to 1630 this year. So another 2 really, I'm sure, very competitive classes of steers coming back in here in classes 11 and 12.
You know, there's a lot of Colorado steers and
Yeah.
and even some New Mexico, but there are a lot of steers from the east here, like Indiana, Illinois, of course Iowa.
Yeah.
But just a lot of cattle have made the trip out here.
And like I said, it's a steer show that you would love to win.
Mhm.
I mean, it's one of those bucket list items that I think a lot of young exhibitors that would like to come to win a steer show, this would be one that.
I had somebody tell me that one of their daughter's goals was just to get to show a steer here, and they were from the West Coast, they were from California, and they were just gonna do that. That was on their bucket list before she graduated.
Okay, as Joe is pulling these calves in, our pretty little girl in the pink, that is Violet McQuate. She's going to be 5th. Your 4th place calf is Wyatt Dunklow, and that smoke calf. The yellow calf, Reed Pratt, is going to be your no, that's the black calf. The black calf, Reed Pratt with the cowboy hat on. Pratt family from Pueblo, Colorado. He's going to be your 3rd place calf. Your 2nd place calf, looks like Joe is going to place our little friend Kenzie Neve from Texas,
Yep.
2nd. And your 1st place calf is Jace Taylor from Blue Earth, Minnesota. Of course, Dustin Frank is going to talk this class, but what a great big old stout yellow calf to start this class. And then that calf we liked, that really good complete calf, is going to be 2nd from Kenzie Neve.
Those are nice steers.
So we get out as we get out here into some of these heavyweight steers, you know, I think there's 4 really good cattle in this class that could be jumbled a few different ways. At the end of the day, the way it shook out, the 2 more moderate and probably more pulled apart steers are going to stand first and second in this class. I really like the look and the balance in this copper steer here from the side profile. He's a little more on the moderate side, but you got to love that dude's body shape. He's really bold-ribbed, he's big-backed, he's wide, he's square, and genuine in the way that he's built. This young man's doing a phenomenal job of getting him shown, and his reaction when he got placed first was unbeatable. You could tell that he's put a lot of time and effort into this, and my hat's off to you, young man. That's a really good steer. I wish he went a little better on them hind two, but you've done a phenomenal job getting that steer presented out here today. Steer in second is the one that's most alike him of those top 4. I think that if you use the copper one to win, then you most definitely need to follow with this one. He's a little plainer in his shoulder and a little more open and round up there. Maybe runs downhill just a little bit, but everything from there back is correct. He's correct in terms of his body shape. He's correct on them feet and legs, and he too is very genuine and square in terms of his muscle shape. One that I like a pretty good deal comes out here in third, and I think he kicks off a pair of larger scaled cattle. You know, for some of us, we thought maybe there wasn't quite as much width underneath to that guy. I do admire his look. I think he's athletic in terms of the way he sets down in his hock. He's just a little more rigid in them pasterns. The steer that follows in behind him is another one that's extremely flexible. Right there on the standstill, that guy's as good looking as any of them out here in this class. I sure admire that steer from his eye appeal and his balance. We'd like to give him some more base width and some more natural shape to his lower quarter and his lower rib all the way through. That black and white steer that follows in behind him is a big-hipped and big-topped steer that's very good-looking. This young lady does an awesome job of getting that steer shown. He's probably just a little tighter in his movement than some of the other cattle out here, and it most certainly doesn't help his cause that there's such a disparity between size of calf and showman, but still a bold-made, stout kind of a steer. The steer that follows in behind him is just a little plainer in the way that he's shaped in terms of his muscle, a little flatter there in his rib shape and a little more peaked in behind his shoulder, still sound and up-headed as he goes out there. These 2 steers that round things out are both good cattle. You know, they're stout, they're muscular, they're heavy-duty. They're both just a little more bound up in terms of the way they're built in terms of their skeleton, but still good cattle that got plenty of shape to them.
Okay, our reasons again from Dustin Frank on Class 10, and our placings again. First went to Jace Taylor from Blue Earth, Minnesota on a 1,482-pound calf. Really, really stout, big-bodied yellow calf. I'm sure wasn't In God We Trust, but I mean, what a really good calf to win that Class 10. Second was Kenzie Neve from Albany, Texas on a 1,478-pound calf. Really good black and white calf, really super sound, awesome structured. Third went to Reed Pratt from Pueblo, Colorado on a 1,477-pound black calf. Fourth was Wyatt Dunklow, of course, the Dunklow family from Wayne, Nebraska on a smoked calf weighing 1,499. Fifth was Violet McQuate on a 1,500-pound calf, black and white colored up calf from Larkspur, Colorado. Sixth was Suzanne Sinclair on a 1,494-pound calf from Fergus, Ontario, Canada. I want to thank our Canadian friend to come down and participate in the 2024 National Western. And then Corinne Kinney from Norwalk, Ohio was 7th, and Jack Walter from Creston, Iowa was 8th. Okay, Christy, this is Class 11. We're getting to the big boys here. Got 10 head in this class.
Class 11 market steers. We've got steers weighing from 1,508 to 1,530. First steer in the ring is Trevor Williams from Fort Collins, Colorado, followed by Cade Stratman, West Point, Nebraska. And we've got another Neve steer shown by Kenzie Neve, Albany, Texas. Jordan Hamill, Hagerman, New Mexico. Remington Brumbaugh, Leoto, Indiana. Casey Midcap, Ray, Colorado. Tracy Johnson, Monta Vista, Colorado. Caris Waterman, Anderson, Indiana. Darley Dory, Brush, Colorado. What a cute name. Adeline Sidwell, Pierce, Colorado. And I guess that's the same Sidwells and
Yep.
Shout out to them for the commercial females that they showed and in the yards and had in the, the stock show started the stockmen in the stockyards, and then there's the other female sale, Maternal Merit.
Yep.
And just brought a tremendous commercial influence and crossbred, not cross, but commercial female sales to the yards, and they were really successful. And Boy Sidwell's had a great showing, and I believe they won with they had this set of black heifers and then the set of Charolais. Both were really good and brought over 3,000 apiece on those. And
wow.
just the Sidwells, a great ranching family here in Colorado.
They had a set of red heifers too, didn't they?
Yeah, I can't remember. And then they had even some in Dave's sale. Dr. Dave Duella has the Western Elite, and they had a great showing in there, I believe, as well. Am I right?
Yeah, because they had a really good female in there, brought like 19,000, was one of their top sellers. That big old Charolais colored, big bodied hip thing. Ty Beyer from Wisconsin bought that heifer from Sidwell's. He used to work for Sidwell's, he said. Yeah.
The sales were great in the yards. Just a lot of people and good showing. And even though it got cold there on Saturday, but still a good crowd for those sales.
Well, these calves are getting bigger. It's hard to see down this line, all these kids right here. But when they start peeling them off here, of course, what you're seeing there is Kurt Steerwalt. He's on the next to last calf. That is Darley Dory from Brush, Colorado. And then the last calf there in the ring, that's the smoke calf from Adeline Sidwell. That's that Sidwell calf. And as you work your way back up here, this calf that they're touching right now, that's the Casey Midcap from Ray, Colorado. That calf weighs 15-19. That's the steer that Glenn Martin is handling and looking at right there.
I've got a neat text that came in. Jordan Hamill, 1573. Which one is he?
1573. That is this smoke calf right up here of this little young lady with that violet-colored sweater on, this big, burly, smoky-colored calf right here.
That is your New Mexico State FFA president.
Really?
How about that? Third generation at the National Western family.
What an accomplishment to become your state state president, FFA president.
That is.
And she's in here just showing that is one big, stout, burly calf. Now, he is a big boy.
Yeah, that's neat. Mr. McClanahan was still listening. Thanks, Fred. We appreciate you reaching out. And those are the stories that all this younger generation needs to be told. I guess so. We're talking about the Harrietta cow, and we may be talking about her more here, that family, before this is over. But there's been so many footnotes written on her. I used to get so aggravated.
And so many clones.
Catalog. People would want to list. I'm like, at some point, everybody just knows what she did. We don't need to write it.
Gosh.
It was so funny, but they said that she is stuffed. I guess they mounted her head, but there's been a few cows we've seen that, and she would sure be worthy of it.
Yeah, that would be one that sure left her mark. Okay, so we're putting these cattle in motion for you folks, and apologize for the yawn. Just getting to be a long day. But this first calf coming around, he's going to enter your screen right there. That's Trevor Williams, Fort Collins, Colorado, for 1508-pound steer. The next black calf coming in your screen right there, that's Cage Stratman from West Point, Nebraska. on a 1,509-pound calf. That's Kenzie Neve, that black baldy calf weighing 1,509 from Albany, Texas. There's the state FFA president from New Mexico.
Just got a picture.
Got a picture of Harrietta
from
right
Grand
there.
Blag.
And then Remington Brumbaugh from Leota, Indiana. Another really good family. That's a great, he's got that yellow shirt on. Coming across the screen right there, you're in that orange shirt. That is, that is Trace Johnson from Monte Vista, Colorado. And then the little blonde girl going through there, that's Chris Waterman from Anderson, Indiana. And then followed by Darley Dory from Brush, Colorado. And your final calf, we just lost it, was Adeline Sidwell. That's the white-colored calf that brings up the tail end of this class, weighing 1,530. So we go from 1,508 to 1,530. And okay, guys, we're getting close to the end here. Of course, we're about 2:45 Mountain Standard Time for those of you in the Midwest, for those of you in the Central Time Zone or out west, or even for those of you out on the East Coast. We will be selecting our champion steer 6 o'clock Mountain Time, so 7 o'clock Central Time, 8 o'clock out on the East Coast for all of our friends back east of Mississippi. What a championship it seems it's going to be. Just awesome class winners. Been big, stout, burly, sound, good-looking cattle to win each of these classes. And to be honest with you, I think these judges have done a really good job finding these better calves in the front top end of this class. Hey, would I change a couple things? Sure. Everybody, it's a cow show. But when you get three guys together to do that, I think all in all, they've done a really admirable job of finding those better cattle to win these classes. There again, going through this show as you're zooming in here, this big burly stout-built smoke calf, that is Jordan Hamill from Hagerman, New Mexico. And that calf right behind there in that yellow shirt, that is Remington Brumbaugh. Remington Brumbaugh, of course, a great family from Indiana. Always bring the big stout calves to the show. And then behind him in that vest, that is Casey Midcamp from Ray, Colorado. Calf weighed 1519. And then come back where Glenn's there looking at, well, we're going to scan out now. So we're going to pan out so you can see these calves and as they motor around here again.
You know, somebody just pointed out, too, you know, Glenn is no doubt known for the goats and all that. But, you know, they showed the Grand Steer in Houston. But even more interesting than that family, his daughter did, Aspen.
Yep, Aspen.
But more interesting than that is Glenn's grandmother exhibited the Grand Steer at Houston in 1933. And that was the first individual to win that honor. So we were talking about the colleges exhibiting steers, and then it went to a junior event. I guess 4-H and FFA. I don't know that story, but so Glenn's grandmother would have been the first individual to win Houston in 1933, and wow. I did not know that. That's pretty neat. That is a great bit of trivia. Yeah, but I'm sorry. I mean, Glenn is you know, he's genetics are a powerful thing. Yeah, but he has been instrumental in, you know, the goat thing wasn't that big that, you know, so many years in our history, you know, and we've seen and he was a large part of that. Right. And kids love their goats. I mean, there's a lot of great cattle people, Piefers, that have, you know, a lot of great cattle people are in the market animals. And, you know, it just goes to show you that a good evaluator or a good breeder, feeder of livestock, it doesn't, you know, you don't have to be in one species or another. Right. And it's a great way for, you know, he's gotten a lot of kids involved. The younger kids who aren't so intimidated by a bigger animal have been able to go in there and making a smaller investment into a goat and learn the feeding and taking care of management
But boy, it's turned into a humongous business.
And he was certainly a part of that. But when I judged, you were really classified as a cattle kid, a sheep person, or a swine. And today, we see kids that are cross species.
Yep,
and
right.
not only, you are also identified as by a breed. And today we see kids that are involved in all the breeds, heifers, steers, and just like Sturwald's daughter showing the sheep. I mean, they were big sheep people. And
Adam Miller, Angus family, Prairie View Farms. Adam had a steer today that was second in class or third in class.
So things are more cross-populated.
Right.
And you see these kids excel, and it just goes to show you they're good animal husbandrists or whatever you want to call it, but they're just good livestock people.
And also you see these young people, and these young people today are going to be our leaders for tomorrow. I mean, they're going to be the people that'll be taking our business on to the next generation, and it's always refreshing.
I can't remember, but was it Blake pointed out the young man from Missouri, and he said he would be a great leader. How did he do in his class? I think was he
I don't remember.
From Savannah, Missouri, I think. It was in class 9.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, but it's neat to see these people text in and tell us the things about these kids, and I do. I know there's a lot of kids out here we don't know, and we've said that, and we're doing the best we can to bring light to the kids that we don't know, and I don't know many of them. I know a lot of their parents, but for sure there are kids out here that are first time that don't get the fair recognition that they deserve. But
all right.
It's a collective effort, right?
Right. It's a collective effort.
Somebody just brought us a peanut butter protein bar. I think we're needing it.
Yeah, I'm needing something. Big Mac should have brought us a Big Mac.
You're talking about that Big Mac.
Oh, it got me hungry.
Oh, and here's another neat text message. I don't know who this is from. 308 area code. This is Jordan Hamill again, isn't it? We'll see.
Yep.
Yep. Another person, a different person, texted in about Jordan. Received the Cavanis Award at the 2023 Eastern New Mexico State Fair. She donated all of her earnings to the kids that didn't make the sale. This person says she's the state FFA vice president. So we know she's president or vice, but an outstanding young lady, no doubt.
Yeah, and look how much she donated.
Yep, I see that.
Those are the kind of people we want leading this industry.
I guess over the years, or especially here, lately you learned that giving back, how important it is, and if you don't support where you came from, it just doesn't much matter.
I don't have a chance to donate thousands of dollars back to my university, but I started going back speaking to the livestock marketing class at K-State, and it's turned into
not just money, but
I speak at Oklahoma State, Texas Tech, Iowa State now, and I get a chance to see all these kids, and it's always good to give back and to kind of share your story with them. And
such a broader spectrum of kids than even when we were in school.
And it's social media has changed, the way these kids select where they go to school anymore. I mean, you could live in the middle of Indiana and they come to Stillwater, or they live out in California and they go to Kansas State or wherever they go, and social media has made our country pretty small, and a lot of these kids are friends, and they've maintained friendships even though they may 1,000 miles apart.
Jordan is the president, by the way.
She is the president.
New Mexico FFA state president.
Yeah. She is the prez. And doing a great job with this burly calf. So she just went by the camera there for you.
This is 11. We've got one class left.
Yep.
We're hoping we have time to eat something.
We ought to. Things ought to be over. This ought to be over with by 3:30. That gives us 2.5 hours.
We've talked about some of the new facility down in the yards, and
Yeah.
boy, we've really enjoyed it the last couple of years. And the new building is up, and I think those guys are really proud of it.
It should be.
They worked on it all during the event. And
Yep.
And
Yeah, we've
boy,
had-
it's not little.
We've had some parking challenges this year, a little bit,
Yep.
with they dedicated a whole parking lot to the construction workers that have been working on the buildings, and but it is going to be exciting here in the next couple of years for the National Western and getting a facelift, and of course I really kind of hope they maintain the tradition of bringing the market animals back up here to select them. I really do, because
Yeah, it's hard to replicate this, and we've lost so much of this across. We lost, I guess, the old Kansas City building.
Yep.
I love the Iowa Fairgrounds in Des Moines. It's truly one of the special places, and
it's and some of the iconic. I think we talked about this last year a little bit about some of the iconic venues that we've had a chance to be a part of. Of course, this would be at one of the top 2 or 3 on my list, and the Iowa State Fairgrounds, and you go around to you go around the country, and not many more are more iconic than Freedom Hall in Louisville with the green chips.
Yep.
And even though it's a
newer facility,
newer
it
facility,
still has the feel.
it still has that feel. And first time I ever went to the Minnesota State Fair to go into that Coliseum at Minnesota, that is a humongous.
I haven't seen that.
Oh
one.
my! It's
Yeah.
it's bigger than this. It's taller than this, but it's very built in the same mindset as the stadium arena. But then of course the old Astrodome back in the Astrodome days,
Yes.
that was always a treat
yeah,
to go
yeah.
watch the steers walk into the Astrodome.
For sure.
Well, Kurt Steerwald has turned his card in again, and we're waiting on Dustin and Glenn to mark their cards. Dustin has just handed his to Joe Epperly.
This is encouraging, the nice texts that come in. It makes
I know.
it.
Well, our judges have marked their cards, and so Joe Epperly is carrying the results over to our tabulators, and we will soon have results from this class. Again, even though these cattle are getting bigger, Chris, the still quality is still amazing.
For sure. Yep. Just bigger versions of
Yep,
what we've
just
seen.
bigger versions. I mean, these first few calves right here are stout.
Well, that second one, what is that one?
He is, that is the young man from Cage Stratman from West Point, Nebraska. That calf weighs 1509. I would tend to want to guess what he is, but he looks like a Here I Am to me.
Do you know how they do the sale here? Is it the first 2 in every class? Is that I can't remember.
I don't remember.
There's no sale order, so I think it's the first 2.
Yeah. I don't remember.
Somebody I bet will chime in and tell us that. I know the premium sale here is a big deal. They have the news and a lot of the dignitaries, and it's for sure a neat event.
I used to work the premium auction back when I was,
Yeah.
and we always wore black tuxedos and made it.
Here?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Back here in the sale ring?
Right here on the sale ring on the hill. We used to bring the champions in, and Jim Baldridge used to sell it, Colonel Jim Baldridge, and Steve Doran. Back in the day, Stanley Stout sold it for several years. And always had a chance. I always got to work the premium auction with Terry Cotton, Alan Sears, Mark Smith.
Yeah.
Used to work at Dean Pike with the old.
Yeah.
Yep. So with the Record Stockman, he worked for the Record Stockman, and so they always hired us to come out and work that sale. and it was always fun because they packed that stadium arena.
I know.
I remember John Elway came one year, and he
Oh,
had
my.
John Elway Motors bought the reserve champion steer that
Yeah.
year, and man, it was a big deal when John Elway walked in. Yeah,
I remember some of that too.
yeah. But the city of Denver, the dignitaries, it was a
They
social
get behind
event.
it, yeah.
They get behind it. A lot like Fort Worth Stock Show, like the
Yeah.
steer show down there. I mean, they
Yeah,
get
it's a prestigious.
it's a prestigious deal, and
And that sale ring in there, it has a lot of history itself, just the way it's
Oh.
built, the way it feels, and that's a
Right.
true sale ring, auction ring.
yeah.
There's a lot of neat things going on in there when it's packed full of people. And one thing, a lot of the sales are over, but they still have the Highland sale here,
Yep.
which is a big deal. And somebody told me that the Highlands are one of the
largest breed show on the hill.
Breed show, and it is big,
Yep.
and they'll fill the barn.
Nearly 250 head.
That sale is it's a good sale too. A lot of activity on that, and then of course, can't forget the buffalo are in the yards
Right.
this week, and the buffalo is a very, very big deal here in Colorado.
So
A lot of very well attended, and
when was that sale?
it's this weekend.
It's this weekend.
The Highlands and the buffalo are this weekend.
gotcha.
Yep. They're very important breeds to the stock show.
Right, and most people across the country maybe sit and listen to us at Steer Show or giggling.
Yeah.
But out here at the National Western, the Buffalo Show and Sale and the Highland Show is first year it's been on the hill. So this is the first year they've had the Highlands on the hill. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
It really is.
Yep.
So they've always shown them down the yards.
I just know I watched some of that sale last year, and it's an impressive event.
It is. So they're actually going to sell them up here on the hill sale facility this year, too.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Well, they're done. I guess they've got their cards turned in. There goes Joe.
Yep. And the announcer has got his card, so we'll be getting it here shortly.
Steve says they take 2 in most and 3 in some of the tougher classes. So
I gotcha.
don't know how. I guess they do a sale order.
I do. They probably do then.
Probably the champion and reserve classes, they take another one down. That'd be. Yep, Sherry Pope Smith texted in.
Yeah.
She said she went to Kirk's. I don't know if that was the first one in 1994, but that'd be 30 years ago.
Yeah.
Kirk's had a big impact on a lot of people.
Okay, so Joe is starting to pull these calves. So he's got it down to 5 head. So our 5th place calf is going to be Casey Midcamp on this 1,519-pound calf. The 4th place calf is Kenzie Neve. So Kenzie's had a really nice show. Brought 2 really competitive calves. We're down to 3 head.
She's going to be 3rd.
Yep. And your
4th.
third is the Brumbaugh young man, Remington Brumbaugh from Leota, Indiana. So you're down to 2 head. You're down to Trace Johnson and Cage Stratman. 2 really big, stout black calves. And your first place calf is going to be Cade Stratman from West Point, Nebraska. Congratulations to Cade. Great family. Show a lot of competitive steers across there. There's a really nice calf that's going to start the class.
Just maybe here, just a few in maturity pattern and flexibility. Kind of do some sorting for us here at the front. And, we land on the one here collectively that is the biggest legged and the biggest footed, the one that is the biggest and boldest right out the backside of his blade. He's just huge in terms of his upper hip. For us, we thought he was probably a notch raw in relation to his body weight and his maturity pattern, but I think that one is awful good looking, one that's practical and sound, got the right kind of body shape in him, and darn sure muscular. The one that come 2 in class, one that we all liked and appreciated to some degree. We probably have a challenge here as to where he fits just collectively from a show steer standpoint. He's big backed, he's shapely. Young man has done a heck of a good job out here getting that one presented. We realize he's up a little in his shoulder blade. He's just sets up there. He gets just a bit in his knees. Not as comfortable on his pasterns as that steer that leaves the ring, but that one is awful nice. And just in terms of true meat animal shape, we read him being a notch leaner, a notch bigger footed than the one directly behind him. This one that comes three, that one is really good in terms of his body type, one that we appreciate the way his neck shoots out right there, the top of his shoulder blade. He's the frailest of the top 4 or 5 that we have here in class. In terms of foot size, he's more challenged in terms of his shoulder angle and his knee set. He gets a little further along in terms of body composition, in terms of composition over his rib cage. Collectively, we think he just comes a bit fatter and a little lower cutability. Got a nice steer here in the Baldy that comes next in class. Pretty solid just in terms of meat and potatoes. He's sound, he toes forward, everything works right. He's got the right kind of body type and shape in him. He comes to us a little further along in condition, and he's a little softer. He doesn't have quite as much shape right out the back of his blade. You can read him from here. He's shorter in his upper hip. We need to pull him back further at his pin set, but a good cattle there as well. Congratulations to her. Young man comes next in class. One that we had him kind of splashed from pretty high to pretty far toward the middle, if you will. That young man does a good job of that calf. He's pretty sound, he's practical, he's functional. He's a little harder centered, a little harder in terms of his cage compared to those that come ahead of him here, but a nice one as well from a cutability standpoint for sure. We like that one. Young man comes next, got a good looking one here, and we talked about this calf in particular when we got over to the side. That one comes in, and he is sharp looking. Young man does a really nice job with him. Then you get right up on top, and you just want to see more upper turn in his forerib and his cage. We want to see that one bolder right out the back of his blade, settling behind him on the move. That one's not big enough hipped, not dimensional enough in terms of stifle shape comparative to those that leave, but that's a good calf. Good looking. We appreciate that young man's efforts. Calf that comes next in class, one that we like just from a foot size, muscularity right down his top is nice. He's ill-balanced just in terms of his underline. We want to make him punchier and bolder in his forerib and cage, lengthen him out of his hip, build him bigger in his pin set, drop him in his flank. Calf that comes next in class gets more up and down in terms of structure, if you will. You can see how quickly he is to get back to the surface with those feet. We want to lay his blade back, relax him in terms of his structure, set him better at his hock and pastern as well. Big kind of calf comes next in class, and one that's pretty nice looking. Too hard for us just in terms of body type, forerib, and compositionally he's not finished well enough. Round out our class with one that's got awful big feet, one that just gets too ill made in terms of shoulder angle, body type. He gets too flat, too tight in his flank. Congratulate those kids if you will.
Okay. We're back, and Glenn Martin just gave another great set of reasons on another big, stout, burly set of calves. And Cade Stratman from West Point, Nebraska, on a 1,509-pound calf, just won Class 11. Again, just a great individual to win that class. Second was Trace Johnson from Monte Vista, Colorado, another black calf there, weighing 1,519. Third went to entry 5287 from Remington Brumbaugh, Leota, Indiana. His calf weighed 1515. So 3 black calves to win that class. Fourth was a black baldy calf shown by Kenzie Neve from Albany, Texas. Calf weighed 1509. Fifth was Casey Midcamp, another black calf weighing 1519. Sixth went to Trevor Williams from Fort Collins, Colorado. Seventh went to Adeline Sidwell from Pierce, Colorado. Of course, the great Sidwell family. Eighth was Karis Waterman from Anderson, Indiana. And ninth was Darley Dory from Brush, Colorado. And 10th, Jordan Hamill from Hagerman, New Mexico. Excuse me. Of course, she is the current state FFA president at the state of New Mexico. So congratulations to Jordan, finishing 10th in that class. But thank you for all the work you do leading the next generation of our youth. So, Christy, we're going into Class 12.
Yep, Class 12 is in. There's 9 in this class, 1535 to 1630. Leading off this class is Annalise Buxton from Creston, Iowa, followed by Landon Wampler, Canyon, Texas, Carson Corzine, Assumption, Illinois, Tucker Long from Castle Rock, Colorado, Delaney Troyer, there's a familiar name, from Adair, Oklahoma, Job Knight, Larkspur, Colorado, Cash Pratt from Puebla, and I believe that's that family's second steer or third.
Yep.
And then Trotter Thomas, Sterling, Colorado, and Tyler Thomas from Sterling, Colorado. Both of those steers weighing in over 1,600.
All right.
Nope, we've got our first red and white one out there.
Yeah.
Spotted one.
Yeah. Kind of a shorthorn mark calf with a baldy.
I bet he's got some mane in him.
I bet
Blake.
he does. Blake, if you're still listening, I bet that calf's got a little mane in him. Coon you somewhere.
We got a guy sitting here next to us that could tell us about Cunha and Epinal. You've probably had more Cunha females than anybody. You still have a little bit. Oh, shoot. You still have some semen in the tank? Yeah, he does. Cal Herring is still sitting here. I miss the days of the feeder calf show. That was.
I do too.
Yeah, I just. That was. There was a lot of. That was a start for a lot of people. One more. This is our final class of the day, and these guys have done a great job. We've been telling stories about you, Joe.
Yep.
That's a neat little calf in the third hole from Illinois.
Oh, yeah. Really good calf.
He doesn't look near as big as some of those other cattle. Probably heavy, no doubt.
Yeah, yeah, really heavy.
Crowd is still good, even though we're 3 hours from the grand steer.
Yeah, there's a.
What are you penciling over there?
I'm going on the pulse and I'm getting all this information
Oh, okay.
for the grand drive tonight. Because the pulse apparently does this research more than we have.
Want to thank Landry and her crew at Show Barn Flicks. They're broadcasting the show here today, and they've been here all week broadcasting the shows, and they do a great job. I'm talking earlier about the premier exhibitor. That's a big deal here. Premier market exhibitor. I know my nieces were involved in that, and that's a great program. I know some people that probably haven't been mentioned on here that need thanked would be Paul Andrews, CEO and President of the National Western, Leon Vick, head of livestock, and Jen Boca. And Jen and her husband have worked their tail off this week. Sarah Tabor, Alyssa DePorter. Of course, Sarah down here pushing these cattle through the ring and helping down at the yards. And these are thankless jobs, and I know this isn't easy, especially with everything that's going on. And these guys have made it through, and nearing the end of the stock show, it's been very rewarding for them, I'm sure. A lot of big cattle out here, but still the quality, just don't see a bad structured one.
I'm just blown away by how
I
sound
know.
this set of calves has been.
You know, it goes to show you they've improved that so much in the last 3 or 4 years.
Well, as this last class has made their walk around the ring here, these big burly scamps, again, they're getting pretty heavy, but still very sound.
That's funny. Graham Blagg sent me the picture of Harrietta. Yep, mounted in Kevin Benish's living room. I honestly can't think of a cow over the years that, for the longest period of time, has been more prevalent. Honestly, I mean, there's a lot of cows now, of course, that are, and maybe it's just I'm not as up, but I mean, that you could write a book on that cow. That started many years back, and
there's been clones.
and the daughters and the granddaughters, and here today we've got one of the main class winners going back. So it just goes to show you the importance of the cow family and how it lingers on for generations. And
it just
time
blows
and
your
time
mind again how prevalent those cow families show back up each and every generation.
You're studying awful hard over there.
Well, I'm just getting all these sires in here from all these class winners, so when they come in
so we
tonight,
don't mess something up.
yeah,
Right,
I don't want to mislead anybody. Okay, so that was a knot. Class 2 was a
class. So we got 12 classes. The grand drive is at 6, and they will bring in the white fence and I believe, don't they have the Make-A-Wish presentation, and
I believe so.
And they introduce the premier exhibitor, and it's a neat event. Who won that Class 7? Can you tell me that? I'm getting some questions about
Yeah.
that.
Who won Class 7? That was
The one after the Ryman steer.
yeah, that steer. That was Class 7 was won by Mason Shalla. Mason Shalla from Riverside, Iowa, won on a When in Doubt 894 Chad Thompson donor.
Mm-hmm.
Calf weighed 1419. He was the class winner in 7.
There's some sunshine you can see peeking out there.
That's good.
I tell you what, it was cold here. Was it Monday? Oh my goodness.
Well, it was cold Saturday. Excuse me. It was cold Saturday too. We didn't have very many folks in our tent that day.
Well, Monday, maybe it wasn't quite as cold, but it was cloudy and windy, and boy, it'd take your breath away if you're out in it very long. You know, one little tidbit of information. There's been 18 years of embryos on snow. Do you know how many years it snowed on that day?
And you know.
Because that's very important.
And you know.
3. Only 3 times.
In 18 years it snowed.
3 times, yep.
And you know that why?
I just remember. I don't know. Because it hasn't done it very many times.
Well, that's true.
Yeah.
I can't believe you know that.
We're running out of information.
God, we're running out of. Somebody please send us some more information.
Somebody text something.
God. And why you know that is there's something wrong with you.
Because I remember stuff I shouldn't.
Oh, that's funny.
That's a nice smoked steer there.
It is. Really
Who
good.
Is that?
Really good balanced. That is Carson Corzine from Assumption, Illinois. That calf weighs 1539.
That's a nice steer.
That's a nice steer. I mean, for a calf that's weighing that much, he doesn't look that big.
No,
compared to
well, that's what I was saying. He doesn't. He's just heavy. He's not really that much framier than a lot of them. Just heavy. Maybe some more age on him. They had some good steers in those lighter weight classes.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So we've had 2 wins from the same family today, which has been kind of unique.
That's a good point.
Yeah, the Shalla family.
That was that Class 7 I was talking about.
Parker won Class 2 with a 1,269-pound In God We Trust Monopoly steer, and then Mason won Class 7. So it was nice to have 2 brothers. Well, 2 of the judges have turned their cards in, and we're just waiting on Dustin Frank to make his final selections. And I think he has made his final selection, so our ring steward, Joe Epperly, will be making. Joe goes down the line and makes sure that he's got every animal marked in the right order so we don't have a mistake. And as they tabulate our steers for that class, again, we want to thank all of our friends here at showbarnflix.com for providing the service today for everybody. And Appreciate everybody reaching out to us, telling us hello today.
Yeah, these text messages are pretty good.
Yeah, they
I
are.
have to save some of them. It's neat, the history. We should write some of the texts that came in are from people that have sure know the business and been around a long time, and it's neat to see them watching the show and taking part in it.
Yep. I'm supposed to tell you hello today
Hola.
from Nancy Weiss.
Oh,
Weissy.
okay. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Hi, Nancy. I haven't seen you in a while.
She looks the same.
Yeah, I bet.
Yep. Just tired from raising those 2 children.
Yeah.
and really raising 3 children.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For sure.
Blake Nelson said if that red and white calf wins, he's got to have Maine in him.
Yeah, I know. Well, he probably does.
He probably does
'Cause
somewhere.
He's already moved his way up the
Yeah,
class.
somewhere in his lineage, he's got
He's
to have.
probably a
Some,
purebred.
he's probably a purebred. Yeah, he's going to be in my opinion, he's probably a game on out of a daddy's money.
I'm sure he's a bet on red.
I'm sure he's not a bet on red. That's a good calf, though. I like the way he's built. Once again, folks, at the conclusion of this class, we will be breaking to, he's an MAB. Just got a text
Okay.
from the man that would know.
Who's that? Nope. Yep.
Nolan Ferguson would have had that calf, and he sold through Bonham. Steve would have bought that calf from Nolan. That is a good built calf. Now, there's a bull that has stood the test of time in this business, too.
Mm-hmm.
And some really, really good daughters he's left. Donors and cows that you're getting calves out of now that go back to an MAB cow.
That was a turning point, too. I remember his picture, and boy, that's when things started to get different.
And the color.
Yeah.
When the red thing really started
Yeah.
catching fire.
Genetics were multiplied, and things
Right.
started to get tough.
Right.
Competitive.
Right, they did.
I like that smoke stew.
I do, too.
Did you hear anything about the prospect show or how many they have? Or I didn't.
Nope, I have not heard anything.
I know the barn seems full back there.
So Joe Epperly now is pulling these calves as they place them from the bottom of the class up. And he just pulled that red and white calf into 4th. So that is Delaney Troyer from Adair, Oklahoma. I love that calf, really mobile. Down to 3 now. He just pulled this black calf in here. This is Landon Wampler from Canyon, Texas. He'll be 3rd. And your first place calf is Carson Corzine from Assumption, Illinois. And we will have Kirk Steerwalt to talk this class.
Well, this is a tailgate on an incredible steer show, and we're not done yet. I'll tell you what, I can't wait to see them all come back here tonight. It's been a pleasure with Glenn Martin and Dustin Frank. I'll tell you what, these cattle have been so good all day long, and you know what, to conclude like this, you know what, with all this depth all the way through, I mean, it just says what, these young people are doing, and I mean, they're just all the way through. We've just had some incredible cattle to work with. I think the steer here on the gray steer was a pretty easy place to hang your hat. I mean, he's just one that he lands with so much maturity. To me, he's ready to go. He's market ready, but he's so soft made, sound on his feet and legs. Young lady does a great job with him. He's really big backed. He's just one that when you get behind him, he's equally as impressive. He's just so, to me, wide in his pins and comes to the ground, and he carries that rib shape and body and still keeping that chest floor, to me, in check. And, I think that's where he gets over the second one. The second one is absolutely a show steer deluxe. Young man, you've got a looker there. I mean, that dude is one that kind of grabs you at the gate, and he's one that is long and extended out of his front end. And there again, really good chested. He's a little bit high in his tail head. He's not as square, as that gray one going out, and he doesn't carry the boldness of rib shape and the power of body right in the center portion. But I'll tell you what, that steer, they're two different kinds. I mean, really, to be honest with you, the first steer and the third steer are probably more similar, but this steer here gets in there just because he is so good looking, and the young man does a great job with him, and he's just one that really strikes you with so much presence. The steer in third is so massive and stout made, but yet he's soft. I'll tell you what, young man's done a good job with him as well. You get behind him, he is so genuine and wide, and to me, stout featured all the way through, soft in his overall composition. He's one that comes to the ground good. He gets a little bit bolder from his front 1/3, just gets a little bit more, to me, crestier right there in the center portion of that. You'd like to maybe sleek him up, but that, tell you what, that's an awfully good individual to me, and a great steer that lands in there in third. The steer in fourth is attractive, up-headed. Young lady does a beautiful job with him. He is long spine, comes to the ground good. You love his marking. He's showing you a little bit more chest out there in the front. Gets just a little bit more, harder up through that forerib. But I'll tell you what, that steer is what you see, is what you get. That's a super good steer there to come in fourth. The fifth place steer is one that's big-legged, stout-featured all the way through. He can get up a little bit more higher in his tail head. Long neck, comes up out of his spine awfully, to me, at the angle that you like. Young man does a great job with him. He gets a little bit more, to me, shallow in his underline. But you love that flatness of back that he has. He's got the big hair. He's a good-looking steer as well. We come in here next, and here's another nice steer that, when he comes in, he grabs you too, because he's so profiling. He's so good in his lines, and he's so neat from that aspect. He gets just flatter. I mean, to me, from here, to me, he just flattens up. He just doesn't carry the overall width and dimension, but that's a good steer. You've done a great job with him. I'll bet he's been fun this year to have. I'll guarantee it. That's awfully good. To me, that steer just big and wide, and to me, neat up over his top. He's just good looking. I wouldn't mind going out and feeding him, to me, any day of the week. The next steer that comes in here gets up a little bit higher in his tail head. He's one that, everything's good in check with that steer. That steer checks several boxes. He comes up good out of his neck. He's sound on his feet and legs. He carries some rib cage and body. You'd like to set that tail head down in him just a little bit more square, but you get your hands on him, he's just a little bit more leaner and a little bit more harder, and just not as market ready from that standpoint, to move up the line any more. But that's a good made kind of a steer as well. The next steer here is, we get a little more daylight. He's got some muscle and shape, carries some expression. You'd like to let that tail head kind of down into him a little bit more leveler, but he's just more shallow all the way through. Just doesn't carry that center body, that underline, doesn't carry it back into that, to me, rear flank quite as well as some of the cattle up the line. And here we conclude. Here's a steer that, he's upstanding in his stature. He's one that carries some daylight, just a little bit more flatter made. Love his spine, love his length. Young lady does a great job with him as well. To me, a phenomenal steer show. To me, we started good. We ended good. I'll tell you what, these exhibitors need a big round of applause. Congratulations to them. We'll see you at 6 o'clock.
Well, that's that.
Well, that's that. Well, folks,
that
thanks
was
for tuning
fun.
in
Yes,
today.
thank you guys all for texting in, and I'm not going to be able to join you, Jake. I'm going to
Okay.
head to the airport.
Well, thanks for being
and,
here
I
again.
think Jennifer Boca is going to join you tonight, and she is head of livestock
Operations.
Yep.
Yep.
And I appreciate all the friends and people that texted and let us know everything. It was a lot of fun.
Okay.
Thanks to the
Well, Chris,
National
thanks for
Western
being here. I'm
asking
gonna.
us to do this.
You bet.
Yeah.
And hey, I appreciate you and being able to spend some time
Yep,
with you.
I know. That's a neat part. It seems like it's kind of a vacation to sit up here and not have to do anything. Nobody can.
Yeah. Nobody can yell at us today.
Yeah, nobody can reach you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, folks, I'm going to read this last class placing. And,
Okay.
And Christy, thank you again for being here, and safe travels home, my friend. Okay, first in your Class 12 was Carson Corzine from Assumption, Illinois. In God We Trust calf that was sold by Joe Hare. A great calf weighing 1539. Second in that class was Cash Pratt from Pueblo, Colorado. Calf weighing 1599. Third went to entry 5357, excuse me. That was shown by Landon Wampler from Canyon, Texas, and Landon Steer weighed 1535. Fourth in that class was Delaney Troyer on a 1,589-pound red and white calf that was bred by Nolan Ferguson, sold by Steve Bonham and a young lady from Adair, Oklahoma. And fifth, Job Knight from Larkspur, Colorado on a steer weighing 1592. Sixth was Annalise Buxton from Creston, Iowa. Seventh, Tucker Long from Castle Rock, Colorado. Eighth, Trotter Thomas from Sterling, Colorado. And ninth, Tyler Thomas from Sterling, Colorado. Ladies and gentlemen, again, it's been a pleasure to kind of bring you some color commentary on this great event. It's always a pleasure to be here at the National Western and to be a part of this historic steer show each year. Folks, we'll see you back here at 6 o'clock right here on showbarnflix.com. Folks, tell all your friends to tune in tonight. It proves to be a memorable and historic event tonight, and a culmination of what truly has been one of the truly great steer shows ever to be held here at the National Western. Folks,